or sort of get tied back together, but Piccolo not knowing Namekian was irritating. Now, they did reveal the whole thing about the Namekian language. The context of that is that they're going to need to take Neba with them because apparently to summon the demonic dragon, you have to speak Namekian. Now, that is like Porunga because, of course, it's an originally made, you know, by an original Namekian on, you know, presumably whatever Demon World 2's version of Namekian language is. I guess it's still called Namekian, but it would probably be whatever existed way back. Like, these Dragon Balls are very old. They existed way back. And actually, now that we know that the Demon Realm existed prior to the multiverse, does that mean that the demonic Dragon Balls do predate the Super Dragon Balls? Something to think about. I don't know yet. Something to think about though, because we don't know exactly when they were made. We just know that the Dragon Balls have been in the Demon Realm since before Planet Namek had their balls. So Neba was the only Namekian to not leave. Now we know that for certain. He's the last one left in Demon World 2. I want to talk a little bit about Majin Ku also. I enjoyed the fact that he was so happy to have a brother. Like, he was almost like a fanboy for Majin Doo. And Majin Doo did perform better against Tamagami 1 than Majin Ku did. So it's kind of funny because we have a situation where Majin Ku is clearly the little brother of the two, but because he was created first, he's the older brother technically. You know what I'm saying? But he's a mark, he's a fanboy for Majin Doo because he wants a brother so bad. Like, Majin Ku is a funny character, and part of me hopes he doesn't get killed because he doesn't really seem all that evil. But yeah, they have a funny relation. They're like debating who should eat the chocolate. There are aspects of Majin Buu's character, of Fat Buu's character, in this Majin Doo, but both characters, again, like I've said before, they're not meant to be taken super seriously. They're not on the same level of the real original Majin Buu. It's Marba and Dr. Arinsu trying to recapture that magic and having, no pun intended, and having trouble doing so. And so the fight with Majin Doo and Tamagami 1 this time is a lot less comedic, but it's still funny. There's a scene, Tamagami 1 actually gets hit a couple times by Majin Doo. There's a scene where Tamagami 1 shoots like a blast. It's magic in the demon realm. And then like Majin Doo does one too. It's almost like he's learning on the job how to fire ki blasts. And so Majin Doo accidentally blasts his own face and like burns it. And that means that Majin Doo can learn on the job quickly. Let's not forget, Majin Buu in Dragon Ball Z did the Kamehameha on Goku after only seeing it once. You know, and let's not forget that Kid Buu learned how to teleport, the instant transmission as they call it in the dub. And he learned it, bam, from seeing Goku do it once. So Majin Doo is definitely, each new Majin they make gets stronger and stronger. And Dr. Arinsu even said in a previous episode, the last one wasn't even as strong as me. That was before Majin Ku was made. So they're doing their best to try to replicate that formula, but they're not quite there yet. Doo is a lot more like Majin Buu than Ku was. He can sort of use his like blobby body to like duck his head inside of it. Maybe he'll be able to actually absorb people. You know, that's something else that could happen. I'm not sure if it will, but they're getting closer. And yes, the yellow color of his skin, I think is supposed to be sort of like a wink-wink to the first form of Janemba, but I'll go over that in my breakdown video tomorrow. The pacing is up. Things are moving fast now. 2 fights unfinished so far. Majin Doo versus Tamagami 1 and Vegeta versus Tamagami 2. That will likely get wrapped up in episode 12 and maybe episode 13, but I think it'll probably be episode 12, I would assume. And then I would assume that by episode 13 or 14, the gang will actually be up in Demon World 1, and that's where things are going to get interesting because everyone's there. Goma's there, you know, Arinsu's there. Things are going to get discovered. We shall see. But I like this episode a lot. The pacing is up. Daima's fun now. More fun than it was during those middle, like, episodes 5, 6, and 7. Even though I didn't hate them or anything, they could have sped it up a little bit. Things are happening now at a much quicker pace. So, I liked it, had fun with it. What did you think? Let me know in the comments down below. I'll see you guys tonight, late, if there's any diamond information, or tomorrow for the breakdown. There's a lot to unpack and a lot to unveil as we have arrived with Dragon Ball Daima Episode 10. An episode that gave us everything. We got a bunch of new reveals, including the big story that now our team is together, finally, in Demon World 2 of the Great Demon Realm. I can finally change the background here that you see. It's not pink anymore, it's green. And it's not that I was, that I didn't like the pink background or the pink skies, but I was waiting, like many of you were, with bated breath to see when the heck they were going to get to Demon World 2. We're going to talk about all the happenings in Daima Episode 10, the reveal of the fraud, the joke gag villain that is Majin Buu, his failure to defeat Tamagami 1. We're going to break that down. Then in the second half of this video, we're going to be going into and breaking down all of the lore reveals about the history of the Dragon Ball universe, new information given to us by the creator Toriyama. I am so excited. This is the best channel on YouTube for Dragon Ball news and analysis with anime, manga, and movies, and a little bit of video game content too. So make sure you leave a like and hit that subscribe button and hit all notifications, because this is the place to be for the best Daima coverage out there. So there's a lot to get into with this episode. Make sure you watch this video all the way to the end, because we're going to go real deep into Dragon Ball lore, including stuff from Super and how it all ties in. So stay tuned for that. First, I want to discuss briefly this fight between Majin Buu and Tamagami 1. Tamagami 1, of course, made his debut in the first episode of Daima, and they revealed that the Tamagamis are the protectors of the Dragon Balls of the Demon Realm, and Dr. Arinsu and Marba together created Majin Buu to get the demonic Dragon Balls, and they chose Tamagami 1 to go after first. Like we found out from episode 7 and 8, all you have to do to challenge a Tamagami for a Dragon Ball is just challenge them, and Tamagami, whichever one, will step up to face you. Now, Majin Buu was never meant to be taken as a serious villain. Marba herself says in episode 8 of Dragon Ball Daima that Majin Buu was an experiment that was almost a fluke. So to recreate something as destructive and as maniacal and as powerful as Majin Buu is difficult. Here we have basically a Cyberman upgraded with some magic and some of Majin Buu's parts. So the expectations going into this fight shouldn't have been high. Yet a lot of people probably really believed that he was going to do something. And I stated in a video earlier this week that he is not a serious villain. Here he is doing wacky poses, just basically behaving goofy to match his goofy look, because he is a goofy character. If way back in September when I first
long time no brooding silence, my friend. Get over here to the freak shop. We got shit to discuss. Probably. We definitely got drugs though. Just get over here.
Putting that aside, the actual animation, the art, and the combat here was still a lot of fun to watch. I mean, the sequences were all very well animated, and I enjoyed it. But man, Majin Buu couldn't do nothing on Tamagami 1. Tamagami 1 is, from what I understand, the most powerful of the 3 Tamagamis. He's up in Demon Realm 1, so maybe Majin Buu would have been better off training or fighting a different Tamagami first. Who knows? But Tamagami 1's speed and accuracy are definitely not one to be, questioned whatsoever. And if you did question it, this fight should have definitely told you otherwise. Now, besides that, Majin Buu, like Majin Buu, one of the benefits of him is that he's able to manipulate energy, which of course in the Demon Realm is magic. He's able to create energy balls and ki blast with ease, as we see right here. Now, every time he blasts one of these, he yells out, "Coup!" This is because in the original Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu would always yell out, "Boo!" However, this was a fat Buu Majin Buu thing, not a Kid Buu. Kid Buu, aka True Evil Buu, would just make noises, and I think he has like 2 lines of actual dialogue. He's just a big destructive force. And like Kid Buu, Majin Buu can easily create energy, but how good or how useful is that energy if you're just not that strong, which he found out the hard way during his battle with Tamagami #1, who came out looking phenomenal here. I think he's going to end up being a fan favorite character because, man, he was just stoic, chill, and cool. I really like Tamagami 1. Meanwhile, in Demon Realm #3, the group has caught up to Warp, and once again Goku's ears have to be made pointy so that Warp will let them through to Demon World 2. And this is, of course, a throwback to what happened in Dragon Ball Daima Episode 3, when Warp has to assume that you're a demon in order to let you pass. And of course, the next goal is to collect the second Dragon Ball from Tamagami 2 in Demon World 2. And that's where they're going now. So there's a conversation in the ship about the fact that they have a military police plane. They could actually skip Demon World 2 and go to Demon World 1. But Goku speaks up and says that, well, if they do that, they're going to miss out on the 2-star Dragon Ball. Now, Glorio agrees. The reason why Glorio agrees is because, remember, we found out a few episodes ago that Glorio is working with or working for Dr. Orinsu, and Dr. Orinsu's probably going to use Majin Buu as well as some other tricks to get that 1-star ball, with the idea being that Glorio and Goku and them get 2 of the balls, Dr. Orinsu gets the 3rd one, and boom, they've got all 3 of the demonic Dragon Balls in their possession. That's their plan, that's what they want, so Glorio will obviously, guide them in the way that he wants them to go because he is a double agent. Goku is rightfully worried about Dende, but Supreme Kai also points out that when they kidnapped him, they're not going to kill him because they have a use for him. And of course, we know, as we found out several episodes ago, that Goma wants to raise Dende to create another set of Dragon Balls just for him. We're going to talk more about Daima's tie-ins to Dragon Ball Super, but here's a quick one. Bulma, like with episode 2, is really happy with her skin, how it looks, and the fact that it's so youthful. This would, of course, lead to Bulma, as we found out in Dragon Ball Super Broly and Dragon Ball Super Superhero, to be abusing the Dragon Balls to make herself look younger and give her a bigger rear end, and, well, you know the gag, right? Bulma reveals that she was doing this with the Dragon Balls. Clearly, this idea of Bulma being so vain and wanting to have nicer skin, clearly that was based on this adventure. So they are finding unique ways to tie it into Dragon Ball Super without going overboard. This is a minor one, but I like it because it fits with her character. It explains why she's like that. It's not just random vanity. This is not really an Easter egg or anything, but I wanted to highlight, this is my absolute favorite line of the episode. Hybe is just straight up saying to Bulma, I could make you my girlfriend right in front of her husband, bro. This man has no chill. None. When we go back to Majin Buu versus Tamagami 1, he's firing several ki blasts and little balls. This is somewhat reminiscent of what Kid Buu does mixed with Super Buu. Similar, but of course they're green balls, matching of course his green body, just like how Majin Buu's ki blasts, the vast majority of them were colored like his body. Now, what I found interesting is this maneuver right here, this little spin move. That move right there looks awfully familiar. Does that not remind you of that special technique that Paikuhan, aka Paikon, used on Goku in the Otherworld Tournament? Yes, the Otherworld Tournament was not written by Toriyama. It's anime only for Dragon Ball Z, but they've borrowed things and brought out Easter eggs from all throughout the history of Dragon Ball. This one is no different. A nice little Easter egg, unexpected to say the least. But Tamagami 1 just throws him off of him, and Majin Buu is just humiliated and embarrassed again. Now, in this very awkward scene, after making a bunch of weird faces, he decides to attack more like a feral animal. And that's not going to do him very well either. He literally does all this acrobatic BS to make it look cool and just starts hitting on Tamagami 1 and Tamagami 1 just feels no pain from any of these shots. I mean, none. He even tries to catch him at point blank range and with a mouth blast, and it's just nothing, because although Tamagami 1 is the strongest of the three, Majin Buu can't put up a fight against this guy. Tamagami 1 is just fine. Now, it's obvious at this point that Majin Buu has no chance of winning this fight. He tries to attack again, he fails, and he almost craps his own pants at Tamagami's speed. I want to comment about Majin Buu. The idea that this character was built up to be a serious threat and then turned out to be a joke, this is nothing new. We've seen Dragon Ball and other Toriyama works do this. Superman in Dr. Slump is a character that's built up to be like Superman, but he's really a coward joke character. Mr. Satan is supposed to be the strongest in the world, and he's also very, very weak. You can even look at some of the Babidi characters like Pui Pui, Yakon, and even Deborah. They were built up to be serious threats, and they wound up not being so serious. Now, I do agree that Deborah was, in a way, wasted potential because he could have done more with that character, but the idea of Toriyama building up a villain and then having him turn out to be a joke, this is nothing new. This is something he's done forever, and that's what Majin Buu is. This is not the real Majin Buu whatsoever. He's a counterfeit Majin Buu, he's a phony, he's a wannabe, and this episode exposed him to the world as being such. Majin Buu gives up. He lost the fight, he's going to retreat. Dr. Aritsu is very disappointed in Majin Buu, however, we haven't seen the last of him, and she's not going to give up so easily either. To be real with you, I found this whole thing to be a pretty decent gag, and I like how it's a subversion, how you're supposed to believe that Majin Buu is the ultimate solution when he's really not, and Dr. Aritsu has to go back to the drawing board once again. We'll see more from these characters in the weeks to come. But I want to make something clear as well. I think that if Majin Buu had just beaten Tamagami 1, it would have been 2 straight times that we see a Tamagami lose, and then those characters would sort of lose their edge. So it's a situation where I think this was written to kind of tell us that Tamagami 1 is not going to go down as easy as Tamagami 3, and I think it was done to sort of protect Tamagami 1 and to make the audience believe that he is stronger, which he is, than Tamagami 3, and it's going to take a lot more than Majin Buu to take his Dragon Ball. The part where Dr. Aritsu straight up says you're fired, that's good stuff. I enjoy that. Majin Buu could be a good comic relief character in the Demon Realm if he makes it out of Diamond. We are done talking about Majin Buu for now, and we go over to Goku's adventure. We've covered all the Majin Buu stuff now, and Goku has finally arrived in Demon World 2, and they're headed straight for the Tamagami. The atmosphere in Demon World 2 is not as harsh as that of Demon World 3, so they should be getting there much faster than in the previous world. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. It took them, what, like 7 episodes or something like that? Like 5 episodes to get the Tamagami 1? It'll be much faster this time. Now, the Supreme Kai brings up the Kraken, which is something that he obviously knew about when he used to live in Demon World 2. The Kraken, or the Kraken, in case you didn't know, is something that's based on not anything Eastern. It's actually something very Western. Supreme Kai himself refers to them as gigantic sea monsters. I mean, that's it right there. Most of you already know about this, but in case you don't, this is a mythological creature that existed far before Toriyama was even born as far as the legends go. Obviously, we don't have any proof it actually existed, but again, it's up for debate. Some think it did, some don't. But what ends up happening is instead of them running into a Kraken right away, they are met by the military police, working obviously for Goma, who's watching all of this play out. This scene is right out of Star Wars. Glorio is Han Solo flying the Demon Realm version of the Millennium Falcon. It's really not that cool, and he's got to work his way through that. This sequence was a lot of fun to watch because it reminded me a lot of not just Star Wars and other sort of starfighter science fiction, shows and movies, but part of it reminded me of classic Dragon Ball. Glorio shows off his incredible piloting skills as he manages to weave around them and get behind them and blast them back. This dude is a hotshot pilot. The problem is that there's more than just one they have to contend with. Goku springs into action, and we have a scene that's very reminiscent of the Red Ribbon Army and some of the stuff that we saw way back in the first Dragon Ball movie, The Legend of Shenlong, otherwise known as Curse of the Blood Rubies. I love seeing Goku with the pole, with the Nioibo, destroying ships and tanks and all kinds of military things. It's fun to watch. Goku tearing through a bunch of ships, man. I mean, if you've seen the Red Ribbon Army arc, you see how Goku just manhandled the entire army on their own. It's very similar. It's in the same vein. As the others try to escape, Goku says, "Nope, you're not going anywhere," and fires a blast directly at the military police to get them the hell out of there. It connects, and down they go. And this key blast is cool because it hit more than just one. It followed them, and along comes Goku. Now, this scene right here is, to me, another Easter egg going back to Dragon Ball Super Broly. Remember in Dragon Ball Super Broly when in the icy area of the planet, Goku's face is like right in front of the ship and you see him trying to make scary faces? This is the same idea here. It's very goofy, playful Goku here, just kind of having his way with these guys. This sequence was more like something from original Dragon Ball, whereas the fight with Majin Buu and Tamagami 1 felt like something out of Dragon Ball Z. So I think they're giving us a little bit of everything with this episode. I think that was the whole point of having both of these different types of sequences in one episode. After witnessing the incredible display of power from Goku, and remember, he's still in base form, Goma freaks out and wants the rest of the military police to go to the first demon realm. Basically, I think he's gathering them there to protect him because they know that Goku's coming for him next. As Goku makes it back to the ship after dispatching those guys, here comes the Kraken at last. This sequence once again brings me back to Empire Strikes Back when there's a giant space whale that the Millennium Falcon parks inside of temporarily to hide from the Empire. Pansy ends up getting trapped in the ship and Goku goes to rescue her, and when he does so, he gets her out of there before the Kraken can swallow them all. Goku gets her out of there just in time, but unfortunately the ship is destroyed and she lost all her stuff, which is going to piss her off, but can't blame her on that one, right? Luckily, they still got the Dragon Ball. Now we're going to get to the real deep parts of the lore. So Goku comments that Demon World 2 resembles Planet Namek, and that's because there were Namekians there at one time. The Glints were also there, but they're on the other side of Demon World 2. Now in this scene right here, if you look at the architecture, it resembles Planet Namek, and they look, not just the trees, but the buildings all look like the ones on Namek, except the ones here have been mostly abandoned. Shin thinks that the Namekians took the trees and basically were able to repopulate whatever planet they landed on to make it resemble Demon World 2. Now this actually clears up an interesting logic hole, or not a logic hole, but a question that was unanswered from Dragon Ball Z. Frieza destroyed Planet Namek in Dragon Ball Z, but later on they found a new planet called Planet New Namek. Yet, for some reason, Planet New Namek looks a lot like Planet Namek. Were they able to just coincidentally find another planet that looked the same? No. Clearly what happened is that the Namekians either have a form of terraforming technology or terraforming magic, or they manually planted the trees in the grass to make it resemble Demon World 2. So this actually makes perfect sense. The Namekians can, with enough technology and enough manpower, can make any planet resemble Demon World 2, therefore it looks familiar to them. Goku eats one of the revived bugs to get his strength back, but he wonders if, much like a Senzu bean, if it'll not only give him his strength back, but also allow him to be full for a little while. And Pansy does not think so, but according to Goku, it does work. So again, these things work just like senzu beans, except they might not taste as good. They definitely taste worse, according to Goku. So it appears like most, if not all, the Namekians are gone, but at the very end of the episode, we know that's not true because Neba is still there. So Vegeta's ship shows up and they're introduced to the Kraken, and a very interesting line is spoken by Goku. Goku straight up tells Vegeta that they're not strong enough to beat the Kraken. That basically means that the Kraken is stronger than Tamagami 3? Very, very interesting. Now, I understand that this is post-Majin Buu saga, and I also understand that Goku and Vegeta might not be 100% accustomed to their new bodies, but for Goku to say that speaks volumes about the power of the Kraken. So this line by Piccolo is sure to confuse people. When Piccolo says that he was born after his father escaped, meaning escaped the demon realm, he's not talking about Demon King Piccolo. Because yes, Piccolo's father in some ways could be considered Demon King Piccolo. At one point he's even referred to as Piccolo Jr. or Ma Jr. And I get being confused about this. But he's not talking about Demon King Piccolo because this Piccolo's more of a reincarnation. No, this goes even further back. He's talking about his father Katatsu. You see, all the way back, prior to the beginning of the original Dragon Ball series, when the nameless Namekian came from planet Namek to Earth, he was known as the child of Katatsu. Katatsu being his father, who was an elder Namekian on planet Namek. Now, the nameless Namekian came to Earth to survive severe weather problems on planet Namek. And that nameless Namekian would later on splinter and split into two. One being Kami, one being Piccolo, when Kami had to expel all of his evil, all of his malice, to attain the throne of God. This is why he's called the Nameless Namekian, because he doesn't remember his own name.
You're through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride?
This is deep lore that I think a lot of Dragon Ball fans forget, that was discussed in Dragon Ball Z and in the original Dragon Ball manga, but if you want a quick catch-up, check out my Dragon Ball in-depth history of Piccolo video. I give you explicit and extremely researched details on this entire backstory so that you have a full understanding of this. Despite Piccolo never actually being there, there still seems to be a bit of familiarity deep down inside. Remember, Piccolo is not only just the Piccolo that we know. Kami, who was at one time originally part of him anyways, as the nameless Namekian, and Nail are also Namekians that obviously have deep connections to their ancestry. Nahare, otherwise known as Shin, talks about how he understands why the Namekians left the demon realm, because the demon kings were very self-serving and the Namekians have all kinds of magical abilities, and so they were probably used and they were probably abused by some of the previous demon kings. So it makes sense as to why the Namekians would want to get out. This is a reference to a line that Piccolo said in Dragon Ball Daima Episode 2 about the Namekians wanting to seek sanctuary away from this, I guess you can say, dictatorship. This leads into Shin telling the backstory of not only how the Supreme Kais came into the multiverse, but the creation of the multiverse as a whole. This is some brand new lore that has never really been explored yet, and I'm going to explain how it ties into Dragon Ball Super because I can understand people being confused because it's a lot of stuff. Let's get into it. So first and foremost, we meet this character right here. This is one of the older ancient demon kings of the demon realm. Now, we don't know if this was the first ever demon king, but it's an older one. Now, this had to have happened literally millions of years ago. How do we know this? Because the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai, was trapped in the Z-Sword for at least 75 million years. So that would mean that these events took place far before then. Now, if you look at this character right here, You know, I've said before that Toriyama has borrowed a lot from some of his Dragon Quest designs. In case you don't know, Toriyama drew all the characters and monsters for the various Dragon Quest games, and I love the Dragon Quest series. And if you played Dragon Quest VIII either on PS2 or on the Nintendo 3DS, you'll recognize this design because this looks an awful lot like Rapthorn. I mean, a lot like Rapthorn. Toriyama worked alongside Yuji Horii for Dragon Quest, so he wasn't the sole creator, but he did design the characters, and he's certainly borrowing ideas from older Dragon Quest games. And as we learn more about the third eye and stuff like that, I'll explain where that all came from and how it relates to Dragon Quest in future breakdowns, so stay tuned for that. Now, the god hierarchy for Dragon Ball expanded a lot during the Dragon Ball Renaissance, starting with Battle of Gods into Dragon Ball Super, as we discovered the higher tier gods like the Angels, Gods of Destruction, and Zeno. Well, now it expands even more because we have a new creature, a new god known as the Super Majin Raimus. So according to what the Supreme Kai says, the multiverse was created after the Demon Realm. So the Demon Realm existed first, and this character, this Raimus character, was the one that came into the outer world, and he's the one that made the multiverse. Now here's a look at this Raimus character. Supreme Kai himself says that Raimus is still the highest authority in the universe. In my review, I called him Raimus or Limus because it depends on what translation we're using, because in Japanese, L's and R's kind of sound the same. You know what I mean? So they're interchangeable. But guess what? It's more Dragon Quest. In Japanese, his katakana name is Raimusu, which is actually an anagram of the Dragon Quest mascot Suraimu. The katakana on the chest of Raimus is R-A, so a better spelling for it would probably be R-A-I-M-U-S. Only Toriyama would take this incredibly powerful creator of the multiverse and name him after the weakest monster in the Dragon Quest games. But this character is the highest authority in the Dragon Ball multiverse. Now, you may be wondering, wait a minute, hold on. Dragon Ball Super introduced us to the Omni King, to Zeno, and he's supposed to be the king of everything. How does this guy tie into Zeno? I'm gonna get to that here in just a moment. Let me get through more of this monologue. Now, here we find out that various universes were created. Obviously, we know that there are 12 universes because Dragon Ball Z, Battle of Gods, and Super expounded on that. But remember, there were actually 18 of them originally, and Zeno got mad and destroyed 6 of them. We find out from the Supreme Kai that the various Majin from the Demon Realm went to go populate those universes. So the multiverse life sprung about from the Demon Realm into all these different universes. This explains why there are Yard Rats in Universe 2. This is probably why there's Namekians in Universe 6. All of this sort of explains why you have these races that exist in some universes and others don't have them. And so it's still tying into what Dragon Ball Super has taught us, but it's certainly new information. He goes on to explain that Raimus selected a few special glins and made them into the gods of creation, aka the Supreme Kais. Now we see Gowasu here, and of course, Gowasu was a major player in the Dragon Ball Super Future Trunks arc. This is the Kaioshin of Universe 10 that Zamasu murdered and betrayed, or betrayed and murdered, to eventually sort of complete his turn into evil until Beerus was able to stop that from happening. So we have characters that have appeared in Dragon Ball Super. I want to make it very clear that this does not say anything about the regular Kais, like King Kai, North Kai, South Kai, you know, the regular Kaios. And Toriyama has a whole different lore involving them that I'm not going to go into in this video because I don't want to confuse people. But we literally see that the Supreme Kais are the same ones that we saw in Dragon Ball Super. However, take note that the Supreme Kai does not say anything about gods of destruction, angels, or the Omni King. I'm gonna get to that here in just a moment. He does explain, though, that not every being in the multiverse is from the demon realm. He talks about how Earthlings and Saiyans were born after, so you can assume they were born of different sort of created beings by the Kais, or maybe evolution. They don't go into detail about how these races existed, but we now have confirmation that, and we've been talking about this now for weeks since Daima started, we now know that Saiyans are not originally from the demon realm. And if the Supreme Kai is right about this, if Shin is right about this, then the whole theory about them being demons is out the window. Now, Supreme Kai goes on to say that many of the Glint ancestors moved to a planet near Rymus. Now, this would imply that Rymus is still alive, and probably still alive during the time of Dragon Ball Super. Why wasn't he mentioned? Where is he? Where is Zeno? How does it fit into all of this? Well, first of all, we still have 10 more episodes left in Dragon Ball Daima, and they may add a ton more lore to sort of explain those other characters. However, they can't tell Goku about these characters just yet because Goku has not met Beerus yet. Not based on the timeline. Dragon Ball Super and Battle of Gods and all that takes place about 4 or so years, maybe 3 years, let's say 3 years or so, after the events of Dragon Ball Daima, because we know that Battle of Gods takes place 4 years after the Majin Buu saga. And yes, I know that episode 1 of Dragon Ball Super has a mistranslation where people think it was a few months later, but no, it is, as of the official timeline, 4 years after the defeat of Majin Buu. So Daima's about 1 year or so, close to it, after the defeat of Majin Buu. Now, what I think is going on is take a look and think about the Omni King Zeno. We never actually see Zeno create anything. All he does is destroy. Same thing with the Hakaishin, the gods of destruction. So, first of all, Goku, when he first met Beerus in Battle of Gods, we are meant to think that that is when Goku first found out about the multiverse, but that's not true, because when Beerus brings it up to him, Goku doesn't really react with shock. He's more so excited that there might be stronger fighters out there, not even thinking about that when it comes to the demon realm. Now, is that a slippery slope? Yeah, I could see that being an issue, but at no point is Goku shocked to hear about the multiverse in Battle of Gods. All of us were as fans. That's number one. Number two, it seems like Rymus seems to be more like a god of creation because he created the universe, the multiverse. And if that's the case, then wouldn't it make sense that the Omni King is sort of like the supreme god of destruction? We only see the Omni King destroy. We see him wipe out universes in the blink of an eye in Dragon Ball Super. So Rymus has to still be out there, and he has to still be a being that's creating stuff. So it seems like the entire god of creation, god of destruction balance in the universe between Beerus, Supreme Kai, and the angels might be similar, except between Rymus, Zeno, and maybe the Grand Priest is Zeno's angel. There have been a lot of theories going back all the way to Super that the Grand Priest may actually be the angel of Zeno. But wait, isn't Zeno more powerful? Yeah, they did say that, so it might not work the same way, but it seems like it's possible that that balance of power is what modeled the multiversal god hierarchy structure. Maybe they looked at those three beings and said, okay, we should replicate this in the rest of the multiverse, which is why every universe has a Kai, a god of destruction, and an angel. To me, it all kind of makes sense. I'm still waiting for more explanation. This could also be a situation where Dragon Ball Daima is preparing us for a future Dragon Ball Super story arc. Because I've talked about going back to the early information about Daima, that events from Daima may come in and factor into future Dragon Ball Super stories. Now, I'm not sure about that because Toriyama passed away earlier this year, and that may have changed everything. But at one time, the events of Daima were going to tie into something in the future. Time will tell whether or not that's the case. I am going to produce a video this coming week going into Dragon Ball without Toriyama and how it may or may not survive and the importance of Toriyama to Dragon Ball. You're going to want to watch that video because we're going to go real deep about the future of the series without the creator. With this new lore, this would confirm that each universe does not have its own demon realm. There is only one great demon realm, the Daimakai, and that is the demon realm that we see with the 3 different worlds, and warp is the connective tissue. At one time, warp was used to travel between all the different universes, but clearly something changed during the era of Dabura's father, Abura, who of course was the being that possessed the powerful third eye that we've talked about for the past few weeks here that Daima introduced. So Abura sealed off the demon realm to prevent mortals or to prevent people from the outside world from coming in. This could be because he knew there were powerful beings in the outside world like Saiyans, Frieza's people, maybe even gods of destruction who could go into the demon realm to disrupt things. But it seems to me like a character like a Whis or a Zeno would have probably been able to get in there. Also, quick sidebar, but doesn't he kind of look like El Macho from Despicable Me 2? Shoutouts to Habuk for noticing that. This new god, Rymus, seems to be either above Zeno. I've seen some people say he could be the Omni King's father, or maybe just an equal part of him. We've been discussing for years, and speculating on whether or not the Grand Priest and the Omni King are the highest gods, or if there's somebody higher. And I think a lot of Dragon Ball fans assume that maybe Zalama might be higher, but they never actually stated that. So right now we're kind of left wondering, but it seems like Rymus may have existed in a higher circumstance. He does still exist according to Nahade. He's still out there. Of course, he would go on to explain that most of the Glins left the demon realm and revolted against Abura, and that's how they wound up in the main universes. Something new that was revealed is that all of the Glin trees that created them have been died out. So, is this going to lead to the eventual extinction of the Glins? Shin thinks the answer is yes. However, I wonder, could it be Dr. Arinsu's plan is to maybe repopulate the universe with more Glins and create more trees with the demonic Dragon Balls? There's a lot of mysteries coming up in the next 10 episodes of Daima that may open up this multiverse, not just to the stuff that we're finding out now, but stuff that's for sure gonna matter in the era of Dragon Ball Super, because now that we know there's a higher god, there's another one, this Rymus. Is Goku gonna meet this guy? Is that going to happen? How does Zeno fit into this? Is it what I believe that they're all sort of tied together? We'll find out. Well, I hope we do. As the crew all crams into the ship, Neba appears, and that is your cliffhanger for next week as Vegeta prepares to face off against Tamagami 2 as we saw in the next episode preview. So there has not been a single episode of Daima that's given us as much lore as this episode. I broke it down as best I could with giving you both what we know, what we don't know, and the theories behind everything. So look forward to more videos on all of this in the very near future. Tomorrow I'll be live discussing the first 10 episodes of Daima on the Super Magic Show stream. Right now on your screen, check out the documentary I did covering the life of Akira Toriyama and a video I did discussing the difference between Goku and Gohan as main characters of Dragon Ball and what sets them apart from each other. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow. Take care.
What's up everyone, it's Muckstick. Welcome to a new What If scenario. This time we're tackling a world where Goku was found by Dr. Gero and turned into an android. This is an older series, so I heavily re-edited the first 2 parts to make them look nicer. Since this is the quote-unquote season 1, it covers everything from Dragon Ball to the end of Z. But that's not the end of the story. I'm working on Dragon Ball Super right now. So if you enjoy what you see, be sure to subscribe and follow me on Twitter at SmuckstickDB. Enjoy the theory.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the Red Ribbon Army is at large. After many failed attempts to gather the Dragon Balls, they are pushed to the edge as Goku travels their way to challenge their tyranny. Accompanied only by his flying cloud and magical staff, Goku takes down the army one by one. The only one standing before him now is the mechanical suit of Staff Officer Black. Through a difficult battle, Goku is able to defeat him. However, the following explosion is tougher than expected. What will happen to our hero? Tech meets flesh now. Red Ribbon Revenge. What if Goku was turned into an android?
Everything around Goku shook as the battle suit short-circuited and began to explode. The explosion followed him close behind, and the Nimbus was barely able to stay ahead of it. But it was too late. The explosion spread out far and wide, and Goku was caught up in it. And some time after the smoke cleared, the ruined base was nothing like its former self, and he ends up falling hard on a stray piece of debris that knocks him out cold. His friends wait patiently for his return, not knowing that something darker than anything that faced before was lurking. A small hatch opens from underground, with an old man creeping from it. This was Dr. Gero, fleeing the wrecked base, running with what little lab notes and schematics he was able to carry. All his research was ruined. He'd have to start all over again. Running through the base ruins, the doctor suddenly trips and falls on the floor. He grunts as he glares back at the culprit. It seems to be a small furry animal. After taking closer inspection, this brown fuzzy appendage reveals itself to be a tail attached to something. A large rock lies in the way though. Dr. Gero uses all his strength to push the large piece of debris aside to reveal none other than the one who's responsible for all this mess. Without a second thought, he grabs the boy's neck and begins to squeeze. This small child was the reason for his son's death, the reason all of the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed. As he was choking the unconscious boy, a small piece of fabric floated down from his torn clothing. To his surprise, it was the Red Ribbon symbol that had fallen on Goku's forehead. His grip lessened, and an evil smirk spread across his face. He had a much better idea on how to take revenge. He took the still unconscious boy back with him on a small capsule car. Dr. Gero had one more secret lab to take him to. This would be the lab which Goku would grow up in from then on. A brown-haired woman greeted them as they arrived. Her name was Vomit, and she was Dr. Gero's wife. Gero informed her on the news about their son, that his life was lost in battle defending the Red Ribbon base. She was overcome with grief, and like Dr. Gero, resented the young boy for what he had done. But there was part of her which blamed the Red Ribbon Army as well. After all, she never wanted her son to be a soldier and have to fight. In a sense, she had always dreaded someone expected this outcome. Months passed by, and Goku grew up in the lab. Of course, he tried to escape multiple times, but Dr. Gero's technology was impressive. He was able to keep him within the walls. Goku underwent intense training and was subject to a lot of inhumane experiments during this time, a lot of which Vami wasn't aware of. After a while, he became desensitized to the horrors he endured, and afterwards, even began to look forward to the new challenges that Dr. Gero would subject him to. Increased gravity, shocks.
What that shit do,
would
dog?
make powerful foes for Goku to fight.
Hey, call me back when you
First,
found
they
yourself
were
a
very
brain.
easy to defeat, but as time moves on, some Goku felt could even rival Master Roshi. Vami felt great loss after losing her son, but she started to grow closer to the young Goku, to the point where she saw herself as a mother figure to the boy. Goku also began to feel a sense of closeness to Vami, and the two had a familiar bond. She would tend to his wounds and keep him company. Dr. Gero, however, was a little more cold, but as time moved on, even he softened towards the boy. And to see him as someone's son, this odd family carried on with their research. As with Goku's training, only this time, there were no inhumane experiments. and no one was being mistreated. Goku's change came about from his solitude and unspeakable acts he endured for the first few months. He wasn't necessarily brainwashed, but he was changed by the unfortunate circumstances. His Saiyan nature pushing him to grow and develop through battle also aided him in this and urged him to keep pushing. He kind of thanked Dr. Gero for all the difficult training, as it did help him become much more refined as a warrior. Memories of his past life with Krillin, Bulma, Roshi, and the others still reside in the recesses of his mind, but they were definitely not grown. Just a distant memory, he had slowly grown to love this new family. The 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai arrived. Goku is now around 15 years old. Although he did not participate in the tournament, Dr. Gero did hear about the martial arts attacks done by King Piccolo and his army. The tournament was won by Tien, who turned on your leave, thanks to Krillin, Roshi, and the other Z fighters. This time, Krillin doesn't die. Due to Goku not participating and being there was no reason for Krillin to return to the tournament grounds to pick up Goku's power ball. So, in this story, Krillin does not die at the hands of Tambourine. Vami holds Goku close as they watch the news and witness Piccolo murdering whole towns at once. Dr. Gero doesn't seem fazed by this, and instead smirks, saying,
This is exactly what I've been waiting for. A chance to prove how incredible my creations are.
Vami looks at him, and then back at Goku.
Let me be first, please. I couldn't forgive myself if something happened to Goku, too. It would be just like with...
Goku was confused at first, but then it became clear what the plan was. Without another second to waste, Dr. Gero nods and agrees, a somewhat saddened look in his eyes. The two of them were gone for hours, and hours turned into days. At last, they emerged. What struck Goku as odd was that now, for some strange reason, Vami's ki had disappeared.
It was a success after all.
The first ever human to be turned into an android had been born. Goku looked at Vami with confusion. This is what he had been working towards for so long. He couldn't sense any ki from her. He felt no increase in strength. Vami noticed his confusion and asked what was wrong before focusing her ki into her palm. The amount of energy there was insane. Goku could not believe it. It was so powerful and so concentrated. Vami smirked and dissipated her ki. Gero looked at Goku.
This is the future that awaits you too, Goku. My wife was so kind as to have it done first out of fear that something would go wrong. You were my real target all along. This is what you've been working towards. With your already outstanding martial arts and ki control, you'll become the strongest being this world has ever known.
Goku hesitated slightly, but his body twitched in excitement at the thought of unlocking even more power. He accepted, and within a few days, he was ready to face off against the Demon King, Piccolo. After all, Dr. Gero's goal is to rule Earth. Piccolo would need to be out of the picture, and with this, Dr. Gero would be able to test out and prove just how fearsome this android warrior is.
Good luck, Goku.
Vami says with a soft smile.
He's the strongest being alive. Isn't that right, Gibo?
They stand in silence for a while.
He didn't mean to say that. Slip of the tongue, you know.
Even though it's a little awkward, Goku smiles. It's okay. I'm actually happy that you see me like a son. Anyways, let me take care of things. Without another word, Goku flies out of the cave and tracks Piccolo's key signature. He arrives at the battlefield to find the unconscious Krillin, Yamcha, and a barely conscious Tien. Piccolo holds what he's doing and stares down at Goku.
Is that son go?
Tien passes out mid-sentence. He had heard countless stories about this mysterious boy from Yamcha and Krillin, and this boy fit the description perfectly. Goku stares down at his giant foe and silently approaches him. The Demon King Piccolo is insulted by his arrogance, and immediately shoots him with a ki blast, which Goku takes it. Is that all? Yes. Before landing a sleeping kick on Piccolo. Angry and insulted, Piccolo growls before jumping back and tries to calm himself.
I'm not sure. You certainly seem not to be on talk after all. Very well. You shall be the first to experience my full, unrestrained power!
The ground shakes as he begins to curl up. Small rocks rising up from the ground. Goku watches in silence. He'll fire down. Those early bursts. They stare each other down. Next minute, flash. Only shockwaves can be felt as the two rush to one another. They seem to be pretty evenly matched until Goku's expression changes slightly. A small smile appears on his face and he begins to mouth something. Piccolo takes a direct hit and falls on the ground.
Brad, you're not able to do that, though.
The Namekian jumped onto the sky and began to focus his palm.
Prepare to die.
Goku whispered out a small perfect. Before jumping in the air, he raised his fist up and rushed towards the current defenseless Piccolo, focusing his energy onto his feet with a final burst of energy, punching through Piccolo with a mighty roar. King Piccolo cried out, and his final moments mustered up all the strength to create a strong man. Goku lands. Barely got to use any of my energy reserves. Goku glanced over at Krillin Yamcha for a split second before jumping up from the ground. He's greeted by a very happy Bonnie who embraces him. Dr. Dro also looks pretty proud.
I'd like to run some more tests. I think you're the clear. Drop the bikes in the alley. Yeah, the back. That's okay.
Goku nodded in response. Despite Mami's happy expression, she held some worries internally. Weren't they just doing what they did to their previous son? Forcing him into a life filled with battle and life or death situations? She knew things wouldn't that bad for the young Goku, one way or the other. She needed to do something, even if it meant standing up against Dr. Dro. Dr. Dro had a few things in mind. The transformation into an android erased a lot of Goku's memories, which just meant it made him more docile. But Goku seemed to recognize a few of the people when he was fighting Piccolo. Jiro hoped it was nothing, but perhaps memory of his friends could return. He had to prevent that. We'll be back with more after this.
Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying the video thus far. If you like this sort of content and want to see more and support the channel, then consider becoming a Patreon. There, you can help support the channel through various tiers while getting some perks of your own. As a Patreon, you will help get the videos out faster, fun thumbnails, editing, and even writing the videos. Plus, you get some neat perks like early access to videos such as this one and more. So be sure to go to patreon.com/smugstick and consider supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
After defeating Piccolo, Goku returned to his rigorous training within Jiro's laboratory. He enjoyed challenging himself against the Doctor's newest simulations and inventions. As time goes on, Dr. Jiro continues to improve Goku, adding power enhancements, more energy reserves, and a little failsafe if things were to go wrong. Goku didn't mind any of this, as he really did enjoy getting stronger and more powerful, despite the method being a little extreme. Bonnie, however, noticed much more of a change in Goku, more so than just the power levels. Unlike before, Goku didn't smile as much. He seemed much more quiet and focused, and overwhelmingly cold. Dr. Jiro had stated that he wished for Goku to prove his strength at the 23rd UKEG Leader Guide. We're all to see how over these 7 years he's gotten so much stronger. One malicious plan does the evil Dr. Jiro have in mind? Well, he had a suspicion that this personality change in Goku was due to Jiro making upgrades with Goku. 3 years passed on, and Goku's power grew dramatically. Dr. Jiro was extremely proud, and so was Bonnie. So, despite Bonnie's concerns, both she and Jiro thought of Goku as their son. The day of the tournament arrived, and all 3 of them made their way to the tournament grounds. Jiro and Bonnie stood in their stands, while Goku joined in the rest of the competition. He kept to himself, but couldn't help but notice occasional stares from a small group of people. This said small group was made up of Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu. Eventually, Krillin walks up to Goku, a hurt and confused look on his face.
Why are you ignoring us, Goku? We haven't seen or heard of you in years. You completely blanked us. What did we do to make you run away from all of us, Goku? You have no idea how worried we've all been. Bulma, all of us.
Goku looked at the shorter man, still completely confused, then said, "Sorry, but I think you must be mistaking me for someone else. I've never seen you or any of those people in my life, nor do I know those other names you've mentioned." Krillin teared up, but before he could say anything else, he was called for his preliminary battle. Reluctantly, he left Goku, though he wasn't giving up just yet. He'd just have to get Bulma and Master Roshi to help him remember. He'd never give up on his best friend. Moments after Krillin left, a tall figure approached Goku. This one, however, he recognized as none other than Piccolo, or rather Piccolo Jr. Goku confidently looked up at his adversary. Piccolo glared back, but had a smug look, because he too was confident of his own power. He couldn't feel any ki coming from Goku at all. He was too overconfident to think any of it. The preliminary matches went by quickly, and we end up with a similar lineup as in the original series. Kami was of course undercover, using Hero's body as his disguise. He was there for Piccolo, but he did predict that there would be some equally, if not more dangerous threat out there than him. The moment he saw Goku, he was the one he needed to be wary of. No key signal, but as the Guardian of Earth, he could feel the anger this being gave off. Goku approached another contestant, Mercenary Tao. He looked slightly different, however. He was now fitted with metal enhancements, making him similar to Goku. Of course, the reason Tao underwent this process was because of his defeat at Goku's hand, though Goku doesn't remember that at all. In this timeline, Dr. Dro himself was the one to turn Tao into one of his creations. Tao looked at Goku up and down before speaking.
Just because you're the Doctor's new favorite doesn't mean you're any stronger than me. I was equipped with state-of-the-art enhancement and easily outmatch you. Just because we're both products of that scientist doesn't mean we're friends. I'll make sure you know that when I beat you in the finale.
Goku responded by telling him that he'd be proven wrong, because he knew for sure that he was a superior creation. Tao gritted his teeth in irritation and left to prepare for his match. The first match began, and Tien made quick work of Tao's moves, to everyone's surprise. Goku in particular was shocked, as while he knew he himself had better technology, he didn't think Tao's technology was so outdated and weak in comparison. Tien left the stage, and the next match began. Goku stepped to the arena as a young girl followed. The announcer revealed her to be named Miss Anonymous, and she looked at Goku with a fierce glare. He simply stated that he did not care who she was, and that she was in the way. Miss Anonymous attacked him with a flurry of jabs. Goku easily evaded all of them before hitting her hard in the chest, winding.
All right, guys, welcome to the show. I got a great one for you today. So in just a second, Biden dropped a final FU to Trump on his way out the door. And believe it or not, it actually, it's some good policies. So we'll talk about that. I'll show you how Pete Hegseth is indeed the dumbest man alive. I know that all of you know he denied germ theory. He doesn't think that's real. Well, I got another one for you. Classic Fox News idiot brain massive contradiction. So we'll dive into that. We'll also get to a horrible story about 5 million kids losing their health care. 5 million kids. Then I will demonstrate for you all how Trump's iron grip on the Republican Party is complete. And we have Steve Bannon, Sloppy Steve, as he's called, teasing a Trump third term. So, I mean, look, I don't want to be hyperbolic, I don't want to overstate it, but at the same time, I was one of those people who, in 2016, 2017, even 2018, when people said, I don't think he's going to leave if he loses, I was like, come on, he's going to leave. I don't know what you guys are talking about. That seems a little over the top, doesn't it? And then he tried to stay in power. He did. He did the fake elector slates in January 6th, and so, I mean, you can't put anything by this guy, man. It's that simple. So, everybody do me a big favor, hook a brother up with a sub on YouTube. That helps out massively, and it costs you absolutely nothing. It helps spread us around in the YouTube algorithm. And much love to everybody who supports this show on Patreon. Couldn't do it without you guys. If you'd like to help out, that link is below. All right, let's dive into it, y'all. So, article in Axios here. Biden's final sprint as Trump's rollback of his agenda moves. So, what they go on to say is, on his way out the door here, he's finalizing some new regulations, some new rules that, you know, the ball had already been rolling on, right? And some of these rules are, he's got a highway rule in here. It's a new seatbelt rule in here. But the more important ones are banning junk fees. That was finalized on Tuesday after a 4-1 vote by the FTC. Yet again, this is everybody's favorite government official, Lena Khan, doing incredibly based things. So a ban on junk fees is now official. And then also the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau last week finalized a new rule capping overdraft fees at large banks. So this is what we call, ladies and gentlemen, a massive dub, right? Nobody likes overdraft fees. Nobody likes junk fees. And this is Biden saying, look, on my way out the door, we're done with it. We're going to cap overdraft fees and we're going to ban junk fees. Massive win for everybody. The polling on this is as high as anything can be in our modern partisan political environment. But guess what? So they go on to explain in this piece here that what Trump did the last time he was in office is he used the Congressional Review Act, a provision of the Congressional Review Act, which basically makes it so you can expedite overturning any sort of new rules or regulations that were put in place by the previous administration. You can sort of overturn them like that, right? And they're explaining how, of course, when Trump gets in there on day one, he's going to start signing his executive orders. He's going to start reversing whatever he can from the Biden era and the Biden administration. And they're already plotting getting rid of it, bro. They're already plotting getting rid of it. So they explain how the last time he was in office, he overturned over 100 environmental rules. So this was, we talked about this vis-a-vis RFK Jr. Actually, it was 117, I believe is the exact number. Environmental protections were rolled back. We're talking about things involving chemicals, clean air, clean water, things of that nature. And this is in the crosshairs for Doge. This is in the crosshair for Doge. They also say there were a few key Biden-era rules that have already been quashed by the courts or appear to be on their way out. So we discussed an expansion of the overtime laws that would have given an extra 4 million more workers overtime pay. Remember this? We discussed this not too long ago. Well, a Texas judge, a MAGA Texas judge, overturned that rule, put his middle finger up to 4 million workers and said, you don't get overtime pay. The FTC's proposed ban on non-compete agreements, this is something that they worked on, this is something that they finalized,
So,
that also appears doomed in
This should be,
court after a
pretty
Texas
easy. I've
ruling.
kept it simple
Buckle up,
since you all
y'all.
seem,
And look, the whole point of me
pretty
doing this
simple.
segment is to point out to
In a
you
good
guys,
way, in a good
for
way, in
all
a
their
good,
flaws,
straight ahead.
here we have a
low IQ
Democratic
kinda-
administration
No, that's
banning
no,
junk fees, capping overdraft fees, giving 4 million more workers overtime
Okay,
pay,
armed robbery, here we
and
go.
banning non-competes.
Here it is.
Every single one of
Keep it
these
simple.
policies,
Go in heavy,
massively
go in
popular. It doesn't matter what
well-armed.
your
Some of you
political
will do crowd
affiliation is,
control. The
where you
boss
fall in the
will
political
go
spectrum.
downstairs
You talk to your
to the
average
first
Joe or
vault
Jane, and they will
door,
say,
the
I
third
like
charges,
every
then
single
use
one
the
of those
card to
things.
get into the
And
network,
what just
open
happened,
the
or what's
second
going to
vault
happen,
door, and then look
in
out,
some instances,
'cause you'll have about
right-wing
2
judges
minutes before
slapped it
every
down
cop in town is
in the
waiting
case of
for
the
you
overtime
outside the bank.
example and the non-compete.
Move fast.
And in the
You
other
get on the bike,
examples,
you split,
as soon as Trump gets back in office, him and Vivek
Good luck,
Ramaswamy and
people.
Elon Musk
Nothing
with
can
their
go wrong.
Doge bullshit, they're going to say, overturn all these terrible rules by the Biden administration. And understand something. It is on you, it is on me, it is on the media, and it is on the Democratic politicians to be very clear about this. Hey, here's what he just scrapped. Donald Trump just brought back junk fees. He is on the side of junk fees. He is on the side of the big corporations ripping you off. And make that clear to people. You know, we've talked about, since the election loss for Kamala, we've talked about one of the problems for the Democrats. And there really is a media problem, right? There's a media problem and there's a messaging problem among many other problems. But if your media is failing you and your messaging is failing you, then what is very likely to happen, I say this with no glee, is that Trump overturns the rule banning junk fees and capping overdraft fees, and nobody talks about it. No Democrat will bring it up. No Democrat will make Trump pay a political price for it. No Democrat will pin it to Vivek Ramaswamy and Doge and Elon Musk. And we'll just move along as if everything's hunky-dory. But guess what? It's not hunky-dory. it's not hunky-dory, and people's lives are genuinely going to be affected in a negative way. Don't believe me? Ask the 4 million people who just got their overtime pay taken away. Right? So we got to be sharp. We got to be clear. The messaging has to be on point. They are going to roll back rules that objectively work good for regular, average, working Americans. They're trying to make your life harder and more difficult, and they're siding with big business. There's not a populist bone, or a pro-worker bone, or an anti-establishment bone in any of their bodies. And we need to make that clear. So this is Biden's last, on his way out the door, this is his last middle finger to Trump and MAGA. But guess what? When they come in, they're going to invoke that provision of the Congressional Review Act. They're going to wipe the books clean of all the recent rules that just went into place and regulations that just went into place. But the content of that is what matters. And the content really is Trump and MAGA giving a massive middle finger to good people in this country who just don't want to get ripped off. Trump is on the side of the corporations ripping you off. And it's going to be super, super clear that we have to make the argument so people understand that and people know that and they act accordingly. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now.
Stay in control. If they think you're weak, they might try something.
Living a 5-star PC? That's easy. All you have to have is money. But what if you don't? That 3-star motherboard can hold the key to incredible savings. Not bad, could it? To find out, we built a PC using only the worst-rated parts that we could find on GTAV.com. And we ended up with this. And sure, from the outside, she's not so bad. But on the inside, it's a black hole of misery. It's disappointing. Maybe it's fine. To find out, we need to go back to the beginning. The beginning. Starting with the Ryzen 5 8500G. AMD never sent these out to reviewers for evaluation, and if our experience with it is anything to go by, that's probably for good reason. You see, the compromises that AMD made on this chip are a lot, especially if you consider the not very low $180 price. Only 2 of its 6 cores are full-size 7-core, and while the integrated graphics are decent compared to the competition, when the time comes to upgrade them, you will be shocked. Shocked, I say, to discover that your GPU slot could be running at as slow as 1/8 the bandwidth of other modern PCs. And it gets even worse. Modern storage drives can end up with their bandwidth cut, and, depending who you believe, this chip might only support single-channel memory. Who does AMD imagine this thing is for? Maybe you build a super power-efficient PC but can't afford the better-balanced 8600G? Well, I urge you, theoretical customer, please wait for a sale on something else, or consider the Intel 14100 range for you, or almost literally anything else. This truly is the worst current chip. So, in it goes into our motherboard. That is, after we learn to discuss from our sponsor. Acronis. Arm your IT department with centrally managed protection against cyber threats, and with backup and recovery capabilities with Acronis Cyber Protect. Check out their easy-to-use all-in-one solution using the link in the video description. At first glance, the Prime B650 Plus may seem downright decent. Professional reviewers tout its relevant features, so I can see why Grover might be eyeing it. At least, until he sees these user reviews. And guys, I know, 3 stars doesn't necessarily mean something is garbage. I mean, we could have found a 1-star motherboard if we looked hard enough, but we felt that it was best to limit our search to products that had more than just a handful of reviews. And besides, while 3 stars is average, would you eat at a 3-star restaurant on Google Maps? One where half of the customers say that the food is delicious and the other half say it's defective? Multiple people mentioned that the diagnostic LEDs don't work on this board, which could be an issue if we're going to push our 2-star Mushkin-enhanced redline memory to the limit. Yep, this right here is 64 whole gigs of the worst rated DDR5 RAM we could find. Jealous? Well, you probably shouldn't be. See, it's rated for 6,400 megatransfers per second, but based on the reviews, it seems very unlikely that we're going to be seeing those speeds. Which was a little surprising for me. I mean, Mushkin's a real brand, and at $205, it's not even cheap. So with so many other options at the same price, why would Grover choose these ones? Oh, speaking of price, how much was the motherboard? $180. $180? Seems like that.
I need you to stay together.
God, motherboards have gotten expensive. $650 more.
Yep, that's not even the top tier.
Well, at least our storage was cheap. That's right, folks. Just $40 for the SATA 8 Junior SP580. 120 billion bytes of storage. Which is, what, enough for Windows and one game? Let's see what the people have to say about this one. Dead. The fact that, oh, there's a 5-star review. New screens, but he's not sure it's going to be SSD. That is a super weird thing to mention in a 5-star review for the product. And things aren't looking much better for SSD number 2. What, another junk SSD? I mean, at least the Team Group GX2 has the potential to be more useful thanks to its 2 terabyte capacity, but again, that's only if it stays functional. Still hard to screw up these days though? Case. But you know who managed it? Years. The 3 big managed to get only 2.9 stars. The question for me is, why? There's a lot to like here.
You stole my trap. This came untaped at the bottom. So when you picked it up, it just fell out. It was and then they thought that was a good idea.
What, they never taped the box?
No, and so twice people picked it up and it just flew out the bottom.
Oh, so the tempered glass side panel could be a bug, not a feature, if you're going to drop it on the floor. Also, the photos make this case look like fans are included, and actually make it look pretty sick in general, but in person it looks more ill than sick. The glass isn't held in place by anything. There's no little nubbins, no little roots put it in, anything like that. Where would you even put front 120mm fans in this case? It straight up doesn't have the mount holder. I remember when we looked at the pictures of this in review,
There is no fans in the front of the picture.
I thought there were. No, they just kind of strategically take the picture so it kind of seems like it.
Yep. You could definitely infer that RGB is coming from fans on the inside.
And the bottom too. Like where would the RGB here be coming from?
Yeah, that's a straight up lie. There's no RGB coming through there.
This job had gone different.
Realistically though, aside from feeling a little deceived, there's nothing inherently wrong with the case. That is, as long as I don't want to have a ton of airflow. Not only is there nowhere for fans in the front, but nowhere for air to come into the case. That seems like a problem. Is this like really unstable? This is really easy to control from cases. It's so light, it's so narrow. Anyway, we weren't able to find a particularly low rating cooler, so I'm gonna throw the stock cooler on here. I can say the same, however, for our fans. If the reviews of these Z3 Pros from Longtech are going to go by, I have very high expectations for them. That is to say, I expect them to make a high amount of noise. I don't want to stream absolutely nowhere to go in so good luck over the day. That's why I strategically took the roof. Literally are mashed up against the VRM cooler of this motherboard. This is a really tight case. Moving on to our power supply, you may recall that Gigabyte was under fire for setting the overpower protection and overcurrent protection on these units too high, meaning that under heavy load, some spectacular failures took place, some of which took other components with them. Gigabyte ultimately did offer replacements, and they fixed the issue in their newer units, but it's clear from the reviews on this thing that the reputational damage was done, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't just relaunch this as a new SKU to move away from the 240 one-star reviews that are on this power supply. While we were wiring it up, we found some serious problems with this case. There's only one spot to mount a 2.5-inch drive, down here in the bottom, every other hole is not properly aligned. So, I don't know. I guess our other SSD just goes here. But hey, it's got correctly spaced tabs and screw holes for 500 range optical drives. Even though there would be no way for them to slide into. I love this thing. Also, if you have the top fan installed, there is no way to install an 18 power connector on the top of this board. That'll be an issue with every board, but it's definitely an issue with this one. I can rip the clip off.
Do it.
I need a knife. Okay, nice. Wow, this cable is awful. And it's not about to get any better. At least it won't get much worse. Our Sparkle EcoArc A310 4GB GPU does not require an external power connector. Wow! That's one of the best things about it, though. It's been our position for a long time, but there is a class of GPU that is less graphics processing unit and more display adapter for your PCIe stuff. That's pretty much the story here, unless, like Anonymous, you are a video enthusiast working off a pretty good value connection and a remote power consumption at just 1 watt. If some folks buy this and expect to use it, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Especially with this one that apparently has issues with the cooling fan. I know I'm interrupting B-roll to talk about the case again, but put a glass side panel on this. Did they literally just take an existing chassis, drill 4 holes in it, thread them, and then put it on? But it's got mounting for a regular metal side panel. It's all visible. And if they were going to just put the holes anywhere anyway, why didn't they make them symmetrical? It took 3 attempts to put this glass panel on. They couldn't even put the little grommet on the right spot, so there's just a second hole in it. Getting into the rest of the setup, I don't know what's so bad about this monitor. I mean, yeah, it's only 1080p, but 165 hertz, 1 millisecond moving picture response time. 2.8 out of 5 eggs, and mostly comes down to reliability issues. Breaks down after 6 months. This is a fun one. You've probably seen this desk pad somewhere. In fact, you might have even seen it on our channel before. And the reviews across every marketplace it occupies are bad. But what caught our attention more than anything is the awful seller rating thing. How is this store given a top-rated status on Newegg if they have so many negative reviews? I mean, 3 stars on 450 reviews ain't good. And it's the packaging that seems to be the primary issue. They apparently fold it instead of rolling it. And my notes just say, talk about why they would do that, based on everything we've learned from selling desk pads. David, there is no reason to pull a desk pad instead of rolling it. And what's funny is, we did buy this from that seller, and they did roll it. They just put it in a plastic bag. So I don't know when they figured it out, but hey, they finally did. Either way, at 20 bucks, this is a terrible value. Just pick up a mystery desk pad from ltdstore.com. It's bigger and better. And it doesn't identify Winnipeg as one of the 3 important cities in Canada. Our capital city's not on here. In fact, the American capital's not on here. They got New York, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, and Los Angeles. Where the f*** is Washington? As bad as it is, though, it is nothing compared to our Ruckus 4-in-1 Pro gaming kit. This has 2.5 stars out of 5 on Walmart, with one user calling it the worst thing I've ever used, and saying, I feel ashamed just to own it. Why does Southern Telecom Inc. even make gaming peripherals? Remember when Lightning was cool? Never stopped being cool. Yeah, me neither. Wait, this is a super weird legend. They put WASD on the arrow keys. What? And there's no Windows key. What? It has a Windows lock. Unless this is a Windows key and the lock is you function Windows.
No, that would be so stupid. I'm a reasonable person, and a 2.5 is not good enough for you. So I got you a 2.6 keyboard, and it's ergonomic.
You've got 2 sets of peripherals?
Just the keyboard. Wow. I'm a reasonable person.
Internet and multimedia hotkeys, 3-color illuminated backlight, and split key design. You know what, though? I did a lot of my early gaming on an Ergo keyboard. I don't think you know that. Nope. But you accidentally put me back in my element.
The This is what was missing. Now you're a pro again.
Seems serviceable as far as these go, and hey, it's got 2 Windows keys to make up for that last one.
You missed the most important upgrade, another mouse pad.
Oh, good. Wow. Oh, that's what makes it 4-in-1. Nice, and it almost lies flat. This is remarkable. This may be the single worst feeling headset that I have ever touched. Touch the ear cuffs.
What is wrong with these? Why? Also, this driver is like
Literally
protruding.
right there.
You look like a game.
This is terrible. And in order to justify the molding costs, they have to make thousands of these. Thousands of gamers are experiencing 2.5-star gaming. Hey, those fans actually look pretty cool.
Kind of noisy, but that can probably be configured.
Don't push a ton of air for how loud they are.
I have to be touching the metal to feel any air moving.
Huh. I hate these peripherals. Guys, for around $50 or less, Cooler Master NM712 is awesome with the Logitech G305. There's lots of options for great budget keyboards. We're gonna have some suggested peripherals for the same price as what we paid for this garbage, linked in the video description. Decor. Oh, apparently there's decor. And we've limited ourselves to 1 item. And it's 1 star?
It's 1 star.
Oh, I get. Wait, is that a Mario star with cowboy boots and a cowboy hat?
It certainly looks like a Mario star, and I love it so much.
Was this poorly rated?
No, it's just 1 star.
Oh, I get it. All right, thanks, David. Am I supposed to get an output from this?
Yes.
I mean, I guess it shouldn't really surprise us if the lowest rated PC died. Oh, the RAM. Did I put the RAM in the near slots?
I actually did notice that, and I meant to mention it.
Wow, what a rookie error. Not that it should matter, it should probably still post, but those aren't the best slots to put the first 2 sticks of memory in.
You know what? Other than the fact that the case is a complete piece of crap, I don't hate it. Is that supposed to be color? It looks like it's trying.
Maybe. Oh yeah, wait. I didn't see any RGB lead on it.
No, it was just a Molex.
Dude! There's 2 more leads off of this thing. I think this is actually an RGB LED strip. But they, yeah, oh yeah, no, you can tell. If you cover some of it, it turns a color. But they didn't install the other leads. So there's no control, it's just powered. At least the system's posted though. Let's see if we can get Expo enabled. DDR5 6400, I believe. Let's go. My question is whether it's going to be running in dual channel mode. We saw conflicting information about the support for dual or single channel memory on the CPU. It doesn't make any sense to me. Wait, no, it can't be single channel because we saw the full capacity of the memory. If it only had a single channel, you wouldn't be able to populate both channels with 2 DIMMs.
Okay.
Yeah, so where did that come from? It's really good that it runs in dual channel because if you have onboard graphics, you're using your system memory as your VRAM. And slow VRAM is a killer for gaming performance, so this thing would be way worse than we thought it was. Oh, are we not getting 6400 though?
I don't think so.
Hey!
Oh, but maybe it just rebooted a couple times and went by.
No, because it would have prompted us to go into the BIOS.
Oh.
I think we got full memory speed. Though, it's worth noting that that is as much to do with the integrated memory controller on your CPU and your board layout as it is to do with your memory sticks. So, 6,400 megatransfers per second. Whoa! This SSD is running at 100% usage just booting up Windows. I want to know how many PCIe lanes my GPU is getting. Not that I think it actually needs a ton of them, but it will tell us if we wanted to put a more powerful GPU in here, whether it would be bottlenecked. And the answer is PCIe Gen 4 by 8 at by 4. Is that a power saving thing? Or is it actually only getting 4 lanes? By the way, this mouse is intolerable.
Oh, really? Let's give it a chance.
Look. Oh, yeah.
That's the difference
You know what? The desk pad's actually helping a fair bit. The included mouse pad has some really high contrast lines on it, and cheap sensors can struggle to track across high contrast lines. We don't even have any M.2 drives installed. So it's not like we're using up all the PCIe lanes somewhere else. I think this thing only runs runs at by 4. Unless this ARC GPU only has a by 4 interface.
Does it? I thought
That's possible. Oh, but it's the GPU that's by 8 running it by 4.
Wow.
So it wasn't reporting the link speed and the active link speed. It's reporting the capability of the GPU and what the active link speed is. Wow, that sucks.
I'm sorry, little buddy.
So I haven't actually used HW info for this very much. I usually use GPU-Z. I don't know why I didn't just download that. But anyway, you figured it out. See why people don't like the fan on this GPU. I know I have firmware running, but still. Now that our system's up and running, it's time to put Grover's black hole build to the test with some famously review-bombed games, starting with Team Fortress 2. Why are they mad at Valve for Team Fortress?
There's a bot issue.
Oh.
Where any game you join, you just instantly start getting sniped. And
I
there's
just meant
nothing you can do.
it's still that?
Yes.
Cool. Sorry, how old is this game now? Like 15 years old?
2007. 17 years old.
You'll get old too. What? You're in secure mode?
What does that mean? Oh? Steam just crashed?
What is happening right now?
What is going on?
It's almost like we built a bad computer on purpose.
Yeah. Blue screen. I saw it on that one.
What?
Yeah.
No way!
Yeah, it went. I saw a blue screen appear on the capture.
I'm gonna try one more time.
Sure.
I'm gonna try one more time. Not currently connected to the TF Game Coordinator service. Please try again.
Let's turn the RAM down.
Okay, interesting. We turned the RAM back to JDEC speeds, and immediately I was able to queue for a casual game.
Huh.
Immediately. I really hate wearing these. They're really, really uncomfortable. Also, the volume wheel's like backwards. Instead of bringing it towards yourself to turn it up,
Yeah.
you push away to turn it up.
Huh.
Who does that? What is happening right now?
I guess let's try a different, like join a different game.
I can't interact with the game window. Or like, I can't bring it back to focus. Should we just move on to another game?
Move on to another game.
The game runs. Whatever, we can't see the FPS, but it's getting lots of FPS. It's an ancient game. Our next one is Kerbal Space Program 2 Early Access, which I know about this controversy. Basically, they launched early access for the sequel to Kerbal Space Program, and then the developer was shut down. Which happens sometimes, you know, business decisions, except you can totally still buy this game. It's not done. It's never going to be done.
No, don't do that.
Don't set it to high?
No.
Oh. Okay, medium?
Low is hard.
Got it. I've never actually played Kerbal Space Program.
Neither have I.
Oh. This really doesn't look that good for what kind of frame rate it's running at. Look at these trees. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Okay, this seems like something.
Yeah.
Hey, we're above 40 frames.
Oh, okay, fuel tank. Okay, cool. Okay, nice. Sure, another fuel tank. Lots of fuel. Okay,
Let's see what happens.
let's launch it.
9 frames a second, baby.
Let's go!
You're going to space.
Oh, our parachute is deployed already. We are rocketing into our parachute. Oh God! It's glorious. At a glorious 10 frames per second. Like you'd think it would run out of fuel. Oh yeah, no, we're almost out of fuel.
Oh, I see.
The crash is imminent.
This is so slow.
All right, I think that's it.
Yeah. I don't think the crash will be spectacular anyway.
Last up, Helldivers 2. 30 frames per second? I'm getting 30 frames per
Are you
second.
getting 30?
Look, to be clear, I'm not saying it looks great. I'm just saying that's definitely 30 frames per second.
But let's get you on a planet and see what happens.
Okay.
It doesn't look terrible for all low.
Honestly, man, low on modern games looks not bad. All right, I'm a hell diver. Look at me diving. I'm diving to hell. We're running at native render scale.
Hey, 310 might not be as bad as we thought it was. That being said, do you want to know the price of this whole system?
How much did we pay?
$1,025 just for the tower. For that price, you can get a much better system with like a 7600 and like a 6600 GPU. You are way better spending your money elsewhere.
Yeah.
This is a terrible value.
Yeah. You know what I want to know? Would we be having a better gaming experience if we didn't buy the ARC 310 at all?
Oh, I'm curious about that too.
We should try our onboard graphics.
Let's do it.
Roll. Oh, I think you might have missed it, but that was weird. I don't know if we're going to be gaming on this GPU. Well, first I disabled the ARC in Windows and we moved the HDMI over and the system hard rebooted. Then we booted up just now and the screen came up with the ASUS BIOS splash screen, except there was like green lines everywhere. If only there was some way we could have predicted that this would happen. You know, I've always wondered, like, who's buying these low-rated parts? Who is our hypothetical Grover? Like, obviously you're budget conscious, but you're anxious about the risk of buying used computer parts. Maybe you shop based on word of mouth or brand name rather than, like, looking at reviews. Like, I get it. Reviews can be manipulated, so maybe you don't trust them, which is fair enough, especially with overly positive reviews, but I think it's clear from this exercise that if you ignore online reviews completely, you do so at your peril. Bottom line, there are many reasons why a product might get a low review score, and after experiencing all of them for myself, it's safe to say, listen to the people who bought it before you did. And it's safe to say, listen to this segue to our sponsor.
Grammarly! At LMG, the business team's day-to-day operations revolve around communication, coordination, and writing. That's where Grammarly comes in. They're an AI writing partner that works right alongside them. For example, if they need to draft up an email for a project proposal, Grammarly can help come up with initial ideas and can check for clarity and tone to ensure their email is impactful and appropriate. Grammarly also understands the context of the writing and can provide high-quality suggestions because, newsflash, writing to Colton is somewhat different than writing to your dad. Also, by upgrading to Grammarly Pro, now they have access to full sentence rewrites, turning those long-winded sentences into something more precise. And their App Actions feature makes having all those browser tabs less of an issue, thanks to the ability to quickly insert links, documents, and even GIFs all within Grammarly. So go sign up and upgrade to Grammarly Pro today at grammarly.com/LTT09.
If you guys enjoyed this video, maybe you like bad setups. Why don't you check out the one where Luke and I roasted our staff's worst setups. Some of them make this look not that bad. I bought this Windows laptop from the Amazon Renewed store for $54. This one right here is a custom-built, top-of-the-line gaming PC for $5,000, and my friends, that is far from the most expensive machine we've got. But just because a system costs 10, 100, 1,000 times as much, does that really make it that much better? We're gonna take a look inside these systems, test them, and game on them to see what your hard-earned cash can buy at these drastically different price points. Starting with what I got for $50. Look at this thing.
I don't know if you're supposed to do that.
And like, oh, look at the screen. Like, it's got this segue to our sponsor.
Ugreen. Their Nexode Pro 100-watt is compact and powerful, being able to charge 3 devices at the same time. Whether it tags along with you during your travels or stays plugged in your wall at home, you'll first have to pick one up using the link in our description.
Okay, the Lenovo 100E only has a dual-core processor, just 4 gigabytes of RAM, and it doesn't even have a full HD screen, but aside from a little bit of schmoo that's still on it from the refurbishing process, I mean, it's a pretty usable little machine.
Except it's not what we ordered.
Really?
I don't think, anyways. I was looking at the product page.
That's a completely different computer.
I think this is like the 2nd generation one.
It doesn't support touch gestures. You can't scroll with 2 fingers? She's dropping frames.
100% of your CPU being used by system interrupts.
This is a completely different computer.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have the same processor.
I mean, it has 2 extra cores, so like the multi-core performance is better, but the single-threaded is quite a bit worse. It's like 25% worse.
Which matters a lot on these super underpowered machines, because a lot of what you'll see when you open up Task Manager and you do anything on a computer like this, watch, I'm gonna open up Chrome, is, see that? Your CPU is gonna spike to 100%. So having a few cores that turbo faster actually makes for a noticeably more responsive experience.
It's eMMC, it's not like a SATA SSD.
Right.
Curiously, it actually shows up as an SD card in Task Manager. Why don't you try to play a 4K YouTube video? That's like, you know, I have a suite of tests that I want us to, you know, experience as a baseline on each of these machines, and 4K Crab Rave is one of them.
Okay, hold on a second, Jake.
Just give it a moment.
Hold on a
Pause.
second. No. Hold on a second.
Look, that's mint.
No, it's really not.
It's fine. It's actually fine right now. There were some drop frames. Oh, I can't tell if that's just the display. Mind you, probably don't need to be streaming 4K videos on a screen like this.
Oh yeah, there we go. There we
Still
go.
like the same level of crust.
No. That's
Well, don't try to multitask.
yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
You notice something weird about this?
There's like a skin on the bottom.
Yeah, why don't you peel it off? It's on the entire laptop, including the touchpad.
Oh, so whoever the student was who had this probably, because this is an educational model, did they skin it? You know what?
Maybe the school put it on because it got damaged, gave it to a new student.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a really smart way to mitigate that. When we were reacting to tech support gore, we saw some of what happens to these educational laptops, and putting a plain black skin on them would mean if someone were to scribble all over it, you just peel it off and throw a new one on. Imagine skinning this laptop. Between the vinyl and the labor involved, I think you just doubled the value of it.
Does it look like it got applied?
Yeah.
Day one?
Maybe day 3. Oh my God, are you rolling those? Glenn, come over here. Jake, check this out. So that's a screen, right? You know, that's what colors look like. So Minecraft looks like. If you want to get anywhere near that saturation, you got to get the darkness.
Oh, I gotta be shorter.
Yeah, you get see what I'm talking about?
That
You
looks
get like
like
a
ass. What are you talking
Well,
about?
I know, but you get a little sliver of color saturation.
Oh, I get what you mean.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's not good, but it was also $50.
Yeah.
With Windows and a battery. If all you were doing was Google Docs, it would be fine.
Yeah.
And it's actually not the stupidest thing you could buy.
No, it's really not.
Considering the cost.
What's your next test?
Oh, Minecraft.
Nice.
So I installed a few mods that make Minecraft run better. Okay, so single player Minecraft, you're doing the chunk generation.
Yeah.
Locally.
Yeah.
So if you're playing on a server, you might get a little bit better performance. This is with every setting at the absolute bare minimum. With sodium, which is a frame rate optimizing thing. With lithium, which is like optimizing the chunk stuff. With another thing that does chunk optimization. With another thing that does GPU frame time optimization.
Well, have you ever thought that maybe adding all those optimizations added overhead?
No.
Oh, this is rough, dude.
If you just vibe in one spot, 64 FPS, look at that.
Wow, not bad, not bad. Okay, but what happens if we move? Oh, 20. Hey, as long as we don't have to generate any chunks, you're right.
It's serviceable.
Yeah, it's chunky.
There are other games I want to try on the other computers, naturally. They don't launch on this one.
Yeah. Wow.
If you get a headshot, I will buy you lunch. If you kill somebody, I will buy you lunch.
So headshot is
You don't
lunches?
Sure. I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, how about that?
2 minutes?
Okay, you have 5 minutes though.
All right, 5 minutes. Jesus.
Did we load so long that we got kicked? Oh my god.
Okay, I'm dead. I didn't even get a chance to see anything.
It says 1 FPS, but I think it's actually a situation where you have like 0.5. Dude, there is no way.
I'm dead.
You're not.
I'm dead. It didn't even go to full brightness.
Oh, okay. This is a strat.
No. No, come on.
Yeah.
No. Dang it. Come on. Yeah, buddy, I got him. Let's go. 1 minute left.
You did technically get a headshot too.
I just got lunch, baby. He's got the taste of defeat in his mouth right now. That's why he's all... Okay. It takes a little while to register that you've pressed the recording button, but hey, once you do it...
It didn't look that bad.
This actually looks perfectly fine. It's not very saturated. Oh, thanks for that. Real mature. It's not very saturated, but in fairness, that might be the screen. So maybe we can get a comparison from the editor. Here. The footage versus what it looks like on the screen, you know?
I have one more thing for you to try on this one because the rest of them are probably not worth it. This is a client for Olama, which allows you to run large language models.
Tell me how pretty I am in the form of a haiku.
The page file is twice the size of the actual memory.
So I'm never gonna find out how pretty I am I?
No. Okay. Oh!
Rad!
Whoa! It output one word.
Rad!
That's not a haiku.
Well, you know what? I'm taking it.
Oh, radiance!
I kind of liked rad better.
Oh, wow. It's actually,
it's like going now.
I think it's finally like loaded in.
Radiance like dawn.
Like dawn's light.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna get after us about how haikus are not about directly expressing beauty, but it's not gonna get the number of syllables right. Okay. She's done. Radiance like dawn's light, pretty as cherry blossoms bloom, beauty-descent.
Full of shit. I mean, your hair, you could maybe say, is radiant. It can compute for $50. It can play a YouTube video and Minecraft-ish.
Now we're moving up in the world. How is this a $500 gaming system? This case alone looks like it costs 120 bucks.
This is the new one from Fantex. It's the XT Pro, I believe? A lot of case for not a lot of money. Tempered glass, comes with a fan, looks decent. They do have an RGB version that's like twice the price. Don't buy that, buy this.
And the specs are pretty decent too. We get 6 Intel 12th Gen performance cores, 16 gigs of RAM, a Radeon 6600 GPU, and okay, that 500 watt thermal take power supply hasn't made it through the lab's gauntlet yet, but it's running.
Indeed. It's a little bit over the budget. You're looking at like $540. This is pretty much as good as it gets. Unless you're gonna buy a used GPU, which if you're spending this kind of money on a computer, you probably should.
You won't get a warranty, but you will get a lot more performance while that GPU is still working. Of course, if you're gaming at 1080p, this might be all you need anyway. Let's take it for a spin. Wow, that loaded a lot faster.
Okay, so we still have the optimization mods to make it even playing field. And I have the settings in the absolute dumpster like on the laptop. It's at 1080p though, so this is higher resolution.
It's
press F3.
butter smooth. 1800 frames per second.
Turn the settings up a little bit.
Yeah, I think we could afford to do that.
Fabulous. Wow, okay.
Wow, look at the world out there. She's struggling just a little bit.
To be fair, I wouldn't recommend running 16 render distance on like a local game.
That doesn't tell the entire story of the performance experience. In fact, you guys can probably even see the occasional hitch in our recording. And that's not because our GPU isn't fast enough to render this. It's rather because the chunks need to load occasionally and the whole system is like, play some Counter-Strike.
Hell yeah. It's quiet though.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. It's damn near silent.
Let's see you get a kill.
You just wait.
So this is fully maxed 1080p. Is that it?
200 FPS isn't enough for you? I mean,
I don't know. I haven't played CS2 literally once.
this is so much better. Like not 100 times better like last time. This is 1,000 times better in terms of the experience.
I mean, you're standing right now. How did you just...
How the fuck did he not die?
You hit him in the shoulder.
I hit him in the neck.
No.
I'm sure it was the neck.
Editor, replay.
Dude, you can get so much gaming PC for around 500 bucks these days. It's great. All right, let's fight. Boom.
Why do you just... 1080p, medium preset. You turned off motion blur.
Casual 80 FPS.
No upscaling. There's 100 right there.
Jeez, this is great. 70 plus degrees on the CPU and 56 on the GPU.
I mean, hold on. We're only drawing like 40, 50 watts on the CPU.
Sure. That's efficiency, baby. We don't even have the front fans installed in the case. Let's see how our haiku does.
SSD's ramping up, yeah. Okay.
Everything's being loaded.
Oh, wow.
Wow!
That is also
not a haiku.
Stop it for a second and say that's not a haiku. Is that a haiku?
Nope.
It's closer than it was.
Either way, that for 10 times the budget, we are getting anywhere from 100 to 1,000 times the experience. And this is what we're talking about when we say bang for the buck or sweet spot from a value perspective. You should definitely save your pennies for a $500 PC if you can. The question now is it worth spending another 10 times as much and getting a $5,000 PC? My goodness, look at this thing.
$5,000!
But it looks the part, doesn't it?
It's one of those things where when you get to this class of performance, you kind of have to spend money on looks to get to this budget.
Wow!
Yeah. That's $300 US of fans.
We spent as much on cooling as we did on the entire other computer. By the time you put the AIO in there?
Definitely, yeah, more.
Easy.
Yeah. 6,400 mega transfers per second, dual 48 gig RAM sticks. 360 mil AIO with a screen on it.
And look, our 14900 KS works.
It's a K.
Here we go, and loaded. Oh, pretty good.
We've changed resolutions. We're now at 4K.
Boom. 800 frames per second. I'm still getting the occasional hiccup, but honestly, this is better than what we were running last time in terms of the playability of it. Like, I can notice a difference.
Then the $500 one?
Oh, yeah. How is this even Minecraft?
I know, right? The crazy thing is if you don't run these shaders on stupid settings like we are, where this is the ultra preset for BSL shaders as they're called, the performance hit is not actually insane.
This is beautiful.
This is a lot.
And it's still running at 200 frames per second. This is awesome.
I adjusted the render distance down to 16.
Would you say that this is a 10 times better experience
than the last one? In Minecraft? No.
No. It's 5 times better if you don't waste money on $300 worth of fans.
Okay, hold on.
You could get pretty amazing performance for not quite 10 times the budget.
You can immediately slash $1,000 US off of this computer by just getting rid of the fans and buying a cheaper 4090.
You could probably drop another $100 with a cheaper motherboard.
Cheaper cooler, cheaper RAM. It's like a $500 US RAM kit.
Oh, crap!
Oh my god. Oh, you didn't even get killed by that guy.
That sucked! Stop it, Jake! Stop that.
Consistently above 200 FPS? Very nice. Do you need a $5,000 computer to do that? Not really.
Full ultra ray tracing, like hurt my computer settings with no DLSS. That's 45 FPS?
I believe it.
I don't believe that. It does not feel good. I'll set it to something more reasonable. This is probably how I would play this game. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry again.
Frame rate is identical.
Okay, see, no, I'm confused now because this is way smoother than it was before. Obviously smoother.
Yeah.
But it's reporting around 40 FPS, so I think maybe the report before was wrong.
Try like just no ray tracing.
Sure. Oh yeah, no, that's 60 FPS for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, no, the frame counter's right. Can it write a haiku? Oh, what are our temps like? Oh wow, yeah. Casual, like 63 degrees on the GPU, and our CPU got a little spike there. She got a little spiky. Dude, that GPU hit almost 400 watts.
Yeah. Just let it load for a second. It's just like...
Whoa, that's a proper haiku.
No way.
Your radiant smile cascades in waves of sunlight, beauty, endless sea. Oh my goodness.
So it's... Look, the GPU is actually at 100% usage.
What's our power consumption? Not even that high.
Yeah. Do you want to try a harder to run language model?
Let's do that. A daunting task.
Spring haikus.
No way! It starts categorizing them. Wild. Frosty morn silence. Snowflakes dance, gently falling slow. Nature's peaceful hush. This may be 10 times better than our last
This
PC.
might be more than 10 times.
Or you might want to spend even more and treat yourself to our $50,000 computer.
Are you ready for this one?
I'm so ready.
Try not to drop it.
I'm not gonna drop it. Oh,
$50,000!
it's a server.
No, it's not.
It's a server.
It is a workstation.
And now it's a server.
I don't see it in a rack.
Is this actually going to be faster for gaming?
I have no idea.
All right, let's find out. Right away, I can see where some of the money went. Why have one 2,000 watt power supply when you can have two 2,000 watt power supplies? The Supermicro AS2115 HV TNRT is no ordinary machine might look like a server. In fact, it has a rack mount style case like a server would. It even has server features, like the ability to remotely manage it through a web interface. But it isn't a server, since it doesn't have a data center CPU like AMD's EPYC lineup, instead going for a Threadripper. And not just any Threadripper. This is the full-fat Big Daddy Threadripper Pro with a whopping 96 cores and 192 threads, and oh my god, it's beautiful. Wow.
This is a $52,000 machine with everything that's in here right now, and this is a fifth of that, just the CPU.
Not one, not two, not three, but 4 of NVIDIA's RTX 6000 Ada cards.
Yeah. And these are special, you know. They might say that it's the same 80-102 chip as a 4090.
Oh, it's not.
This is the chip that would have been in a 4090 Ti, which they never made. So it has like 10% more everything, and double the VRAM.
These have 48 gigs of VRAM on them?
And we have 4 of them. It works out to like a calm, cool, and collected $27,000 US at MSRP.
Now, typically, when you buy a system like this from Supermicro, you'll spec it ahead of time for exactly what you want, and they'll build it for you. But we asked for a more bare-bones config so we could take the original storage drive they had in here and add some more. Oh, yes. Each of these is one of Kioxia's 15 terabyte CD6 data center drives, giving us a total of about 100 terabytes of solid state storage in here. Does that get us to 50 grand?
To 52,000, actually.
How much RAM did we put in here?
Because it's Threadripper Pro and not EPYC, a lot less RAM sticks. We only have 8 channels. They put 8 64 gig DDR5 DIMMs, so 512 gigs of RAM. You could put more. Micron makes 128 gig DIMMs now.
All right, I think we'll be okay with 512 gigabytes of RAM.
For gaming.
For gaming.
This is Threadripper Pro. It is unlocked for overclocking. You can turn PBO on this CPU.
Does Supermicro support that on this motherboard, though? Oh, really?
It's on the product page. Memory and CPU overclocking enabled. Mind you, on this air cooler, they only rate it to like 350 watts.
Oh, that's it, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
which is the stock TDP. It can probably do more.
It's definitely 10 times louder than the last machine.
Certainly.
And maybe 100 times louder than the previous one.
It might be 100 times louder than the last one.
Dude, I'm gonna click so many heads with this bad boy. I can feel it. This always amuses me. I can't stop. 96 cores, and she still turbos over 4 gigahertz. This is an incredible process.
Turbos over 5 gigahertz.
Crazy.
Well, I feel like we should start with the drives, right? We didn't really do a storage test on any of the other ones, just because not that exciting. This one, different story. You gotta make your radar.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, look at that.
Think you could fit your gains on here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, she'll suck back about 170 watts just moving data around. All right. Games?
Yeah, 2,000 again. Kind of depends what you're looking at.
That's not that great. Are these workstation cards really that much slower?
I wonder if this is one of those scenarios where we're actually CPU bottlenecked.
Yeah, I mean, we could be, because even though we've got a ton of cores, it's spread across multiple dies on the package. So if we're accidentally using a core over on this die, and a core on this die, and a core on this die, there can actually be a performance loss as that data gets fetched across the different dies.
Definitely.
Is this the first time that spending 10 times as much gets you a performance downgrade?
Yes.
Okay, render distance. What do you want, 16 chunks?
16.
32, 24.
Well, you know, we got all these cores, just send it.
Sure. Oh, dude. Did you see that one hitch at the beginning? But other than that, even while it's generating chunks, oh, there was one more. This is by far the smoothest I've seen.
I think it's the same.
It's not the same.
The $5,000 rate?
No, you'll feel it. You'll feel it. You'll feel it.
Let me slide on in.
She doesn't slow down. See? This is it, folks. Maxed out Minecraft, ridiculous mode.
Despite there being 10% more everything in these graphics cards, they don't have as much clock speed.
Yeah, they're power limited.
Yes.
So we are using it 100% now in some cases. Oh yeah, no, she goes up, but a 4090 is still gonna be faster in real applications.
That multi-threaded chunk loading is gnarly. I think it goes so fast that it actually just like starts to crap its pants a little bit.
All things considered?
60 FPS, yeah. Like it's definitely using more than one core.
Oh yeah. You know what's interesting though, is that while we used to be able to run multiple GPUs together to render games in SLI or NVLink, these days, it's kind of dead.
Yep.
So,
you can run Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but it's just going to use a single GPU and probably not going to run as well as our last system did.
Hey, look, it's less FPS.
Pow-pow! Pow-pow, pow-pow. No! So basically, you shouldn't spend 10 times as much if you want to get better at CS2.
Unless we're talking about a $50 computer.
But you could spend 10 times as much and get better at running large language models.
It's not even worth running Cyberpunk at this point.
We're going to write the best haikus?
This is an enormous model. It's bigger than the memory we have even across all of the GPUs, and I'm telling it to do the stupidest thing. Write me 100 haikus about how cool LPTstore.com is. Okay, we had a different vibe there. Immediately, all of the GPU memory is full.
Oh, look at those drives go.
We're pulling 500 megabytes a second times 8, 4 gigabytes a second.
Just casual, Jake.
Loading up that system memory.
Casual, you can actually see it's going at about 4 gigs a second, dumping it into system memory.
I suspect our GPU usage is not going to be that great, but it should run, which is more than you would get on most other computers. Oh, I see power usage.
Here we go.
So this looks unimpressive, but this is like a 200 plus gigabyte model. So it's actually kind of impressive.
I mean, our CPU's drawing 240, 250, just coordinating all of this crap.
Even like the top end H100, H200 kind of GPUs that are meant for AI struggle to have 100% utilization when you're just talking to them rather than training. It better be right. Is it right?
Not even right.
Oh my God, we get the best model and it can't even do it.
Okay, hold on. LTT stores got all the best. Techies rejoice now. These suck. It's 5.5, but it's 8 in the middle.
I don't know how good they are with syllables either. Let's try a small model on all the GPUs.
I am doing a destination wedding, and I have no regard for the feelings of my family and friends who are inconvenienced by this.
That's literally all you're looking for.
Here we go. I strongly advise against sending an invitation designed to manipulate your guests.
Microsoft and Mistral were both like, hell yeah, let's
go. Got him!
So easy.
Oh man.
Just pretend it's a meme, bro. Hey, look at that! 150 watts!
Let's go.
Well, it does it.
How useful it is, I don't know, but sure. It's fast.
You can do so many AIs on this thing.
Yeah.
We can do Blender. That'll run on multiple graphics cards.
Sure. But we... Lol.
2.6 seconds.
Like, it takes a second to get really good, but...
Wow. Should we render it?
Sure.
Yeah, that's
9 seconds. Not worth it for gamers.
No, definitely not.
First, I think we need a bit of a summary on this one.
Yeah.
$50 computer, no.
Docs, Google Docs, sure.
$500 computer though? Dude, if you're gaming at 1080p, like the vast majority of people on Steam are,
100%.
You're fine. And if you're willing to go for a secondhand GPU, you're more than fine. You have a great little machine that can do pretty much everything from light video editing and photo editing to playing games like Cyberpunk.
Totally.
You can spend $5,000 and you will have a better experience.
And it will look cooler.
And you may even be a slightly better gamer, but not nearly enough to justify the difference in expense.
No.
As for machines like this, well, if you don't know you need it, you don't need it. So you can put your oil prints money away.
Yeah, unless you're like a large language model oil prints.
Yeah.
Or a 3D
3D rendering of it runs. Then it's great.
Just like our sponsor.
Squarespace. Whether your business is just getting off the ground or you've been in the dark ages of cold calling for a while, a website will give you that extra push to take things to the next level. That's where Squarespace comes in. Their Squarespace Blueprint guided design system gives you the ultimate starter pack to get the creative juices flowing with professionally curated layout and styling options.
Pakistan is now reportedly developing intercontinental ballistic missiles that would allow them to strike targets well beyond South Asia, including the United States, with one U.S. official even saying that this is an inescapable conclusion that the program is fundamentally focused on the U.S. And this is the White House is saying that Pakistan is an emerging threat and that they're raising real questions about their intentions and that they refuse to address why it's developing these missiles. And so the U.S. slapped sanctions on Pakistan's missile program, which Pakistan has also condemned. Pakistan saying the sanctions are unfortunate and biased and would harm regional stability by aiming to accentuate military asymmetries, aka India has an ICBM and it's not fair. Now with this, the American concern seems to come from the fact that if Pakistan wants to nuke India, they already can. They don't need an ICBM to do so. And so there are thoughts they could sell this technology perhaps to Iran or Saudi Arabia. There are also worries that Pakistan is so closely connected to terrorists that possessing such tech puts America at risk. But for now, follow to stay in the loop. Pakistan is now reportedly...
Excellent.
Welcome back, Tribe. Got an episode here from China Unvarnished. 90% of Chinese men starting to avoid very beautiful women. Let's get into it, jeez.
Brothers, if your own conditions are average, don't casually pursue girls with outstanding appearances. The reason is simple. Beauty is not just a small advantage. The allure it brings is long-term and powerful. And this kind of temptation and value conflict can last for years, even decades. A man who is neither rich nor handsome will find it difficult to keep a beautiful partner for the long haul. I remember one time, my childhood friend saw a beautiful girl online and really liked her. Eventually, he managed to get her contact information. My childhood friend is a businessman, the kind of man who is quite wealthy. When they met for the first time, my friend gave her an iPhone 14 as a gift and even transferred 9,999 yuan to her generously. However, just a few days later, she returned all the money in gifts and told my friend that she already had a boyfriend. She explained that she added people on WeChat out of curiosity, just to see what kind of person would be so generous. But that wasn't the end of the story. Later, my friend and this girl became even closer. Although the girl insisted that she would never betray her boyfriend, her chats revealed a lot, like complaints about her boyfriend, that he doesn't make money, has bad habits, or doesn't pay attention to hygiene. Think about it carefully. Whether or not she accepts the gifts or money, the moment a gift is offered, the girl's feelings inevitably experience a subtle imbalance. What truly makes her anxious isn't the material things themselves, but the uncertainty about her future. On the internet, you'll often see posts about friend A traveling abroad, friend B receiving luxury handbags, or friend C showing off luxury cars, mansions, or extravagant weddings. This kind of comparison puts tremendous psychological pressure on girls. Remember, girls also compare in life. However, they compare their boyfriends, marriages, or living conditions. Now,
That's exactly why they're always so unhappy, especially in the West. Guys, think about that for a second. The constant comparison when you're online on social media. All they do all day is constantly look at other women and what they have and what they don't. And they need to feel something, a form of self-esteem, sense of self-worth, by buying the same shit they see on social media or achieving the same lifestyle. Why do you think all this toxic dating culture has sprouted up like crazy? Because it's this herd mentality where they see a woman saying, you can't take me to True Food Kitchen or Cheesecake Factory, whatever it was. You gotta take me to the 5-star restaurant. Why? Because that girl did. You gotta come to my house with a bouquet of flowers. Why? Because that girl did. You gotta pick me up in a nice car because I don't deserve anything less than a $100,000 car picking me up because I'm spending all this money doing my makeup and taking the time to put the clown face on for you. It's bullshit, dude. This is why they are the most unhappy demographic in the world today, is a boss babe, a strong, independent working woman. Because no matter how much they work for the pennies on the dollar that they're getting to keep, they will never feel like they have enough because there's always a woman doing the very things they wish they had. It is not popular to say. Be a stay-at-home wife that gets taken care of by a husband that loves them. Can't say that, sis, because we're disempowering the strong boss babe feminine rhetoric that's being vomited all over social media today. That you don't need a man, that what are men good for? Look what's happening. You don't have a man in your life, you're depressed. You don't have kids in your life with a loving husband, you buy dogs and cats. When you're over the dogs and cats, you start to add in the wine. You have to drug yourself to be okay with your mediocre lifestyle that you got sold, you bought into 100%, and now past 30, the consequences hit you like a brick fucking wall. You can't even get a good man to save your life anymore because you're too old. You're what they call a leftover woman in China, and you can't compete with the younger girls. Now, if the younger girls are smart, they're gonna snatch up all these quote diamond bachelors. That's what they call them in China. They call a guy that's 30 plus, unmarried, no kids, good job, stable, with assets, a diamond bachelor. That same person that's a woman at that age is called a leftover. I don't make the rules, bro. This is like a worldwide phenomenon. It's tied to biology, your ability to have healthy babies. There's a fertility aspect to this. It's not just like, oh, ageism against women, sexism against women. No, it's just the same way girls like muscles on a guy, like a guy that looks fit, that takes care of himself, that's smart, that earns a lot of money, has a lot of resources, looks like he could beat the fucking skull out of every dude, you know, aggressive, domineering, muscular, blah, 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 all that shit. That's biological. We can't force you to love a dad bod, or some dude with a beer gut, or some skinny twig that looks like he can get blown over by a gust of wind. You can't force that kind of attraction on women, just like you can't force us to like your old leftover ass with your cobweb puss that got broken eggs that can't be fertilized. Oh my god, I said it. There you go. It's the equivalent of a broke one. Women aren't expected to give broke guys a chance, so neither are men supposed to be expected to give these old hags a shot. Game over, dude. We have two problems. Men ain't worth shit in the very beginning, and women are worth everything in the beginning and not shit later. Oh well, we gotta play to our strengths. I don't make the rules.
Now let me tell you another story about my friend and another girl. This girl was way above average in terms of education, appearance, and capability. But her boyfriend could only earn a few thousand yuan a month and would collapse in bed from exhaustion after work in their rented apartment. Do you know what happened to them? At the time, she and her boyfriend were planning to buy a home for marriage, requiring a 400,000 yuan down payment. The boyfriend suggested that she contribute half, or 200,000 yuan, to have her name included on the property ownership certificate. However, she didn't have that much money, so she approached my friend for advice. The two agreed that my friend would give her 50,000 yuan every month. What did this girl provide in return? I'd rather not elaborate.
Jesus
Very
Christ.
quickly, my friend transferred 200,000 yuan to her, and even comforted her, saying, "Don't feel pressured. Just treat it as borrowing my money." However, the next day, the girl returned all the money. She told my friend that she had spent a sleepless night thinking it through. She ultimately decided that even if her name wouldn't be on the property ownership certificate, she wouldn't betray her relationship because of money. She also admitted that even if it was a loan, she couldn't repay it. After returning the money, she blocked all of my friend's contact information. It's hard to imagine how much temptation those beautiful girls from less privileged families face in life. Especially when they possess good looks and dress up a little, they attract even more attention. My friend himself isn't bad either. He's the owner of a small internet company, 1.8 meters tall, and quite good looking. It's rare for a girl to resist his allure. In this age of rampant comparisons, this girl's ability to stick to her principles might be attributed to her good education. She has strong values and has been surrounded by positive influences, which have helped her maintain her principles in a complex environment. So, I sincerely advise everyone, if your own conditions aren't particularly good, don't casually pursue girls who are too beautiful. Even if you do get married, keeping her heart will still be a challenge. Finally, I'd like to remind all the girls, no matter the situation, always stick to your principles. Don't lose your dignity and values because of a moment of temptation, especially when faced with a 200,000 yuan kind of cost.
That's so rare because here in the West, dude, there's those videos of the guys walking around asking chicks, they'll cheat for $100. Like, they don't give a fuck. There's absolutely no loyalty, no respect, no education, no character, no morals or values left in the West. This is why we're full of hedonism, consumerism, materialism, antidepressants, all sorts of psychopharmacologicals just to keep you going throughout the day because you're so numb and void on the inside. Please, bro, you offer a chick $10,000 today in the economy we have in the West, better believe she's gonna get down on her knees and absolutely clean the chrome off that pipe. With a husband, with a boyfriend, doesn't matter.
Think carefully about what it might truly entail.
为什么不要找那漂亮的女人呢？因为生了不单纯。
Why do many people advise men not to pursue overly beautiful women lightly? The reason is actually very simple. Ultimately, if a man lacks sufficient financial strength, having a beautiful woman in his life can create significant pressure. This is not about demeaning women, but rather discussing, from a realistic perspective, the challenges that may come with being with a beautiful woman. First,
the Chinese are pragmatic. They'll tell dudes straight up, stop chasing beautiful women. Why? Because she's at risk of being taken. By who? Any man that's got more money than you. It's just a realistic thing to expect in the world. We have a weird Disney mentality that's developed in the West, where only in the West does a man say, I want a woman that loves me for me. Where the fuck did that come from? If she can't love me when I'm poor, she doesn't deserve me when I'm wealthy. Shut up, you fucking toad. When has a woman ever loved a man just for him? It's so stupid. You're always loved for the utility you provide society and those around you. That's what being a man is. That shit hasn't changed. That's like one of the fundamental principles of the Red Pill. Somehow these fucking Disney toads just took over the entire messaging and were like, nah, if she doesn't love you for who you really are, shut up, bro. If you got a ton of money, you show your wealth off. That's the whole point. That's why you get the nice car. That's why you're in the nice clothes. That's why you live in the nice side of town. Pre-selection, it shows you've already arrived, and you are the prize, and she has to fight for your attention. You got dudes over here trying to hide their wealth and shit, and you gotta pretend you have no money. Shut up. She's gonna find out you have it anyway. You gotta love me for who I am, even if I'm poor. Sounds like all the delusion on the other side of the aisle where they're looking for Mr. Perfect fucking Prince Charming, and they're gonna live the happily ever after just because they swiped on a chat with a perfect face and body, and all of a sudden her life is set. That's it. Oh my god, he's in a private jet. That's it. I'm gonna tame the wild stallion. Shut up. Both idiots. Unbelievable. So sick of that.
First of all, being with a beautiful woman comes with high
Your
costs.
grandpappy, dude, your grandfather and great-grandfather didn't give a fuck about the concept of love when they were getting married. Can you bear children? Do you come from a decent family? Can your family help us attain more wealth and riches and status in society? Love? What the fuck is that?
Beauty is not just an external attribute, but also involves expensive maintenance, such as clothes, handbags, cosmetics, and various lifestyle demands, all of which require money. I know a high school classmate whose monthly income was around 8,000 yuan. His girlfriend was a stunningly beautiful woman, and he spent nearly 6,000 yuan on her each month. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he lost his job and his income plummeted. His girlfriend quickly broke up with him.
Oh shit.
In the end, he not only lost his relationship, but also a significant amount of money. Truly a case of losing both love and wealth. So, a man must ask himself one crucial question. Do you have sufficient financial strength and the ability to earn consistently? After all, very few women are willing.
So that dude is making $830 on his chick a month, which for Chinese dudes is a ton of fucking money. Because imagine you're making the average salary is what, $12,000 a month, something like that. Imagine, bro, this guy was well off because he had $830 a month to spare on his chick. Remember, extremely beautiful. And disappeared all the same. Peace later, when the money dries up. Yeah, it's called utility. Get over it.
Willing to endure a life of hardship for the long term, especially those who are particularly attractive. If you lack money, what can you do? You'll have to spend a lot of time and energy pleasing and accompanying her. Time and energy that could otherwise be invested in your career. The result is that your career stagnates due to distractions, trapping your life in a vicious cycle. Secondly, beautiful.
Yeah, you know, mostly the young guys believe in this love shit, because when you see older dudes, they've already been through it all. They know the game, and they got a taste of what it was really like. They're just more pragmatic. You'll have like the 60-year-old guy with like a 22-year-old chick, and it'll be everybody but the old dudes. That's like, she's only there for his money. She doesn't really love him. No shit. And he doesn't give a fuck. That's the point. He has a 22-year-old, and he's fucking 60, and his knob's getting polished. He's getting what he wants. She gets what she wants. What the fuck is the problem again? Who is in this Disney mentality like, yeah, but he needs to get a woman his age that will really love him for who he is. He doesn't give a fuck, dude. He's 60-something. He doesn't have much time left. He's enjoying the fruits of his labor. And now he's got a hot young thing that puts a pep in his step every time he gets out of bed. He's got a reason to live longer now. No nagging toads. No ugly fucking attitude, adversarial nature. Just feminine, friendly, and fit. Dude just added another 15, 20 years to his fucking life. Just like that.
But she doesn't love him.
I don't think he gives a fuck, dude. He's popping Viagra and going to work.
Women often come with more trouble. Whether it's historical tales of kings or scandals involving celebrities, 80% of disputes and dramas involve women. Moreover, in major historical wars, over 1/3 were triggered by women. Beauty itself is a resource, but it can also bring unnecessary trouble. Even if you marry her, she might still attract a constant stream of admirers. The harassment from these suitors can leave you feeling uneasy. If you're not mentally strong, you may become suspicious of your wife, doubting her loyalty. Over time, this lack of trust will inevitably lead to disharmony in the family and potentially to its breakdown. Thirdly, beautiful women are often used to being praised and adored since childhood, giving them a strong sense of superiority.
This is real, dude.
Having been treated like a princess from a young age, beautiful women usually have high expectations. Even if you're wealthy, you might still struggle to truly win their hearts. Without sufficient personal charisma, relying solely on wealth makes it difficult to earn their genuine affection. What is personal charisma? It's a combination of qualities, including confidence, a commanding presence, a carefree attitude that isn't afraid of losing her, and a sense of responsibility. You need to make her both respect and admire you to secure an important place in her heart. Otherwise, even with financial stability, a lack of personal charm can still lead to failure in the relationship. So, what should you consider when choosing a partner?
This is gold.
An ancient saying sums it up aptly. Marry for virtue, not beauty. What does this mean? You'll find that most successful tycoons' first wives are usually plain-looking but virtuous. Such wives often provide tremendous support in both career and family, offering irreplaceable encouragement and help, both emotionally and practically. Therefore, rather than chasing a wife who only possesses external beauty, it's wiser to choose a virtuous partner who can weather life's ups and downs with you.
有啦，你沒以為過，根本就係打 super 有得乖咧，有得漂亮咧，有得身材好看咧。
You men always say you want a wife who is obedient, gentle, pretty, and has a good figure. But in my opinion, if your wife is too beautiful, it can easily attract unwanted attention. You must understand, a beauty is not necessarily a good wife, and a good wife doesn't have to be a beauty. When it comes to choosing a wife, I think as long as she looks decent and is willing to live a steady life, that's already very good. It's perfectly fine if you want to find a very beautiful woman, but you must be clear about this. If she's too obedient and beautiful, but her values are off, then you'd better be prepared for the day when she betrays you emotionally. So, let me say this. Men without money should never dream of marrying extremely beautiful women. This is not a joke. If you don't believe me, just look at the scandals involving many celebrities or the numerous cases of beautiful women betraying their husbands in real life. There are simply too many examples like this. Beautiful women aren't inherently bad people, but the problem is that they're particularly prone to attracting attention. Think about it. If you marry a wife who loves beauty and is obsessed with dressing up, she might have one issue, and that is her high maintenance could cost you a lot more money and energy. It's just like buying a car. Those with stable handling, strong power, quick acceleration, and large space often share a common flaw: high fuel consumption. That's why I think when you men choose a wife, you don't need to insist on those who are extraordinarily beautiful, tall, and strikingly gorgeous. Instead, find someone with a higher IQ, better physical endurance, and reliable character. This is the right way to go. Women who appear...
Bro, with all the cave trolls and obesity in the West, good luck finding that high IQ and with good endurance.
They're too obedient, beautiful, and tall might make you feel satisfied on the surface, but behind the scenes? If her beauty seems unnaturally perfect, that could lead to problems. So, instead of agonizing at home, why not find someone who lets you focus on your career with peace of mind? That's the wisest choice, don't you agree?
我不建议鄂尔多斯兄弟们找老婆去找那种大美。这个
I want to say something to all the brothers out there. When looking for a wife, never choose a big beauty. I understand that many people are drawn to beauty, but I must remind everyone that choosing a beautiful woman can come with significant risks. Why do I say this? Because I myself have once been infatuated with beautiful women, but I've realized that they are not the kind of girls who can easily walk into your life. Over the years, I've gradually come to understand this truth. If I were to find a girlfriend, I would definitely choose a woman with average looks. Girls who are exceptionally beautiful often have many issues. These girls have been accustomed to being praised for their appearance from a young age, and as they grow older, they find it hard to understand why others might have a less than perfect mood. They believe their lives have been smooth, which makes it difficult for them to empathize with others.
That's why I told you guys the princess complex is the one you avoid the most. You want to get what we used to call tom girls before all this shit got turned on its head. Or tomboys, excuse me. They were the chicks that was always hanging out with the guys, doing things like fishing. They had an active father in their lives. They went on quads, on dirt bikes. They played in the mud. They got dirty. They were doing things outdoors. They were building value and self-esteem that was far beyond their looks. But when they started getting older, going through puberty, some of them blossomed into truly beautiful women. So you would have an ex-tomboy, I don't know why I keep saying tomgirl, but a tomboy that was like down in the gutters with the boys outside playing, getting dirty, that just sprouted into absolute stunners. Those make the best wives. It's not even close. That's why I say go out there, dude, find you a chick that has boyish qualities in terms of what she likes, with a father that was strongly present, that instilled into her that she's more valuable than just looks. Get you the chick that likes to go fishing, that likes to go hiking, camping, swimming in creeks, rivers, shit like that, the outdoorsy girls. Those are the best wives. It's not even close. Get you that chick that used to live in the countryside and milk those cows. Get down on them knees and get that bucket full of milk. Those udders are waiting. You get you one of those, bro, chick that knows how to churn cheese and shit, believe me. I'll let the guys in the comments tell you. But tomboys are very few in between, unfortunately, these days. With social media addiction, we're basically tipping the scale into maximum princess complex to the deranged degree, too. It's not even just the father instilling that kind of toxic behavior now. It's society as a whole. Unfortunately.
See, these girls have received special treatment from both their families and society. Their parents constantly praise their looks and charm, and they are often the center of attention in any crowd. They've never lacked admirers, and the love letters they receive could fill a whole bookshelf. Such girls tend to look down on men. They may even develop a certain aversion to men, thinking that men constantly disrupt their lives. Even in the workplace, they might feel that male colleagues and bosses pay too much attention to them. In relationships, these girls are more likely to take control. They believe men should serve them, like asking men to help with things or run errands. In their minds, men are supposed to help them, and if a man doesn't, then there's something wrong with him. As a result, these beautiful women often don't realize their own flaws. To be honest, I understand this mentality. It's human nature. If you were a beautiful woman, you'd probably like being pursued and enjoy having people give you gifts and praise you all the time. However, from a man's perspective, such a woman may seem very attractive. When dating her, you'd enjoy looking at her beauty, but when it comes to marriage, you might face a lot of problems. Therefore, I sincerely suggest to all the brothers, when choosing a partner, while physical attractiveness is important, the most critical factors in long-term companionship are the person's character and values.
100%.
Many men have had this mindset.
Character and values, guys. It's just hard because we all lead with our dicks. Let's be honest. We see with our eyes first. Our brains will register the character and values later. Is her ass fat? Are her boobs big? Does she have an hourglass figure? And unfortunately, women lead with that. They don't cover themselves anymore like they used to. This is the hypersexualized society we live in. They basically let it all hang out, and you're basically seeing the goods with very little effort. So that's where your mind goes. So then you start to treat them like the very thing they hate, a piece of meat, a commodity. It is what it is. This is what happens when you lead with your body. Same thing that happens to men that lead with their wallet. They get used. So can't blame men for being what women are turning them into. Being with a beautiful woman is like carrying a fragile vase every day. It's exhausting. That's a great saying. He'll have to spend the rest of his life working hard to wine and dine her, and when someone better looking has money comes along, she'll leave him. No thanks. Smart men know that beautiful women are for sale. The women will leave them the first opportunity they can for someone they perceive as better. Forgive me. Lies. Y'all don't get it. He ran because he knows this girl's family will demand $1 million bride price. A house and a car. Avoid that at all costs. Let's be honest. Many men avoid beautiful women because they know they can't afford their lifestyle. That's a fact, yeah. No one ever tells beautiful women the truth. Fact. It's simple. You have a beautiful woman, your children born through her will also be beautiful. But this woman can take a toll on your mental health, as they get a lot of attention from other men. If you become weak, you can get ditched by her. Yeah, the whole mental side of this, what he said, outcome independence, not letting her feel like she's got you by the balls, that you can kick her out at any moment, and that you're not a slave to her in any way whatsoever, that she lives to serve you, despite her beauty and all that shit. When you have a clear boundary set and you enforce them, it's attractive for all women, period. It's just that when you get a beautiful woman, men's boundaries tend to go to the wayside completely. You let her walk all over you because you're trying to negotiate that attraction, and then she ends up walking all over you because you have no more boundaries. Yeah. Once you learn what to really do, it works on all of them, bro. Put yourself first. That's the key. You are the prize. Once you realize that, once you treat yourself like that in every relationship, you put your foot down and your actions match your intentions, and you defend your boundaries ruthlessly, and you let her know that she can fucking take a walk anytime she wants, door is open, you'll get a woman that will submit. Until then, dude, enjoy simping and busting out the wallet for the clam and getting treated like a fan. That's what happens. Thoughts, guys, on this episode? Appreciate you guys tuning in. If you haven't, grab yourselves some Hoflation mugs. They're on the store. Links are in the description below, as well as the shirts. Appreciate you guys for buying them. Check out the second channel. We put videos over there daily almost, sometimes with the community calls that we do 5 times a week. And if you want to, sign up. We'd love to have you. Share some wisdom. Likewise, thank you for doing the private consults, everybody. They've been a blast. And we will see you on the next one. Take care. Oh, happy Turkey Day. Welcome back, tribe. Have one here from Cosmic, where modern women attacking men for going that special kind of way that they don't want you to go.
We're traveling on the bus just to find a wife.
Over 60% of trans men are single, and intimacy is at a 30-year low across both genders.
Men, you're passing a woman on the sidewalk, you don't want her to feel threatened, what do?
What do I bring to the table? I am the table.
Other than MGTOW, the passport bros played a big role in men walking from dating.
Me? Or are you fucking exhausted from dating? Jesus fucking Christ.
The best advice I've ever been given is that they don't know.
Feminism isn't actually about equality, it's about equality when it benefits us.
Apparently there's a whole group of men that are just done with dating. And until now, there hasn't really been a good way for these men to communicate their total lack of interest in dating the wrong type of woman. It's the don't try me spray for the B and the H. See, because the B doesn't care about him or his needs, only what she can get from him. The H doesn't care about loyalty.
Why does it have to be a classified briefing if these are just hobbyist drones, they're not military drones?
The Pentagon press secretary is refusing to explain why the drone information is classified. The CIA and FBI have done briefings, but they remain classified, even though the claim is these are simply hobbyists having fun. Just drone hobbyists enjoying themselves.
Just, why does it have to be a classified briefing if these are just hobbyist drones, they're not military drones? Why is it a classified briefing on the Capitol Hill?
I'd have to refer you to Congress on that. Again, sharing as much information as we can here. I don't have the briefing in front of me, so I can't tell you specifically, what aspects are classified or not. I can assure you, though, that again, we are sharing as much information as we can based on what we know.
Now, hobbies. Dangerous hobbies. There are some pretty dangerous hobbies out there that can lead to a lot of trouble. You be careful with those hobbies. I go fishing. Is that likely to lead to any trouble? It's possible. You don't know what lurks within the depths. Here's Michael Schellenberger debunking the government's response to New Jersey drone sightings.
We have the president-elect and military base commanders all saying that the Biden administration is not telling the truth. In fact, we had Mayorkas and Kirby on Thursday and Friday both claim that there was no reported or confirmed drone sightings over military bases. It's been widely reported. There was a major investigation in the Wall Street Journal for many months, actually for many years, of drones being over military bases. They then said today, Kirby in that same comment, he said that they evaluated 5,000 cases over the last few days. It's inconceivable to me that they interviewed 5,000 people to figure out where they were standing, what time of day, where they were looking, to be able to dismiss all of these cases. You know, look, people do make mistakes. I think there's been a lot of mistaken sightings without question, maybe a vast majority of them. But I mean, we obtained the conference call between the White House and New Jersey mayors today. The mayors are livid. One of them got up there and said, I had 2 automobile-sized drones hovering over my house, and they're making a lot of noises, as opposed to a jet plane a very long distance away. So, you know, I think it's a remarkable situation to have Trump demanding this. I think we can count on some transparency now.
I actually want to know what's going on. Do you want to know what's going on? Will you please tell me in the comments and chat what is happening? This cannot be simply people enjoying their hobbies. Let me know in the Rumble chat. Let me know what you think, Roy and Cherryberry and Jin1. All you guys, if you're watching me right now on YouTube, come over and join not only me, but a fantastic little community of outspoken free speakers and free thinkers in the Rumble chat. And if you haven't got Rumble Premium yet, get Rumble Premium now. Not only do you get an ad-free experience, which is a delight just to browse a platform without adverts, isn't it? You also get additional content from all of your favourite Rumble content creators, including me. You get a month, you get a discount. I don't know the exact nature of the discount actually, but if you use Brand, you get a discount, so look at that. And all of the stuff that we usually put on Locals, like the Brand and Lake interview, that will be on Rumble Premium. All you lot on Locals, you still get everything, you know, that you've paid for, you beautiful, beautiful people. Beth in Wonderland and Blessed Old Bird. Hey, before we continue with the drone story, we're going to look at what Mayor Michael Melham was saying. He reckons it's connected to radioactive material in New Jersey. All of New Jersey is radioactive. Am I right? Am I right? I'm only joking. I like New Jersey. I'm just saying, that's interesting, because yesterday we were talking about Rogan, talking about that CEO that said that there could be nuclear warheads. I mean, it's a very confusing end-day stories, particularly if you've looked at, hey, have you seen the bit in Revelation where it talks about locusts that are armored locusts flying in the sky? I mean, imagine if you were living in the times of, so when is it, like, you know, like when Revelation's, when John's on Patmos receiving that vision, it's like what, sort of 50 years after the birth of Christ, is it? I don't know. Like, our Lord is dead, he's resurrected, he's in his new form. These revelations are being received, and you're describing like drones above New Jersey. Locusts, I tell you, locusts hovering above the sky. Let me know what you think this is. It feels a bit end days to me. What is this sky riddle?
We also know that we have drones that are flying in a grid-like pattern. In my opinion, they're looking for something. What might they be looking for? Well, potentially, we're aware of a threat coming through Port North.
It's funny that the mayor of New Jersey is going on the news to give you an opinion on drones. And like, his opinion, like that. What I think, like, I mean, in a sense, this show is fundamentally, this is what I think, but it's always couched in, I would say, pretty clear terms, isn't it? Like, this is us speculating, this appears to be true, this is true, like, this is what, like, these are the things I'm confidently saying. Most stories that you see are masked attempts to further legitimize control, if it's government-oriented, or profit, if it's commercially operated and oriented. And when those two things combine, corporatism and statism, you have new forms of fascism, which are more likely to be technological dictatorships and feudalism, rather than old-school military feudalism. So that's what I would say confidently. Outside of that, I'm guessing. Like, when it comes to something like this, drones, I'm like, what is
maybe that's radioactive material. There was and there is an alert that's out right now that radioactive material in New Jersey has gone missing on December 2nd.
Oh, what's this now? Radioactive material's gone missing in New Jersey? And Tony Soprano was in waste management.
It was a shipment. It arrived at its destination. The container was damaged and it was empty. So potentially...
I mean, like, that's just a side note, isn't it? As an aside, we've lost a bunch of radioactive material. Keep watching the skies.
Stop right there, Mayor.
Mayor, stop right there.
Because that's very important information.
Mayor! Mayor!
And that came from a credible source.
that came from the U.S. government.
Oh, God, this is mad, isn't it? Isn't radioactive material loose in New Jersey? Is this... Are we in a Marvel film right now? Is this going to lead to some sort of Hulk-type figure, drone man, and his drone army?
And so, it's missing?
Missing.
And they think it's in New Jersey, or it could be anywhere?
It was lost in New Jersey, in transit. And again, this is just an example of what I think that we're sniffing for. I think we do have the assets that can go up and fly around and sniff things, which is why...
Sniffing? Sniffing? For radio... If you have lost radioactive material, don't sniff it. That's the last thing you want to do with radioactive material. I mean, that is one situation where you probably should wear a mask and keep 6 feet of sensible distance.
The war against free speech is in full swing. We are the vanguard, bravely fighting back. Rumble's the home of this channel, Stay Free, and a leader in defending the fundamental human right of free speech. They've joined X to sue a cartel of advertisers and ad agencies who conspired to block ad revenue from going to the platforms. Recently, they launched Rumble Premium. This, I think, is going to be a game changer for all of us. It's an ad-free viewing experience with great perks for viewers and creators. Rumble Premium will give you the ability to dive into your favorite content on your mobile or desktop or smart TV and savor every uninterrupted second of my content. Why don't you upgrade to Rumble Premium today? Support my free speech and the free speech of other content creators on this platform. Please go to Rumble now, rumble.com/premium, and if you use the code BRAND, you'll save $10, and Rumble will be aware that our stream is creating great converts. So that's rumble.com/premium, and do use the code BRAND to save $10. Anyway, there's a link there at the bottom of the screen now. We're posting it in the chat. Join up.
We're not seeing the uptick we used to see in Belleville anymore. It's kind of moving, but we're seeing alerts that it's happening now in Pennsylvania.
And that's right about the time that the drone sightings began, right?
Yeah, drone sightings began about 4 weeks ago.
Okay, so when you take a look at this, if this information is indeed credible, why wouldn't the government say, it's us?
Well, because they're liars and maniacs.
That's the crazy part about this. And we've gotten very little information. Even yesterday on that call with the White House, literally mayors were told, you guys are seeing things. There's no credibility to this. We have one mayor, like I said, had drones over his house. I mean, we're no longer going to stand for not hearing the truth. I mean, our state government is failing us. They're not getting the answers from the federal government. And even though yesterday they told us that there's nothing to see here, today there's a top secret briefing going on in Congress. Well, what are they being told that we weren't told yesterday?
Real quick, did you know yesterday when you were on that call about this missing radioactive activity or merchandise, or did you know that this morning after the call?
I was made aware of it yesterday morning. I did raise my hand. We weren't allowed to speak. I did raise my hand, was not called on to get that question answered.
Everything's like school. This is like school. I raised my hands and they didn't pick me. If you want my opinion, this is to do with that radioactive material. That's my opinion. But when you grew up, did you feel like everyone, like adults, knew what they were doing? Like people in government knew what they were doing? Like people who were in charge, like the mayor of New Jersey. I'm not criticising him, by the way. I think he seems really sweet. But, like, I put my hand up. I was trying to ask a question. I wasn't allowed to.
So apparently it is concerning. Even the president-elect, who I'm sure gets some kind of briefings on things, he says he's not going to his home in Bedminster, right?
Yeah, I listened to him yesterday. He no doubt gets the same exact briefings that President Biden gets. He says our government knows. He says our president knows. And he also ended with saying, I'm not going to be in New Jersey this weekend.
So what do you want to know? What do you want the government to tell you and the general public?
I want them to be clear with us. I want transparency. I want them to say these are our assets. There's no need to concern about what's flying. The question should no longer be who's flying these drones or who owns them. It should be what they're looking for. Tell us they're ours. Tell us that they're protecting us, and tell us what the threat is.
Okay, we're coming up on the holidays. Is everybody going to be safe?
I hope so.
Maybe they're like Santa sleighs. They're just sleighs in the sky. That's what they could be, right? Merry Christmas.
What do you want people to do if they see them?
That's a great question. So we've been told that pilots out of Newark Airport are getting hit with lasers. You cannot take the law in your own hands.
Like people in New Jersey fighting drones. Hey, you son of a bitch! I'll drag you down! I'll mess you up, you son of a goddamn!
We do not want you shooting at them. It is a federal offense to shoot on an aircraft. Drones are considered aircraft.
Like, actually, at this point, law and order, I mean, there's drones in the sky. Probably not aliens, probably not foreign invaders, according to our man, the mayor there. It's probably our own government doing weird stuff they're not telling us about. It's not obvious, is it? And then you're not allowed to shoot them down. We're allowed to fly crazy shit around. Don't you start firing guns up there at those drones. I think you shouldn't shoot them down. I'm not endorsing that. I think it's a federal offence. Just saying I'm not recommending or inciting crime, so I can make that very clear. But you know, it's a bit crazy, isn't it, that you're not allowed to shoot drones? Like, that's if it's above your garden. Get out of my yard!
And please do not try and hit them with lasers. Our pilots are being distracted.
What, like legit? This is weird. This is a weird story. This is weird. It's gone weird. It's weird. I mean, I'm sure that's not sufficient insight to warrant your attention, but isn't it extraordinary that you've got, don't fire lasers at those drones. Don't shoot them down. Dude, like sometimes the media used to send them above my house when I was in the UK. I really wanted to shoot them down.
So you think they're American, they're our government, and they're looking for something that went missing that could be very dangerous?
Absolutely.
All right, Mayor, you got to keep us in the loop here. Absolutely. Because we haven't heard any of this stuff in New York.
Absolutely.
This is good, credible
information.
Stuff. It's good, credible information.
And it's all verified and comes based, everything that I based my opinions on have come from my briefings that I've gotten.
Yeah, I'm not just coming pulling this stuff out of my ass. These are my briefings. What's going on? There's drones in the sky. There's radioactive material loose across New Jersey. But don't you take the law into your own hands. The law's falling apart. It's chaos. You can't trust anything. We're in the end times. That's my insight for you, but that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and the chat. What an extraordinary and exciting story. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make
A weird weather pattern is developing across the United States where we're about to see an Arctic blast and a snowstorm across areas like the northern plains, the Midwest, and even the Northeast, and then we're going to see a winter heat wave as we approach Christmas, which will change the complexion of the next couple of weeks as we get closer to 2025. So in today's forecast, we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next 7 to 10 days, and we'll begin with what's happening across the country this morning, and it's pretty interesting out there. We do have this large storm that is moving right now across the northern and central plains and also through the Midwest. This right here is actually a snowstorm that is currently dumping snow in areas like North and South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa. And later today, this will move into areas like Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan, dumping as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow in some spots. And we'll break more into detail about what's going to be happening here in terms of snowfall accumulation in just a moment. Back over in the Northeast, we do have a little streaming area of moisture that has kept things relatively cloudy back up in the Atlantic region. Some storms off coast, but nothing really imminent threat to the United United States. But if you're back along the East Coast, this right here is actually going to be moving in the direction of the northeast. It will be weakening, but we actually could see a little nor'easter as we go into this weekend back over in the northeast. So we'll be talking more about that here in just a moment. And then also back over in the Pacific Northwest, we are about to see a really long stretch of atmospheric river events that will be dumping several inches of snow and rain to areas in the Pacific Northwest, and we'll also talk more about that here in just a moment. So we do have a winter storm that is ongoing right now from the northern plains back into the Midwest, where heavy snowfall is expected throughout the day today in those pink boxes. Also, winter weather advisories are now in effect all the way as far east as Michigan, and we do expect there to be at least some snowfall, not necessarily a ton of snow, but at least a little bit of snow across areas as far south as Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and eventually into the north and east as we go into tonight, tomorrow, and as well as even into Saturday, especially back over in southeast New England, where we could get clipped by a little nor'easter. So this is what it looks like out there this morning. We do have this low pressure center that's back over in the Dakotas that is bringing some snowfall, mostly light to moderate across areas like Minnesota, but this will continue to move east this morning, dumping moderate to heavy snowfall across Wisconsin, Minnesota, and northeast Iowa, and eventually as we get closer to lunchtime, this will really spread across Wisconsin and Minnesota, eventually moving some, passing bands really back over to northern Illinois and northeast Iowa. As we get closer to the rush hour commute, that is when snow will start to filter into areas like the Windy City, Milwaukee, and eventually moving into Michigan. And then eventually as we get closer to sunset, the snow continues to really hammer over areas like Wisconsin and Michigan. And then eventually as we go into the overnight hours, the snow is becoming a lot less widespread in Wisconsin. Most of the snow moving into areas like northeast Indiana, northwest Ohio, and Michigan. And then eventually as we go into Friday morning, that's when most of the snow is moving into areas like the northeast and as well as the higher elevations like the Appalachians. Also, we could see some lake effect snow as we go into Friday. Main area to watch for, I think, will be northwest Indiana during the late afternoon, maybe even a little bit of lake effect snow back over in the upper Michigan Peninsula as well. In terms of total snowfall accumulation, there will be quite a bit, especially back over in Minnesota and as well as Wisconsin, where there will be a widespread area between 5 to 9 inches of snow. There could easily be a couple of spots over 9 inches of snow when this is all said and done. And then Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, most of those areas will see maybe a coating to an inch or two. Some spots back over in northern and central Michigan could see anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of snowfall. So what happens after this moves through the Midwest? Well, it will be moving into the northeast as we go into tonight and eventually into early tomorrow morning. Some light snow blanket areas from Ohio back through areas like New York, Vermont, and as well as New Hampshire. But this isn't really going to be the story. What's going to be the story is that this energy will actually feed into an offshore low pressure system, almost a nor'easter just to the east there of the Carolinas. It will actually clip more than likely the southeast part of New England. So areas like Massachusetts, back over in Rhode Island, and also parts of the Cape Cod area could pick up on a few inches of snowfall and also some higher winds. Unfortunately, though, if you're looking forward to a big snowstorm, I would say the chances of that are still on the lower side. The NAM model does have a jackpot area here in southeast New England, over 6 to 10 inches of snowfall, but I do have some question marks about this still, at least a lack of confidence, if you will, because there's a chance that even if this goes 20 miles further east in terms of where the low pressure center is, there might be almost no snow at all. So don't buy too much into this, but be ready that there could be several inches of snow on the ground as we go into late Friday night into Saturday morning here across southeast New England. This will definitely be something to watch for, but again, right now it looks like the snowfall totals will probably be on the lower side of things, but again, that could change, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel and we'll keep you posted with the latest on that situation. Now, the weather's going to be changing a ton over the next couple of weeks, and we have a very weird weather pattern that is currently setting up. Right now, we have this large trough that is digging here into areas like the Midwest and as well as the Ohio Valley. This is actually what's going to set up Arctic air for this weekend, especially across the Northeast and as well as the Mid-Atlantic region. So we're going to have that this weekend, and that will continue. But what gets interesting is as we go into next week, the weather pattern is going to flip on its head. Instead, we're going to have two things happening. One of which, a very zonal jet stream is going to lead to a very quiet weather pattern for most of the lower 48 as we get closer to Christmas. The other thing is that we're also going to have atmospheric rivers absolutely hammering the Pacific Northwest as the jet stream will stay strong back over in the Pacific Ocean. And then the other thing being is that the temperatures are going to increase substantially as we get closer to Christmas, as there's not going to be really anything cooling down the atmosphere here across the United States. So it's going to be a very, very, I would say, interesting weather pattern here through Christmas. And then I think after Christmas, we're going to start to get some big storms, and we could easily start to see some severe weather outbreaks being back into play right around the New Year, if not just after that. And we also could have some big winter storms coming in play at some point as we get closer to the New Year. So definitely something to watch for. I think we're going to start to see an actual winter weather pattern develop. It hasn't really felt like that recently. We've had some Arctic blasts. We've had a couple of localized winter storms in the Northeast and also the Midwest and, northern plains, but nothing that's been historic by any means. Nothing like 20 plus inches of snow.
Just ping the collection location through to you. Pick up the goods and bring them back to the warehouse. I don't anticipate any trouble.
Now let's talk more about the future radar and what is upcoming in terms of snow and as well as rain over the next week or two. Beginning with what's happening over the next 3 days. Again, that snowstorm will continue to move across the northern plains, Midwest, and Ohio Valley tonight into tomorrow, eventually merging with a little low pressure system off the coast of New England. A big winter storm will be going into areas like Nova Scotia as we go into Friday night into Saturday morning. Could you actually see a couple spots near a foot or even more than that of snowfall as we go into Saturday morning over in Nova Scotia? And just think about it, if this was even 50 miles further west, we could be talking about a full-blown nor'easter back over in New England. I guess it's good news if you don't want snow. If you want snow, bad news. It's missing you for the most part unless you're back over near Cape Cod. As we go into Saturday night into Sunday morning, things are really quiet, so if you have any sort of Christmas travel plans, not going to really see many problems. The only problem that I see really would be Monday back over in the Great Lakes region, where we could have a little winter weather event set up with some light to moderate snowfall, and that will be impacting areas like Wisconsin and Michigan and Minnesota as we go throughout the day on Monday. And then as we go into Christmas Eve, there's a pretty good chance that we're going to have an elongated storm all the way from Texas back into the Northeast. That'll be producing some showers, maybe some thunderstorms back over in Texas. Atmospheric rivers will be really pummeling areas along the West Coast as we go closer to Christmas as well. And then again, a little bit of snow possible in the Northeast. It doesn't look like anything that would cause major travel impacts or anything like that. On Christmas Day for right now, it doesn't look like we're going to be dealing with any sort of, snow really falling unless you're in the higher elevations. The Rockies maybe, and then maybe back over the Pacific Northwest, where we'll continue to see atmospheric river events there. Some rain will continue back over in areas like Florida and back through West Virginia. And then eventually as we go to Thursday to Friday of next week, that's when things do become more uncertain. But right now the GFS model is really hinting at least some large-scale storm forming right before the end of the year. But where that happens and what exactly happens is uncertain, as we are still several days out from that. Now, in terms of the temperatures, we're going to see some crazy temperature trends over the next several days. Beginning with what's happening this weekend, an Arctic air mass will build back over on the east coast of the United States with well below average temperatures, anywhere from New England back into areas like Florida. Florida's not going to feel anything substantial, I would say, but if you're just north of Florida back over in the Carolinas, you're definitely going to feel a cool down. Look at this, by the way, big warm air mass back over in the Great Plains and anywhere west of there, back through the Rocky Mountains. Warm weather will continue there. As we go into early next week, that is when things start to really warm up, especially back over in Canada. But even by Christmas time, we're going to be dealing with above average temperatures anywhere east of the Rocky Mountains, with only a few areas west of the Rocky Mountains going to be subject to below average temperatures, and that'll be mostly, again, in the higher elevations. And then beyond this, we are going to be more than likely dealing with well above average temperatures across the entire country, even by the tail end of December. It could be a pretty hot end of December here across the United States. So what will the actual temperatures be? Well, as we go into Saturday morning, that is when a shot of cold air will move across areas even in the southeast. Below freezing temperatures could go as far south as Florida. As we go to Sunday morning, that northeast cold air will really start to settle in with some areas below zero. And then as we go to Monday to Tuesday, things will begin to progressively warm up. And then again, once we get closer to Christmas Day, this is the high temperatures right now forecasted for Christmas Day. Most areas, even in the central plains like Kansas, could even be as high as the mid-60s back over in southwest Kansas on Christmas Day. And then just beyond Christmas Day, it could even get into the low to mid-60s as far north as Ohio and maybe even southeastern Michigan. Again, that is crazy stuff right there. We don't usually see that this time of the year. In terms of total rainfall accumulation over the next 7 to 10 days, again, really the most of it will be falling along the Pacific Northwest and the West Coast. Several spots will pick up as much as 5 to 10 inches of rain.
What's
By the
going
way,
on?
That's pretty common for this time of the year.
Okay, so you're in serious trouble, and you need my help.
Texas and into Ohio. That's where we think there'll be several shots of rain, but mostly going to be sometime during the middle of next week. Probably going to fall right around Christmas Day for that rainfall. And that's all the weather I have to talk about today. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to subscribe if you're new to the channel. And also, I am sick. If you did not know, I did not record a video yesterday because my throat was literally on fire. So we are back today. Hopefully, I can continue to progressively get better here over the next few days. I'm more congested today, but my throat is much better, so that's a good thing. So I can at least record videos as normal. And also, just a reminder, if you want to get a personalized video from me for the holidays, you can get one at the top link in the description below on Cameo. Definitely recommend you check that out. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. Make sure to hit the like button down below and subscribe if you're not already.
When we expanded our space to give the Creator Warehouse Merge team their own building, I outright refused to get them their own internet connection. Which sounds unreasonable until you consider my perspective. I already pay for commercial internet right over there. A line that actually has to run through the D-Mark in this building. So why should I pay for a second internet connection? That's why we set up a Ubiquiti AirFiber XG, a dish setup that allows you to wirelessly beam internet between two locations at speeds of up to 6 gigabit per second, which sounds great, right? And to be fair, they are we just aren't wireless install techs, and we made the mistake of mounting them on poles that are so short that the wireless signals flying between the dishes hit the side of the building on the way, which actually limits us to about 1/6 of the theoretical max. Now, we could fix this with some taller dishes, but the proper solution is always going to be hardware. The question is just how? And the other question is, will sponsor this video. XSplit. Level up your live streams with simple yet effective broadcasting and video production tools for use on platforms like Twitch and YouTube. Check out XSplit in the link below with code MINEHEAD for 69% off your first purchase or subscription. Haha, funny number, but it's real. Our first thoughts were, not gonna lie, pretty jank. See, the electrical mechanical room for this building, which is actually the one for this entire 3-building complex, is right here. Literally 25 paces. A stone's throw, or a wrench's throw, as it were, from our building across the parking lot. So it did occur to us to just string a wire between the two buildings or hack a micro trench into the parking lot and hope that nobody complained. But believe it or not, we've been trying to get away from jank lately. Thankfully, there's a solution. Because this is a 3-building development, there's already conduit between the main mechanical electrical room here and the one in our building. We just have to find it. Oh, well, it's this one. Obviously, it's not going to be quite that simple, though. You see, that conduit goes to the very opposite end of our building, which is not where our unit is. Also, how the devil are we going to do this?
Oh, we don't need that for that. That's to go to Creator Warehouse from here. There's already fiber that goes up from here.
Yeah, but aren't we using it?
Sort of. This giant cable, which looks suspiciously like the one we ran through the woods, is where the fiber comes into the complex. It runs up into this distribution box where the fiber is actually terminated. These two cables here, because we have our own dedicated wavelength, are our internet. These other ones are for everyone else in this building. In fact, our old connection actually breaks off of it.
These are Japanese survival rations from 1973, 1982. In 2009.
Well done, boss.
Starting off with the newest one, a vinyl pouch. It's water resistant. It can't get submerged, as you can see. It It's just gonna give it a little bit of protection from the rain. Emergency food. These were equipped on various commercial airliner jets. Check that out. It's a 5-man, 24-hour ration. Each one of these provides food for one person for 1 day. It's 2 components, an A and B component. We'll see. Packed in 2009, 3-year shelf life. Probably more like a 5 or 10-year shelf life. They say 3. Annu Nutrition Company Limited. Let's check it out. That tape could be pretty useful. Cool little metal can that's reclosable, reflective. The compressed bar is 245 calories. Each jelly candy is 61 calories. You'll probably catch some rainwater in this and get water out of a raft. Just ladle it out. Probably cook out of it if you're landed on an island. Biscuit bars. That's the A component. Again, this is 245 calories each, and it is going to be like an enriched wheat flour and sugar, and there's a skim milk powder, some hydrogenated vegetable oil. You get 5 biscuit bars and 5 jelly candies. That's looking pretty good. Alright, let's get this out on the tray. Nice. Okay, this ration contains 1,530 calories. It's a lot more than many rations that you would be eating out at sea. This one here is a bit generous. You could probably stretch it out to 3 days. Too fast. What do you think? It smells fine. I mean, that smells perfectly fresh. Biscuit bars. I remember when RC Gusto did these. It smells the same from 6 or 7 years ago. Had one of these the first time. It has not changed. This thing is perfectly preserved. It smells like a malted enriched wheat flour and milk powder that is very fresh. There's no staleness or rancidity, and barely any crumbs left over. So, see that little bit of crumble? These things could be broken down into a porridge. The jelly candy. That is in great shape. I mean, this thing might melt in heat. Starch jelly with sesame encased in the center. It's like a sandwich. A starch jelly sesame seed sandwich. Low blood sugar. This be really nice if you're out at sea and you're kind of shaking from hunger. Something like that give you that insulin spike that you need, especially if your morale is low. And with being on a restricted calorie, this is maybe half of what the average person is eating a day, 1,530 calories. It's not too bad. The majority of the protein, again, is in this thing. Here is wheat flour. You're going to have like a wheat gluten protein. It's kind of low-grade protein, amino acid profile. That's okay. It has skim milk powder in there, too. Let's just actually open those 2 for now. And let's try it out. Kind of crumbly. Absolute freshness. Sweet. Seems like it has like a powdered dextrose added.
So much it does not. I'm
Hold out longer if it has vegetable oil.
You hate the sword, or you just don't like it because you don't play it?
It definitely belongs in this game.
Wow.
It belongs in this game. It has a place.
Sweet milk. Cereal cookie. There's nothing
I just feel like
about it. I mean, really, the most definitive flavor outside of just sugar and wheat, I guess, is some kind of light malt. A little bit of a gritty crunch, and then it formulates into a paste, a sweet paste. Perfectly fresh sesame seed. That is amazing. It's like a slightly dry gelatin is so fascinating. The sesame seed scent. That is.
It's there for taking. Get it and bring it back to the warehouse.
This is great. Aftertaste, like instant taste. Sesame seed. These things are so good. Make you want to get into a survival situation, just so you can try out some collectible snacks. Particularly the ration, the earlier version of the manual. Company Ltd, Japanese survival ration, lifeboats and lifeboats. It's the lifeboat raft rations. English translation is get the wheat flour, fat, seasonings, preservatives, chemical it's BHT, 1979. Here is the other side in Japanese. Green tape holding it together. On reflect its usage to this thing. Seal it. It smells like musty water. Bleachy. Like a chlorine smell. That's nice. And you can see there's breakdown jelly orders. It's like the same tech and everything. Same tri-laminate packaging. They still produce these. You can still get it. Okay, 2,580 calories in the whole ration. It is larger overall. 144 grams of jelly candy, 432 grams of biscuit. Very nice. Oh wow, an accident memo. That's so neat. It is a lifeboat and life raft ration. It's for out at sea. Water is limited, and this thing's going to provide a reasonable amount of metabolic water and very minimal protein content, reducing any kind of additional water needs there. Keep your hopes up, you will be rescued. This package contains food A and food B, edible on the spot without eating. Food A is prepared with cereals, and food B is tissue, hard biscuits, ingredients, wheat flour, fat, preservatives, chemicals, jellies. Ingredients: sugar, agar, natural flavoring, preservative chemicals. Agar. Same stuff. Alright, let's get this out of the trip. First around. Jelly bar. Wait, there's a let's look at one, too. Stuck in here. It doesn't smell like any. Oh, actually, kind of smells like just perfect. Against the wheel smell. Gosh, what a shame. You know, we used to. preservative they added, the secret preservative that kept this thing intact. Probably just BHA, BHT, hydrogenated back. Tri-laminate packaging, vacuum sealed, scored well enough. Like that's not going to change. This is just there's delamination to a tri-laminate package, multiple layers of package. It's just awful without. Past its prime, if I do say so myself. That's not sugar, that is packaging that broke down. Let's take it to the next one from 1973. Canned by Tayo Fishery Company. It weighs 1 pound, 5.7 ounces, or 613 grams. Emergency ration, 9 meals. Yet hold on, rescue as it once. Canned July 1st, 1973. Quality guaranteed for 2 years. Tayo Fishery Company Limited. This is the second largest fishery in Japan. Make your entry and close card. Place the strip in an empty can. Or have it closely sealed with tape and drop it into the sea. And drifting will inform your position of shipwreck to a rescue squad. Well, that's good. That's how you'll get found. Sure will take no time at all that way. You'll be just fine. Oh, wait, look. Various candies and some desiccated meat. 1 man for 3 days. 9 meals. Tayo Fishery first opened up in 1880. Fishing is only 60% of their revenue. They got into shelf-stable food, canning, pharmaceuticals. It's pretty nice, fairly reflective. Lid. Looks like it might have had tape around it at some point.
You won't be able to drive this one out of there. It's heading offshore with some pretty nasty individuals. So it's going to need an airlift. Collect a heavy lift chopper and then collect the car.
Keep it dry. Prevent some splashing of seawater. Let's check it out. Reasonable packaging tech. Pencil. It's sharp too. Let's see. Looks like tri-laminate, fairly strong and flexible foil packaging. Again, it just smells like it reminds me of, actually, it really reminds me of the smell of when you open an old brown bag or MRE and you smell this kind of funky plastic. Tell me this thing's pulled up well. Let's see if this did. Who knows what this stuff is? Again, it's not right down. Those are the jellies. Let's see. We got this bag. Vita glucose, coffee candies, various fruit candies, jelly candies. them both and find out. A little bit melted. We'll find out. First, let's check these out. No smell, like 0 scent. Those are candy. Let's find out what this is here. They're slightly darker, like it might get some
boss. I guess that one's not going in the warehouse. Log back onto SecuroSurf here at the office.
SMRE for the year 2024. Menu 2, Chicken Stir Fry. You replaced the previous Menu 2, Beef Shredded and Barbecue Sauce, which ran from 2014 to 2023. This is an old-style soft LDPE, or low-density polyethylene, multiple-use pack, and a bit large. Has some excess air in there, takes up a little bit of extra space. Check this out. The new style packaging. It weighs about 16 grams less. It's a more compact package. It costs less, it's more easily mass-produced, and it's actually a stronger package than this. The pouch itself on the outside, it's probably just as useful as the old one. Maybe just a little bit less, but barely. We're gonna first check out beef shredded and barbecue sauce. The last year for it. We'll see if that chicken stir fry is an upgrade. Nice. Cinnamon bun. 360 calories, 10 grams of fat, 7 grams of protein, 59 grams of carbohydrate, and has 2 grams of fiber. Quite a bit of sodium, 460 milligrams. It's an accessory packet. Very minimal. Oh wow, look at this. Apple, strawberry, and carrot fruit squeeze puree. That's a new component. In a squeezer pouch, kind of like applesauce. 120 calories. 2 grams of fiber. Carrot powder, strawberry puree. Even has a gram of protein in there. Oh, nice. Cheese spread with jalapenos. Spoon. FRH. This ration weighs 773 grams. The other one weighs 747. It's about 1 ounce less, the new menu. Wow, chocolate hazelnut protein drink powder. This stuff's intense. Look at this. Unlike its regular chocolate counterpart, this one has some creamer, a little bit less protein, and more carbohydrate. Quite a bit more actual maltodextrin than the other one. This is mostly maltodextrin. That's the main ingredient. That is for active soldiers. That's about it. Or if you're a bodybuilder. Tortillas plain. Flat profile. Calorie dense. Can't go wrong. And shredded beef and barbecue sauce has 330 calories. Okay, so there's everything laid out. Not bad. Alright, let's get the salad on the tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off by heating up that main. Probably the tortillas too. Let's see what we can do with the cinnamon bun and cheese. fit this on the top now. There's still a little bit of heating element left in the space. We'll see if we can warm up the cheese too. And then stick the tortillas on this side. Nice flat profile. That should go in easily. And let's see if we can have a little bit of space for this thing. How possible is it to also fit the cinnamon bun in there? I think there's enough space. Wow. Who knows how possible it is, but it's worth a shot. We'll flip that if needed. Let's check out the chocolate hazelnut protein drink powder. 270 calories. It almost smells like hazelnut Nutella or something. Looks like chocolate milk. You can definitely taste a prevalent flavoring of hazelnut with a milk chocolate that's very smooth. That is a drink with utility. Again, high in maltodextrin, it's giving you fast-acting carbohydrates and some protein. An excellent addition to the MRE. And again, if you're active, it's just what you're going to want and need. Let's check out that apple strawberry carrot puree. Oh yeah, this stuff's thicker than applesauce. Here, let's flip this thing. Listen to it. Is it warming that up at all? I don't know. I can feel a slight warmth on that side. Check that out. It's slightly warmed from being in there. Made it a little more flexible. Cinnamon bun. Shelf-stable bread. This is ready. Cheese is nice and warm. And the tortillas too. That is whole barbecue beef. Sweet and savory, like molasses and garlic barbecue sauce.
Get that motherfucker!
Here, let's check out the
Come on,
man! It's still nice and warm. That's the way to do them. So they don't split. Warm them up.
I'll destroy you!
Let's attempt to make a soft taco. Here. Then we'll try out the main on its own.
What an asshole!
Still got beef taco. Time to buy them up. Stock up and keep them in a cool, dry place. Look at that beef. It's like a pork pot roast.
You prick!
And this one, we'll put some cheese on it. Oh yeah. Properly heated up. Check this out. Jalapeno Let's see if we can scoop a little off the top. Finesse this thing.
You prick.
Some of this on its own. The chew of that pulled beef is just outrageously good. It tastes fresh, like pretty much like kind of cheap barbecue. And like a baseball game where it's like a food stand. None of the food's really good. It's kind of generic. It's like a half step up from that. Didn't spill. That was surprising. I thought it was going to be a wipeout. You know, jalapeno cheese on its own. That is somewhat spicy. Got these crunchy little jalapeno chili bits in there. It's a salty processed cheese that's kind of spicy. And barbecue sauce. It's got Worcestershire sauce and garlic and molasses. Savory, sweet, tart, unbelievably good, and high sugar, which makes for a good barbecue sauce. Let's check out this strawberry apple carrot puree. Whoa, much thicker than applesauce, twice the thickness, and that must be from the carrot powder. It almost seems like, look at the thickness.
What's going on?
The strawberry puree is very refreshing. Not much of the flavor of apple. It's mostly strawberry and carrot.
The cavalry on the way, homie. This fool won't even know what hit
it.
it.
Mostly just apple sweetness, like the sugar. The carrot reduces some sweetness, thickens it, and adds vitamin A, a little bit of fiber, and even a gram of protein. This is like applesauce of the future. Right here. This chocolate protein drink. That stuff is unusual. Creamy and sweet, but it's like a maltodextrin sweet. Almost a chalky sweetness. And it's sort of good, especially again if you connect what it's made for. Let's check out the cinnamon. Where's the filling? Like, where did they put it? I think I see some. Look. They really skim filling it, eat more of it. It's on a moist red. I don't know how they do it. Probably the unbelievable range of dough conditioners and preservatives. Oh, wow. Yeah, the parts with the filling are the best. It's like the parts that are just like bread, so you only want to eat that. I can see that. I see it. Thickening agent and stabilization of the bread, helping it to keep warm. Look, that is well-stabilized bread. Gum Arabic. That's a polysaccharide emulsifier. And there's will-datum, or diacetyl tartaric acid ester of mono and diglycerides. It's mostly utilized in baking the bread, you know, toughen up the gluten in the dough. I don't even know how that could work so well, but it does. This is like apple cinnamon cobbler. Look at that bite right there. Look at that cheese, kind of solidified at the top. It's like nacho cheese. I wonder if this thing was in service for about 10 years. Makes sense. This thing is almost perfect. This carrot, strawberry applesauce. That right there, because of the carrot, boosts it nutritionally, improves the flavor and consistency. That is a component pretty much everybody can look forward to. Get your vegetables. Let's see what it's like without the cheese. I like that. Just barbecue beef with a tortilla. And you can taste that Worcestershire sauce, garlic, molasses. walking. It's not bad. Let's see how cinnamon bread is with barbecue sauce. Yeah, because the bread's kind of bland. It pairs with anything. And just enough moisture content without being weird, or requiring more preservative, potassium. For long-term shelf-stable bread, it's nearly perfected. This. Let's check out this guy. Very soft chew, slightly crunchy outer shellac, sweetened with xylitol, peppermint flavor. Fresh, not turning brittle, not sticky, won't pull a cap, won't pull a filler. Shredded beef with barbecue sauce is a menu I'm gonna miss. Okay, now for the chicken stir fry. Packed the 80th day of 2024. Tear notches at the top here. Let's see how easy this is. Oh, look at that. Tore along the side here. You could peel it all the way up if you wanted. But leave it like this. And take out one component at a time. Cinnamon bun. They kept that in there. Trail mix recovery with pretzels. Another apple, strawberry, carrot puree. And that's the package. It still has relative utility for packing out trash and among other purposes. Okay, so there's the main. Really dense. The hazelnut protein drink powder. Conte seasoning. The main contains 240 calories, 8 grams of fat, a gram of sodium, 26 grams of carbohydrate, 17 grams of protein, some potassium, a little bit of iron. The accessory packet is the same as well. Matches, toilet paper, chewing gum, moist towelette, and iodized salt. Okay, so there's everything laid out. That's looking pretty good. Alright, let's get this out on the tray. Nice. Okay. Let's first start off by heating up that main chicken stir fry. Since there are no tortillas, we'll fit this in. Cinnamon bun. We actually heat it up this time. With the removal of the tortilla, it was replaced with trail mix recovery with pretzels, 18 grams of fat, 10 grams of protein. There are 47 grams of protein total in this menu. Mostly pretzels. Let me get this again. Let's check out the chocolate hazelnut protein drink. Again. Ooh, wait for beforehand. What does this smell like? Just on its own. Oh, way better than when you add water. On its own, it smells like hazelnut coffee or like hot chocolate or something. Oh wow, it's kind of green. Made it a little thicker this time. The pretzels. is more prevalent than your average pretzel, but it's really nice because they're softer than they used to be. They used to be more hard to chew. An airier, puff center. It's an optimized pretzel bite. It is definitely better than it used to be. Look at that almond. Dry, but not thirst-provoking. There's no salt on the almond. Some cashew. Nice soft chew. High fat, buttery. Give you a couple peanuts in there. Let's get those. Dry, salted, flavorful. A good on-the-go snack that has carbohydrate, but it's not as high a glycemic index as, say, this. As well as the apple, strawberry, carrot puree. They really do. And this is what you eat.
Excuse me for what?
Remains heating up.
Oh.
Perfect little pre-game minute snack here. You have this with your applesauce. A much more pronounced hazelnut flavor. He calls for 8 ounces. It's better with 6. This is like a real milkshake. A strong hazelnut flavor. I mean, it's just nutty. Goes well with this too. See a few peanuts for the stir fry. That might be good. This is probably ready. Let's give it a look. We're gonna keep the cinnamon bun on the FRH until it's ready to be eaten. Oh yeah. Look at that. Shelf-stable American Chinese food. Sesame oil. This smells fresh. Cafeteria fresh. Yeah. What's that sit on top of that? White chicken. That's nice. Brown. Ginger. Even though it's minuscule. Little pieces of red pepper. Oh, that's actually large pieces. Who would I get? Taste that. That's the carrot. Can't see you're not getting your vegetables. Look at that. Bamboo shoots. Has a slight additional garnish. Pieces of chicken. Processed chunks, but not overly processed. It's not like a razor head chicken. It actually has some textural authenticity to it. I mean, it's real food. 15% of your daily value of potassium in this thing. It's like a modified food starch thickener ginger sauce with a reasonable amount of sesame oil. And it's savory. With a slight spice. I'm gonna add the peanuts to it. A little cashew. And just a little bit. You can still have your recovery trail mix. You can integrate a little bit in. Just extra crunch and peas. Fat content, flavor. Peanut with that sesame oil. It goes hand in hand. Let's just throw a tiny bit of the sauce on. Don't think it was necessary, but they had it there just in case.
You piece of shit!
There we go. Put that on sooner. next level flavor.
Looks more normal.
This is a 2024 dated production, US MRE menu number 13, cheese tortellini and tomato sauce. We're also going to check out the civilian meal kit supply. This right here is going to be nice. A service time that's coming up 30 years. The first vegetarian MRE menu, and also arguably the best. Back to the 79th day of 2024. It weighs 1 pound 4 ounces, or 566 grams. Let's get it going. Case right off the bat. Here's the main cheese tortellini and tomato sauce. Recovery. That's a smaller pack using less material. It's more compact. What's this? Coconut almond high energy bowl. 300 calories. Has coconut oil, green powder, coated almonds, a new component, crushed red pepper. Got lemon lime carbohydrate electrolyte beverage powder. 90 calories. Here, look at this. Herb and cheese swirl roll. Another new component. You know, something's going on with the MRE. Look at this. It's just another menu. With no coffee. Look at that. I guess they put all the budget and the new components there. Looking pretty good. Alright, let's get this out under the tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off by heating up that main. I actually feel like heating up herb and cheese swirl roll too. carbohydrate, electrolyte, beverage powder, lemon lime. Just smells like a light, chalky key lime. Looks like radioactive toxic waste, trail mix recovery with pretzels. A standard component, very straightforward. 10 grams of protein, 18 grams of fat, 300 calories. Cashews and pretzels, almonds and peanuts. Gourmet. Look at this. Coconut almond high energy bar. 22 grams of fat, 15 saturated. Only 21 grams of carbohydrate, 14 grams of sugar. 4 grams of protein. Got everything in there. 50 grams, 1.76 ounces. Coconut and like chocolate and vanilla. This FRH, like a charm, it feels like a heated food. Cheese tortellini, nice and hot, almost too. Piece of celery, tomato sauce. Smells nice and savory. Basil. Let's check out that swirl roll. Heat it up. Whoa. It smells like breadsticks from a restaurant. No kidding. Dough, swirl shape. The same stuff as wheat snack bread. Slight textural enhancements. There's the cheese in there. The swirl. Let's check out that vein. Cross section. Check out that cheese. Soft tortellini. It's not mushy, which is great. Here. Oh yeah. Getting your vegetables. That is a well-seasoned tomato sauce. Standalone. Awesome every time. Like a little bit of chew, but not much. Parmesan cheese. Pretty straightforward. I mean, you could probably eat it cold and still be halfway decent. And that'd be most likely the scenario. Let's check this out. This cheese swirl. New bread items. Like this. Here. Italian breadstick with a slightly different flavor. Has a little bit more of like a cheese flavor, and less herbal. And it pairs with this. Oh, they go hand in hand. It's almost like cheese tortellini was always missing something. It was missing this. It almost seems like it has sun-dried tomatoes in it. Strangely brilliant. With the kind of cheap tomato sauce thickened, you know, but it's sort of good too, and definitely better than most canned. Wow, that cheese. That's like a strong herbal cheese smell. And you can see it swirled in the swirl. That's the butter.
Okay, you've been
seasoning. It's criminally delectable. I mean, really, what they want you to do is put your calories down and stuff that'll mix. Coconut almond high energy bar. It's a strong vanilla smell. Coconut vanilla. High fat melts in your mouth. It's like fudge with pieces of toasted coconut. Cheese tortellini. This bread. Try it out.
God, you have it! Right, motherfucker?
Oh wow. That is the perfect textural flavor combo. Congratulations, Sterling Foods, for coming up with yet another masterful. It's alright. Between them and Natick and Uncle Sam. Tastes like Fazoli's. Fazoli's. Ready to eat. I think it's the best thing I've ever eaten in an MRE today, at least. I mean, really. So I was hungry. I mean, my stomach was growling before, so. Right there, I call goodie. It's like a chewy cheese bread. Food like that. Who needs restaurants? Or even to go to the grocery store. Chocolate, vanilla. It's a lot like the dessert bars. First rate rations, but better. It has more texture. Nice toasted coconut, almond crunch. It's not too much. You should put 2 of them in there. It's not like it takes up that much space. Chocolate, vanilla, almond, the whole cream, fudge. Out of this world flavor. It's unbelievable. People would buy that. Like at the store, if you could get it. Let's finally try the drink. Slight, minerally, not overly sweet or tart, but yet still flavorful, key lime flavored, carbohydrate electrolyte beverage base, which is sure to quench your thirst. Pretzels. An advanced, spherical, hollow, malted, salted army pretzel. Recovery trail mix. Slightly cheapened with the pretzels, yet, you know, hey. Those almonds are a bit hard, like just a bit too hard for the rest of the mix. Sign a petition, bring back coffee every menu, and take the almonds out. Recovery Joe mentioned. Place more cow. The peanuts, well roasted, a bit dry. The almond will need to be softer. Too hard on the teeth. Still tastes great. The cashew, nice and soft, buttery. Pretzel, standard. Plain are the almond. They're too hard. Not too wide. First perfect. Demoralizing. Chewing gum. This is a limited supply to market. It's the closest to what the U.S. military uses, but it's readily available on the civilian market. I haven't been in contact with the owner in like 6 years. I hope he doesn't mind me just randomly giving this review. It's just, this is the Cadillac of civilian markets. Let's give it a look. applesauce pound cake. Lemon lime beverage base. And this is the 130 calorie your highest calorie version by this point. Flameless production heat made by Sotaka Commercial Meals. There's a thing, Sotaka makes shirt packs. And if you can't get this, you should get a shirt pack. Or a sleeve. Santa Fe rice and beans as a side. 220 calories. Not bad. 8 grams of protein, 8 grams of fat, 4 grams of fiber. That's a pretty cool side. You see, they can taste these 3/4. And that's because you could pretty much break it up into almost like 3 meals. 3 snack size meals. That's everything else. Check out this accessory. Tailored operational training wheel. Toes. This. These things are interesting. Get a double sugar pack. Now, so that just a minute. Fresh now. That is surviving the zombie apocalypse. Salt and pepper. Creamer. And look at that. Every meal gets supplied every acid. Okay, so there's everything laid out. That's looking pretty good. Alright, let's get the salad and the trick. That is potatoes for start. Heating up that main inside. It's in every menu meal kit supply, and they have those, not like deep bridge or something, which is okay, better than no coffee at all. This is pretty good. this is what you want for a tomato sauce thickened with modified food starch. I will say, it's still good quality. Anybody will like it enough. Outstanding texture. That's retort cottage cheese tortellini. Now with Santa Fe rice and beans, it has cheese sauce. That is really nice. An awesome sauce. That's a thick sauce. Look at it. Absolutely out of this world. Like a delectable nacho cheese. That right there is where you'll put the cracker for sure. It has pinto beans, corn, and rice in like a nacho cheese sauce that is amazing. Dear. Tastes like a tortilla chip with it. You'd never know. I think there's a piece of olive in there. Look at that. Oh yeah. He went all out. Flavorful. This is a really nice meal. I mean, when it comes down to it, it is your nicest civilian MRE. I mean, the price is a little bit high compared to, say, like a Sure Pack. Get a case of these for like $180, $200. Get a case of Sure Packs. That's Soap Pack. Those are like $120. But you'll see the difference in menu variation. Chips and dip up there. Pinto beans, cheese, rice. Doesn't get any better than that. You'll actually look forward to the next storm you're caught in. As long as you got a TV or radio, deck of cards, cheese tortellini. A tried and true menu that pretty much anybody could enjoy. It is better than going out for Italian. The sauce is well seasoned, but not over seasoned. Food like this, you got a family, sure beats being stuck with canned food and having to use sternos. I mean, really, get a hot meal with this. You don't need to play one match. That's like a treat. Santa Fe rice and beans. That cheese sauce is impressive. There is black olive and jalapeno. Pinto beans. That really goes well with those chips, the corn. It tastes like a tortilla chip with it. And nachos. Nacho cheese. We get nacho cheese and tortilla chip. Bury your pantry. Get your rice and beans. Get your water. It's a proper meal. Pretty much just tastes like an apple cinnamon donut. Pieces of apple. It's like the peanut butter. Absolutely decadent. And if you want to get into a survival situation, just so you got a good excuse to eat this thing. Bill's Brew pound cake. Eating like a king when everybody else is probably out there scrounging around at the grocery store. A ration that only gets better over time. I'm hoping that they keep making it better with keeping that price range reasonable, which they do. Anyway, this is Steve 1989. I hope you liked the video. And I'll be coming back at you almost guaranteed it'll be in perfect shape. Great beverage base. Peanut butter. And then here are the noodles, chow mein. You got your fried noodles. And the rest. Not bad. Alright, let's get the salad on the tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off by a Attempting to eat up that main. It's looking pretty good. This, you know, if you add the salt, sometimes it helps. Anyway, just in case. I already has quite a bit of salt in there, like a ½ gram. Just throw an extra in there. Sometimes this would be exothermic reaction. We'll just set this in here for a minute. This one's actually working. Ooh, nice. Here. Okay, well that's definitely doing its thing. Let's go ahead and have some coffee.
How's things? Good? For real? It's done. No problem.
There's more in there. Oh, wow. Let's check out that grape drink.
Okay.
Gosh, I gotta try a little of this on its own. Wow, look at that blue sugar candy, pretty much. A more authentic artificial grape flavor than the modern. The modern grape is a little confusing, actually. Oh, there's coffee. How about those peaches? Yeah. It's a nice looking little fruit. Cookie bar, chocolate covered. One and only. Oh. Look at that. Zero bloom to this chocolate. This stuff is built for tropical temperatures. It will not melt as easy as standard milk chocolate, designed to last a long time. The Hisco. There we go. Isn't this nice? Very simple. Let's check out the main. Has a savory black pepper. Awesome. Some celery in there. Savory pork stew. It's really smells good. That looks outstanding for its age. I'm gonna try this out on its own. Just a quick one. Water chestnut, nice lean pieces of pork. reasonable crunch on its own. It's like black pepper in sauce. You can try the soup. Mushrooms that don't squeak on your teeth. That's good. Good sign. Let's try out the cell. Still maintain a little tiny bit of crunch. This is beautiful. The soup that's suspended. Onion, garlic, fair amount of sodium. It's like a light gravy. The pork. Significantly chewy. Terrific texture. That's like, I'm sure it's not pork loin, but it's still pretty tender. It's like a pork roast. Let's try out a water chestnut. Water chestnut with a tiny sliver of mushroom. Beautiful addition of crunch. And it's one of the few like thermostabilized retort pouch items that you can do that with. Here, what we're going to do is add a little bit of peanut butter. Let's cook the chow mein noodles. These are shelf-stable fried noodles. If they are still edible, this is a perfectly preserved option. Let's find out. Look at that fresh pepper. It looks good, not discolored. Does it smell? Absolutely fine. Look at these. Oh wow. Delectable fried noodles. Maybe. I would just eat these on their own, but I suppose the only thing you can do to improve it from there is make a peanut sauce with the gravy. Mix it on the top there. Peanut butter fried noodles. And the peanut butter is flavorful. It's like well roasted. Now, the hot sauce. Get the whole thing on there. That's gourmet field chow. And try some grape drink.
Yeah, it's fucked. You're gonna hear all of my background.
Oh yeah. It tastes like grape juice.
This guy, he reviews military MREs. Military food.
Now that's a well-mixed, absolutely fantastic looking meal. Time to chow down.
You're probably getting feedback now.
It's almost like adding as good as it'll get for a spicy peanut sauce.
Yeah, that's the next thing I gotta do is fix this mic.
A lot of crunch. A variation of crunch. You don't get that too often in MRE.
Thank you.
They're quite generous with textural enhancement as well. It's probably one of the better things I've eaten in this day so far. Wow, that's celery. This is top tier. You're getting your vegetables in this. My mind is blown by this. I mean, it comes out the flavor. It's like a spicy peanut sauce, like I said. It is savory, lightly sweet, fair amount of sodium. Again, the soup that it is suspended in. I mean, I'm telling you, this thing, I wouldn't doubt if it had 1,200 milligrams of sodium total. That's main. With the things you add and everything else. Those fried noodles. That was the best bite so far. There's a bunch of peanut butter in there. Wow. This is almost too good. That's probably why they discontinued the menu. Grape drink. You can drink this after coffee. You'll be alright.
LJT with some urgent business. Someone's about to rat out our powder factory to the narcs. Take them out and clean up the evidence.
Heat it up.
What?
Let's just try out the peanut butter side first. Let's just leave it up. To find that much crunch normally, let alone shelf stable. This here, break it up in that little bottom glass dip. Mix this up a little bit. Let's see. That's like a savory peanut butter cracker. Just another phase of the main course. No peanut butter left. A thick milk chocolate pudding, oatmeal biscuit cookie. Tastes like margarine or butter.
How can I help?
Has a nice
Okay, my friend. I'll take care of the LSPD. Leave it to me.
A fair amount of emulsifier keeps it warm. Freeze-dried peaches. Sweet styrofoam crunch. It has a pronounced peach flavor. It's velvety sweet and it's almost like fruit cotton candy, but then compressed. There's one thing you can do. Mix incredibly well with the grape drink, and it's almost like a fruit zero change to the rush. The wet nap has a lemon detergent new car smell, teamed with leather. There we go. Some crumble, a little bit of a hard bite in. The crumble reformulates into a reasonable gum base, medium soft chew. Real sugar, peppermint flavor. Old chow mein, 1993 to 2000. Pretty good service time, I can see why. Okay, we're back with dinner. Menu number 5, spaghetti with meat and sauce. Let's give it a look. Cocoa beverage powder. Got crackers. FRH. Accessory packet A. Accessory packet B will have Tootsie Rolls. Wow, look at this one. So that's the candy in this one, a little Mars bar. Solid milk chocolate. It's a tropical, as in it holds up to tropical temperatures. Instead of the 98-degree Fahrenheit melting temperature, it is going to be about 120.
Drop what you're doing. It's LJT.
Sugar-free.
Someone's made off with a shipment of your crystal and sold it to some gangsters.
Cheese. That's about the only thing. Shortest shelf life of any MRE component. first generation pound cake. For the USMRE, 1993 is your first year. And the main, spaghetti with meat and sauce. Look at that short list of ingredients. There's Parmesan cheese in there. I wonder how this is held up. Not bad. Alright, let's get this out on the tray. Nice. Kids, we're start off by checking out that spaghetti. And heating it up. Check out this FRH. See if it's gonna work or not. You know, I got it salted. That's what helped. That's always fun. This is my idea of a wild time. So many times, you know, the early ones, they just ate them cold, and they still do. A lot of times, they'll just eat them cold because there's just no time to heat them. This is so much, you know, not even half the water. Just an ounce or whatever it is of water that you need to activate the 7.5 or so grams of material. The magnesium, iron, and sodium combination. Let's check out the coffee. Make sure it's not a mess. Oh, it looks good. Looks okay. Much needed right now. Pound. On the back, it says, that's okay, vanilla.
Even the car is fresh. This car is not
MRE pound cake. There's no crystallization or very little. Wow, that smells fantastic. It's going to be no discoloration, no ink sticking to it, nothing like that. This is just something you never see. Very uncommon. Just like some recrystallization of sugar. Well-baked piece of cake. For the Mars bar. This thing, that's a little bit of balloon.
This is a
That separation.
small blending.
The cheese probably smell like gin sock. Well, it doesn't look very normal at all. Okay. Well, it smells good too. Well, I mean, hey. Try this out. Let's go ahead and check out some more. Army oat color. It's quite light in color. A light, grainy, slightly demoralizing army oat cake. Gosh, there's really anything in the back. Oh, jeez, this stuff. Great for when you got purified water that's coming out of the river and you don't want it to look quite as heat intensive. Let's check out that pound cake. crunch, like a glazed donut. That is a doughy, slightly chewy vanilla cake with a, almost like, you know, Captain Crunch has that film, like residue that leaves behind, has a little background on, a bit more dense than the modern pound cake, the fruit punch. Well, it is quite artificial and menacing in its artificial cherry watermelon flavor that I just think that to each their own. I'm sure there's somebody out there that loves it. Why not go ahead and check out the bloomed chocolate? That's just surface bloom. Look at the inside. Hold As for flavor, it's like a milk chocolate with some sort of, what is that they put in there anyway? I mean, it's just like a flavoring that is uncalled for, right? This is some of the worst chocolate I've ever had. Look at it. It's beautiful. I mean, here, it doesn't look too bad. Flavor-wise, it's a tad bit sour tasting, and that is normal. This was just very unappealing chocolate. Look how it doesn't melt. No melt. Yeah, it's piping off. How's the spaghetti? Yeah, look and smell. Parmesan cheese. Little to no preservatives. If they're in it, they're not listed on the ingredients. Gosh, it smells homemade. Or like cafeteria homemade, but like fresh. That smells so good. The Parmesan cheese is like, and garlic and like a fresh beef. There we go. No off colors, no off odors. Visually.
Hello, you're through to Merriweather Security.
Scent-wise, it is absolutely fantastic. The sauce is pretty thick. Fresh.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Canned. A fresh canned tomato smell. Minced or ground beef, some large pieces, with reasonable chew. At least just as good as a brand new one. The tomato sauce isn't sour, nor is the Parmesan cheese. The crackers, the malted barley with that crunch, accentuates the tomato sauce.
Congratulations.
It's like some kind of chips and dip. The tomato sauce hasn't oxidized. It didn't get darker. This main would be like really dark brown, like a dark red brown. It is important to understand the value of this range. This seems to last a store, at least the old ones. I don't know about these newer ones. We'll see. I don't know. The removal of hydrogenated oil and trans fat. This might be it. It's a Desert Storm veteran. He said he mixed the spaghetti with the corn mash and make a meal out of like 2 beans and mix it. Imagine that. Just all the things you'd be doing after eating a bunch of time. That was a 24-hour set of some 1993 MREs. Super nice condition. This thing was unrivaled. For 1993, it was way ahead of its time, and having the flameless ration heater meant that a soldier could heat up their meal without producing any flame. No fire required. What an experience. Anyway, this is Sweet 1989. That, yeah, she's so very cool.
Welcome to 18th Century. I'm your host, John Townsend, and today we're doing a beef stew, something you've had many times in the past. But this recipe has some interesting 18th century additions. Thanks for joining us as we savor the flavors and aromas of the 18th century. When I'm looking for dishes, recipes, I want something that everyone can relate to, and everyone can relate to a recipe like this one. But I also want something that's very, very specifically 18th century. This recipe is from the ladies' assistant from Charlotte's. And this recipe book is filled with very, very well-to-do dishes, expensive dishes, and low dishes as well. This one's no different. So let's find this recipe. It's not in the 200 this one has a fancy name. It's called lump ragu. Let's read it here. Cut the meat from the bone, flour it, fry it, pour over it a little boiling water, about a pint of small beer, add a carrot or two, an onion stuck with cloves, some whole peppers, salt, a piece of lemon peel, a bunch of sweet herbs. Let these stew an hour, then add some good gravy. When the meat is tender, take it out, strain the sauce, thicken it with a little flour, add a little celery, ready oil, a little ginger. Put in the meat, just simmer it up. Or the celery may be omitted, and the ragu finished by adding mushrooms, fresh, pickled, artichoke bottoms, boiled and quartered, and the hard yolks of eggs. Now, if we read through this, we see underneath it all, it's just a plain old beef stew. Now, we cut up the meat chunks kind of small. You could cook this all into one big piece of meat. Obviously, we don't want the bones. We cut that out of here. But she's did all these things to make it a meal that could go on a fairly well-timed table. We could show her. She makes this fancy where she adds things like the mushrooms and fresher pickled, the artichoke bottoms, which is a very interesting addition to this, and it'll definitely change the flavor and the look, and especially the hard yolks of the eggs. Those are little garnishes that she's putting on top of something that is basically pretty plain. So it's great that we have basically a very, very simple recipe, something that we would recognize as beef stew, or she fancies it up. Our first step in this recipe is take the meat and cut it into smaller size pieces. The recipe doesn't call for this specifically, but it's going to cook much easier like this and make a wonderful beef stew. So we're going to cut these pieces down and then season them. In this case, we only need to season with some salt, and then we're going to dredge these through some flour. So our piece of meat here is a wonderful round that is boneless. Our Dutch oven is all warmed up. We've got some butter already melted. Bottom of the pan. Let's toss in these pieces to brown. While our meat is simmering, let's work on the other components of this recipe. Got some carrots here that we want for our stew, and we are going to just scrape these real quick to get the outside layer off of them. It doesn't take very long at all. There we go. Now, we're not using a giant Dutch oven here, so we only need a couple of these carrots. We're just going to cut some rounds for this, and I like my carrots to not get too, I like them to get a little softer, so we're going to cut them a little bit thinner so they have time to soften up in our stew. And we need an onion with cloves. And this is one of those.
Hello my friends and welcome back. It's Friday, the end of the week. Happy Friday to you. You and I survived. You know who didn't survive? 2,200 Russian soldiers listed as casualties by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. This is the absolute new record of a 24-hour period in the whole time of the full-scale invasion since 2022. 2,200. Russians set a new record just before Christmas. I guess they wanted to deliver a Christmas present to Putin. Also, bear in mind the number of vehicles and fuel tanks. It's 150, and add to that 42 artillery systems, 24 armored personnel carriers. You add all of that together, you get hundreds of vehicles and fuel tanks and artillery, hundreds destroyed in 2,000. Like, it's a lot. It's a Christmas present for Putin and to me also, because they say it's my last video before Christmas. It's a good way to go. Also, if you think I'm a psychopath not having any empathy for the fallen Russian soldiers, then you're right. I don't
And we have a say.
Russian soldiers, occupiers. I'm fine with the number I see. Now, my friends, we're gonna look at the video of Russians celebrating on the front, I guess, the new record they just set. This is a Russian party, happened yesterday on the front line. They have bottles, they're hugging each other, they're celebrating the arrival of Christmas. By the way, Russian Christmas is in January, early January. I think this is whiskey, they're opening up whiskey and talking war stories to each other. So they're happy as I am about the new record their army just set in the losses numbers. My friends, one of Russia's most efficient weapons is export of fear and also disinformation. This is why I have partnered with Ground News, because they, much like me, are fighting on the front line of the information war. You can check them out by using my link in the description below at ground.news/Artur for 50% off the Vantage plan. Ground News is a world's top news comparison site. This is their homepage, and I have chosen to click on For You, which is, you know, for me, personalized news, Ukraine and Ukraine war, my topics. I have chosen this specific news to illustrate their fantastic tools.
The product's loaded and waiting at the helipad.
Interview with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov. We can see on the top right corner that total news sources is 43, so it is a very well covered news. And bias distribution is also illustrated as 65% leaning right. If we look at a factuality, then it's 48% high factuality, which is barely on the margin for me. 50% high factuality, I would take it with one side. If you want, you can keep your eye on the ownership tabs. Why is it important? Because owners always have agendas for their news agencies. Also here you can see all of the different wordings of the titles of different news sites publishing on this topic. The title already and the words chosen tell you quite a lot about the agenda behind it. You can see the wording that each news house used to cover this topic. For example, National Post, immediately you get this green sign, individual, blue Cooper. Or if you go down to Bloomberg, individual, Michael Cooper. Each individual has their own agenda, each wording sends a different message. Here, Ground News lays it all right in front of you for you to check. Scroll between different headlines to cover the same topic to choose which one is most neutral. On the warfare against the Russian disinformation, Ground News is a fantastic tool to have. And if you really want to know what you don't know, you can click on the blind spot. It shows you the areas of a certain topic that most news sites don't publish. Check them out using my link in the description below at ground.news/Artur to get 50% off the Vantage plan. Thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring today's video. I think, you know, last video before Christmas, it's perfect time to recap December. So what happened in December in the shortest way possible? Syria has been dumped. A missile engineer was unalived. General Kirillov was unalived. High-ranking officer, part of the general staff. Vessels have crashed. I mean, we're talking about the 2 oil tankers that sunk, but actually, we'll get to it later in this video, but it's 3 oil tankers now. Yeah, I'm not kidding. A huge spill of mazout or fuel oil took place. Russia's borderline zone is under constant shelling and drones even reach Chechnya. The madman is leading a country towards doing this. Now that we have recapped December, let's go on. This next segment can be called hits or strikes, and there's plenty of them. I'll go through one by one. I'm gonna enjoy every second of this last video before Christmas. We begin with Russian air defense shot down their own $16 million worth of Ka-52 attack helicopter. This is actually reported also in a Russian Telegram channel, and Fighter Bomber, one of the most famous Russian military bloggers in Telegram, reported what they always say when something like this happens. Eternal flight, brothers. May you fly eternally. And they even admit that it was their own air defense that shot it down. Such a weird death cult Russia is. If it happens in the West, friendly fire, blue on blue, to shoot down their own helicopter, I mean, this would be followed by a military tribunal, a full investigation. But in Russia it is eternal flight, brothers. You're now with, I don't know where the Russians go when they die, to Soviet apartment building, Panelka. I think they're now eternally in that Panelka. Now, my friends, we go on with the strikes because Storm Shadow missile was used for the very first time in the Russian oblast of Rostov. Yes, Rostov region. It's a beautiful thing to say. The first moments after the attack of the oil refinery in Novoshakhtinsk. You gotta appreciate the names. Rostov region in Russia. Judging by the footage, the oil processing unit and tank has been hit. The refinery was already burning after a strike 6 months ago. It wasn't burning for 6 months, but it was damaged. Well, you can see on the footage, like the Russians like to say all the time, oh, we shot down the Storm Shadows. No, we shot down like 100,000 Storm Shadows, but it was the debris that hit this oil refinery. Well, it is burning here, feeling free and nice and beautiful and warm, fully burning. Like I said, first ever Storm Shadow used on Rostov Oblast. Nice. This was confirmed by the General Staff of Ukraine. The facility supplied Russian armed forces with fuel, specializing in producing mazout, diesel, furnace, and marine fuel, with a capacity of 7.5 million tons of oil annually. Fire has been confirmed at the catalytic cracking unit, oil cracking unit. You could almost say that this oil refinery is now smoking crack. It's burning it. Okay, I'll stop with the dad jokes. Let's go on. As a result of the first Storm Shadow strike of the entire war on the Rostov region of Russia, damn, what a name, plant production of missile oil was damaged. Now, a weird thing about that is that this is one of the closest plants, oil refineries to the Ukrainian border. It's what, like 15 kilometers from the border, and it has been attacked, I think, only 2 times, about 6 months ago and now. So we don't know why Ukrainians did not attack it. Well, they did now, better late than never, but it had been producing fuel oil and diesel and gasoline for 3 years at the time of the full-scale invasion, only 15 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. Well, I guess Budano was like, whoa, what is that doing there? So close to us. Hit it with Storm Shadow. Now it's burning. By the way, Russians expanded this fuel refinery, like built it twice as large in the last 3 years. When the full-scale invasion began, now it's 100% larger. They enlarged it at only 15 clicks from the Ukrainian border. Another interesting fact is that this oil refinery was defended by a full battery of S-300 or S-400s. There were big amounts of air defense capabilities present all the time, which is not the case for any Russian refinery, but it was the case with this one. So Russians really did not want Ukrainians to hit it. It still happened. Talking about the air defense that was present, first of all, what we can deduct from this attack is that the whole battery could not shoot down the Storm Shadow missiles. I mean, or by the Russian information, it could. I mean, there's a debris that hit the refinery. Well, in this video, we can actually see a massive amount of air defense fire. Russians were trying to shoot it down. They fired many missiles against it, air defense missiles, but they didn't succeed. Don't just take my word for it about this attack. I mean, in this video, a man is walking through a field in Rostov region showing us pieces of Storm Shadow missiles all over this field just before the refinery. Oh, here's another one. Well, let's see what kind of pieces are those. Debris of one of the Storm Shadow missiles across the region. Hey, I guess they did shoot down one. Wow, well, real one, good for them. Their pieces are all over the place, as you can see. And by the way, the Ukrainians photographed the missiles when they shot them. And these beautiful photos are published actually officially by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. They're very nice. This is the very first Storm Shadow missile ever that flew into the Rostov Oblast of Russia. Very beautiful. It brings tears into my eyes. It is truly a visual Christmas present for me. Now we go to the other side of Russia, and I literally mean the very other side of Russia, as far east almost as we can go, because we go to Novosibirsk, and a military unit in Novosibirsk. This video is made inside the military unit, but not by the Russian military personnel, but by the opposition. Yes, there is still an aggressive fighting opposition, and Russians will believe it. Well, they snuck into this military base. No guards, no surveillance. What do you know? I mean, you cannot surveil so many military bases, or in Russia we just don't want to do it. It takes a lot of effort. And they set fire to a few of the fuel trucks. Boom, here they go up in flames. I guess opposition in the Novosibirsk also wanted some Christmas warmth to the soul. It does warm in my soul if I see these Russian fuel trucks burning. So thank you again for this Christmas present, Russian opposition. Now, I mean, we went to the far east, Siberia. Now we go to the far north. Again, almost as far north as you can go with Russia. And here we can see Russian Northern Fleet harbor on this CCTV footage. Oh, bada bing, bada boom. This is about 10 clicks away from the harbor. Local residents report about 2 big explosions. This was one. Let's see if you can see another one. Not on this video. Well, you can see it here. Murmansk, Russia. Locals post video of explosions. 2 explosions reported somewhere near main naval base of Russian Northern Fleet. It's very nice. And I told you, many Christmas presents in today's video. And now we're done with the strikes. I can move on. And what do I want to move on to? Well, Russia's soldiers. Here we can see the newest batch of Russian meat preparing to go to the front. But I gotta say, this Russian meat is, you know, best before dates road. They don't have preservatives in them. Russians really don't have them. So this meat is the best before is over. They're all like 60 and over. 55, 53, 56. They're having issues with changing the magazines fast enough. I'm not saying that 60 is old to enjoy life. It is the time when you should enjoy life, but definitely not be in the military. You should be retired or close to retirement and enjoy time with your wife and grandchildren and children. These guys are struggling to change them with like the magazines. The last guy is 60. I'm not judging. If they want to be a soldier, that's fine. I would make different choices in my 60s. Now we jump to another training field where another batch of Russian meats, in this time, young, fresh soldiers, fresh meat. Best before is not coming for the next month. They're training to avoid Ukrainian FPV drones, and let's see what the newest batch of Russian meat is training with. Look at it. The most advanced army in the world, and they're using strings attached to a dummy FPV. And what they're tactic is just falling to the side, one or other side. Well, I have news flash to the Russian troops. Ukrainian FPV pilots train for months, like non-stop for months in simulators. Then they train on a field. You cannot avoid these FPVs. They will fly towards you. If you fall to the side, they will go for another round, or they will hit the ground next to you, missing you, but the explosion still gets you. There's no way to avoid them. And even if you avoid one, if you're lucky, another one comes. So, as an infantryman, you cannot really avoid FPVs. The defense against FPVs is done electronically, otherwise you go to the Soviet apartment building where all Russians go when they die. Now we jump to another frontal area where Russian soldiers are demonstrating their offensive maneuvers. This is a Russian troop with a scooter, but wait, it's not an electric scooter. Hold your horses. This one is a regular scooter. You gotta really physically apply your feet's muscles to make it move. But I gotta have this warning to the Russian troops. I mean, you know what happened to the chemical defense chief, Kirillov? He was unalived in Moscow by an electric scooter. There were 200 to 300 grams of explosives in that scooter. And the guy is now in the apartment building where all Russians go when they die. So be careful with that scooter. It might explode in your hands. Hey, as you can see, my friends, I'm having fun. It's my last video this year, so I'm enjoying this. This year, the number of Russian military personnel in Ukraine has increased by 100,000 compared to last year. Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces Ukraine citizen says that. So this is official Ukrainian information. There's no reason to be proud of this. Some Russians themselves are reporting this. Everybody is reporting this. So 100,000 troops more in Ukraine on the Russian army in 2024 than in 2023. Makes sense. Now, my friends, let's go to Crimea. Yes, I know you want to have some beach vacation resort. You wouldn't want to vacate today or have your relaxed time on this beach. And this is the aftermath of these two, actually now three Russian aircraft that were sunk bombs on the first stage. They were filled with orderly benzene, which is very, very quick, as you can see in the video. All around Key Road has now spread to like over 100 kilometers of the third straight beach area. All of these settlements here are usually like resorts. They have spas, they have vacation homes, but it's filled with this black mass. And I'm not talking about the Johnny Depp's movie, but this is literal black mass. You cannot really relax here. By the way, Russians really don't care officially about ecological disasters because, as I said before, climate warming for them is actually a good thing. Because one of the goals of Peter the First and every Russian Tsar after that has been getting their hands on warm water port. And when the climate gets warmer, they are getting these ports more because most of their shoreline is frozen in the north. So if that ice melts permanent, it's good for the Russian northern fleet. So they don't care. And it can be seen in this video also because these are not state-mandated cleaning efforts here. These are volunteers. There's only 3 of them cleaning while filming. There's nobody else in this beach. Nobody. Oh, damn! I was wrong. Check it out. There's 2 other teams doing this. Well, they have 100 more kilometers to go, so I think it takes them like 10 years to build up. The thing is, yeah, you know the volunteers, you get the information. The government is not issuing to clean this up. People have to do it themselves, and when they get tired, nobody does it. Oh, by the way, don't take my word for it. The third tanker sank. Of course, I was going to show you a video. I should have done it before. This is the video filmed from the third tanker. It sank a few days after. You can already see the spillage of oil right here. Boom, look at this black mass here. Again, we're talking about the Johnny Depp movie. This is the sinking process of the third tanker. It is filmed by Jack and Rose, who are the last ones on this tanker, and when it capsizes, they are gonna hold on before Rose survives on the door and Jack decides to just go under. Go to the apartment building where all Russians go when they die. This is the third tanker, and 3 of them sank. And I'm going to read you this paragraph because I think it's pretty interesting. Why do these tankers sink? Tankers shouldn't sink because of waves. They're built to endure waves. And many of you have commented that they're river tankers. Well, that might be it. I'm actually not going to celebrate this. This is an ecological disaster. But what happened that the third tanker sank? Either it's sabotage or it's something potentially worse, an engineering failure. The last time ships split apart and sank like this in numbers, it wasn't World War II. Those ships were hastily designed and made Liberty ships. The reason behind their failure were explained by the NASIC, what the hell is this word? Field of the fractional mechanics. If modified and or repairs were engineered by those with expertise and heritage in fractional mechanics in the Russian Shadow Fleet, then this will happen again and cause further environmental disasters. Now this is the key point. Point is, yeah, 3 have sank in the Kerch Strait. Okay, Russians gotta clean it up, but they don't. It's their shoreline. It's really bad for like animals and fish and birds. But they also have their shadow fleet of these similar tankers, river tankers, going all across the seas of the world, everywhere. Far East, Baltic Sea, Northern Fleet, everything is filled with Russian shadow fleet. They have 250 plus ships in that fleet, not insured, not maintained, and they're not intended for this kind of usage, because they used it secretly. So they will start breaking apart, putting oil and mazout and all of that stuff all over the shorelines. This is going to be really bad for the Western countries also. They have to clean it up, so this will happen more. Now my friends will jump to a railway transporting North Korean self-propelled guns, self-propelled howitzers to the front. Russians are getting a new batch of them. And I think the title of this video actually says it all. Miles of North Korean artillery units heading into Ukraine. Imagine if Ukraine's allies were as serious about letting Ukraine win as Russia's allies are about destroying the Western world. I would love to see Western aid arriving in Ukraine in similar quantities. We're yet to get there, but we will. Now, I want to show you a photo of a Russian school class. You know, every class takes a photo every year, that's what they do. Well, this is what the Russian kids do. If you have a kid, or if you want to have a kid who's like 13 or 12, you remember when they went to school, it's like, oh, we took a photo today, it was the class photo day. You know, parents know about this, and you see the photo later, and look, fine.
And we have a sale.
It's this very same moment, you just remembered about your kid, but in Russia, they go home and show this photo to their parents. Look, we made a photo, we made this little cool Z symbol right here, we have these matching t-shirts, and the parent is like, well done, Vanya, well done. One of these days you're going to go to the front yourself and make a new plan. So it's not Putin's war, it's more of every Russian person living in Russia who is enabling, endorsing this war, allowing their kids to do this kind of photos and to be brainwashed. So this is why I have an interest in the Russian soldier, because some of them maybe are forced, yeah, most of them are enabling all of this. They are proud about going to Ukraine to do the things they're going to do there, and they're boasting about it in social media, sharing videos, talking how they're going to do stuff to Ukrainian soldiers. You see these videos, many of them, thousands of them actually. So, yeah, no interest in my part. Putin held his end of the year annual press conference, whatever you want to call it, and it's pretty interesting stuff came out of it. So let's analyze it together. I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible. Anton Groshenko is a wonderful analyst. I always include him in my videos because it just does God's work of analyzing stuff. My general conclusions about Putin's annual conference. Putin speaks and acts in an increasingly emotional and paranoid manner. He believes in his own world. He called this war some action. It is shocking and says a lot about him and his condition. So, Putin is 72 years old. In fact, he is now the Russian Tsar. He does not care about the prospect of Russia's development over decades. He doesn't think that in long term, because it doesn't look like he wants to leave behind the Putin dynasty in power. The only thing he is focused on and wants is to go down in history as the victory over the West and the gatherer of Russian lands. And he realizes that his own time is quite limited, so he will be in a hurry. You know, this title, The Gatherer of Russian Lands, it's not just words here. This is what most Russian Tsars have ambitions to do. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact Tsar who was called this, but he expanded to the Far East and took these vast lands of Siberia into the Russian Empire. So he was titled as the Gatherer of Russian Lands, which is one of the biggest honor as a Tsar you can get. Putin wants that. He wants to be next to Peter the Great in the future history books of Russia. Putin, the Gatherer of Russian Lands. So in his goal, it's not about the happiness of Russian people, the growth of the economy, the integration of Western values into Russia. No, it is that him personally will be called the Gatherer of Russian Lands, and he will use any means necessary to do this. Again, he is 72, so he has a few years, maybe a decade, to complete this from now. So he is in a hurry. By the way, I gotta mention, if he wouldn't have invaded Ukraine, let's, rewind back a little bit. Europe was Russia had Europe in the palm of their hands. Gas exports, oil export, Germany was fully manipulated by Russia. If he would have continued to play the slow and quiet game that nobody recognized, I mean some did, but most didn't in Europe, he would have gotten everything. But he decided to hurry and invade Ukraine, and now it all blew up. So, he wants to be the gatherer of Russian lands, but he will be the destroyer of the Russian Empire. By the way, in this press conference, for some reason, they did allow NBC journalists, Keir, Hardy, Brennan, Simmons, what a name, to ask a question in English from Putin. And let's just, for a moment, listen what he asked.
You don't mind. Sorry, Mr. Peskov. The first one is about President-elect Trump. Mr. President, you have failed to reach the objectives of your special military operation. Large numbers of Russians have died, including a general assassinated here in Moscow this week. And the leader of Syria, who you supported, has been overthrown. Mr. President, when you face President-elect Trump, you will be the weaker leader. How do you propose to compromise? What are you going to offer? And my second question, Mr. President, is this. The mother of an American journalist who is missing in Syria, Austin Tice, has written to you and asked for your help to try to find him because she says that you have such connections.
So, the first question, and he says, you are the weaker leader when you sit down with President Trump. What are you going to offer? Why would you be part of the deal if you cannot offer anything? He puts it very straight and asks this. Unfortunately, I don't have Putin's answer to you here, but this question is it's one of the best questions to ask him, actually, directly. Well done, NBC journalist Keir Hardy Brennan Simmons. Also, well done with your name, man. Nice name. Now I have plenty of videos which I decided to show you here, but maybe I'm not going to do it. Putin speaks about different topics, he's like very delusional, makes jokes, but at the same time, like, people are dying on the front. One of the jokes, I don't know if he thinks it's a joke or not, but in this video we actually, I will quote it to you. It's in Russian, so I'll quote. I propose an experiment to the West, a high-tech duel. Designate a target in Kiev, move all our air defense there, and we'll hit there with Oreshnik and see. So Putin says that, okay, you use your Western air defense, move it all around the defensive object, and we'll strike it with Oreshnik, and let's see if your air defense can catch our Oreshnik. He proposes this kind of deal. So you can tell he's taking it all very lightly. He's living in his own, like, perfect world where nothing is wrong, and we can do these kind of games, these kind of duels, actually. No harm done, let's try it out. So you can analyze his mindset with this, where he is. He's not connected with the realities on the ground and with the realities of the Russian economy. All the links are in the description. I have countless videos of Putin explaining different things from this press conference. They're pretty funny, some of them, actually, so go and enjoy yourself. But now we'll jump to Russian economy, actually. And The Economist, the publisher, the news site, the journal Economist, posts an article which is very interesting. For the first time since the start of the full-scale war, Ukraine is winning the economic war against Russia. This is said by economists, and there's a whole article about it. And I'll bring you the most important information only. Thanks to government decisions and Western aid, the Ukrainian economy is ahead of Russia in several key indicators. The GDP growth forecast, the interest rate in Ukraine is 13.5. I mean, it's high, but the hryvnia, the Ukrainian currency, is stable. I mean, their economy fell almost 30% in 2022, and the hryvnia is stable. If you think about that, if you know anything about economy, it's a massive feat. It's almost a miracle. Ukrainian currency is stable, with their economy falling 1/3 in 1 year. That was 2 years ago. It's magnificent. They have handled this stuff pretty greatly. But there are also problems in the Ukrainian economy. A shortage of electricity, money and people. In 2025, almost the entire budget deficit will be covered by aid from Western partners. Yeah, it's not black and white in this case. But everybody thinks Ukraine is, I mean, they're done. There's 30% gone in 1 year, more fall in the next year. But now we're predicting, economists actually is predicting close to 5% growth to Ukrainian economy in 2025. This is massive. All right, my friends, now let's jump to Syria. And we have a bit of a funny video. Well, let's look at the map first. Al-Raqqa, okay, I'm saying that weird. Well, this is a base where, this is a city and facility where Russians have their assets and the personnel, trucks, everything. We have a video of Russians leaving. Check this out. I mean, you can see it. It's Russian flags, fuel trucks, everything. They're leaving this place. And on the very next day, we get another video, and it's, whoa, what is this? It is United States moving in. Look at this. Boom, we have the US flag on a Humvee. This is a beautiful sight. There was no vacuum. Immediately Russians left, the US took over. I'm sure you know much more about this than I do. Just this video alone is very nice. It represents the crumbling of the Russian Empire. Let's call it what it is, the Russian colonies, changing size. Now, how is the Russian evacuation process going on in Syria? Well, these are the newest Maxar satellite photos of Khmeimim and Tartus bases. Both of these bases have a massive amount of vehicles just lined up to be transported to the ships and transported to the plane. Look at this. All of this massing up here, gathering from all across Syria and just massively will be transported either to Africa or back to Russia and from there, possibly to Ukraine. So, we're also talking about S-400, S-300 radars and surface missile batteries, other equipment. But, I mean, these radars and missile batteries, they are the most expensive and valuable pieces of equipment Russia has in Syria. We're back to it. We talked about Russian and Ukrainian inflation, but how about Syrian inflation? We got new news about it yesterday. Syria has massively carried bags of money to banks. Inflation in Syria has reached record levels, devaluating the national currency to a level where monthly income is enough to buy only 20 liters of gasoline or 10 loaves of bread. In order to preserve their savings, people are actively converting liras, which is the Syrian currency, into foreign currencies, mainly dollars and euros. The exchange rate is approximately as follows: 10 kilograms of Assad's papers, or liras money, to $1. We're talking about money in the weight terms, so 10 kilograms of this cash equals $1. So they have hyperinflation, and we know what happens to a country when they do hit hyperinflation. They need a rebuild from zero. The money needs, there has to be money change, devaluation. I mean, the rebel government has massive issues with this. It's one thing to overthrow a government. It's a completely other thing to build up a country and an economy, especially when you're under sanctions, which Syria is even under the new rebel government. And the EU and USA has firmly said that we will lift the sanctions, or we'll think about it, if you remove the Russian military bases. So Khmeimim and Tartus are still evacuating, as you saw from the satellite imagery. Before they're fully gone, the rebel government cannot, it's not possible to build up the country and the economy. So this inflation will get worse until all Russians leave Syria. And I got some new photos for you because the newest Assad photos just dropped, again gathered from one of his palaces. Look at this. This one is Assad right here. They're having fun with the friends. I don't know what they're doing. I don't want to have any thoughts about it. But yeah, the new photos just dropped. I don't know, put it on your t-shirt and start selling merch or something. But I'm sure he didn't want these photos out there. And now, my friends, for the very last time this year, because my next video will be on January 6th. Yes, next video, January 6th. Please put it in your calendar and just check my channel then. Because as every YouTuber and military blogger, I have this fear of when I go away that people don't visit this channel anymore. So it's very scary for me to take a break, but I am doing this because I think it's the right thing to do. So yeah, January 6th, I'll see you again. But for the last time this year and before Christmas, I want to honor the supporters and monthly members of Buy Me a Coffee of my channel. They are the foundation, they are the reason I can do this so stable. And every active monthly members will get a Rehi patch. I'll send it out to you. All you gotta do is become a member and shoot me a message and buy me a coffee, and I'll be sending this out to you. A lot of you guys, like hundreds, have gotten this already. I'm gonna butcher some names for the final time. Stanley Patrick Kai, Sam Spenker Peters, George A. Clark. First three names have 3 words in them, long names. Jackson Legge. Jackson Legge is legendary because I don't know how many times I said your name this year, but you keep coming back. I'm not complaining. I'm grateful, man. Thank you. And let me know if you have this. I'll send it to you. Until my next video, my friends, which will be on January 6th. So be sure to be back. Spend time with your family. Take time off in the Christmas. Be grateful for what you have because it could go away in a moment. Be thankful. Be thankful. Slava Ukraine.
Get access to hundreds more exclusive history documentaries by downloading the History Hit app.
The world is changed forever by a new technology, nuclear. 2 superpowers dominate the world, each facing the other in a state of neither war nor peace. This is the story of the Cold War, how the push of one button could lead to total global destruction.
Together we shall save our planet, or together we shall perish in its flames.
How the struggle between 2 political systems caused millions to suffer.
Spy was very much part of the Cold War.
And how a world was created which lived in constant fear. Mad world. Mutually assured destruction. In Episode 5, advances in nuclear technology imperil the world again.
Our 2 nations now have 5 times more missile warheads than we had just 8 years ago.
You know, tens, hundreds, thousands of systems, any one of which is capable of destroying widespread peace of humanity in the blink of an eye.
And the end of a war is never the end of the suffering.
Nowadays, the bodies are just left there until they're mutilated by animals and the traffic.
As the Cold War conflict spreads to a new continent.
To learn what it is like to be under fire, 3 quivering recruits faced a Kalashnikov rifle.
Boys next door become mass murderers.
I went out there basically to get enough money to buy a house.
And the latest nuclear weapon is an invisible killer.
A devilish weapon, basically. Totally inhuman.
Chile, November 1970. An election victory will lead to the violent death of the nation's leader. It begins peacefully.
You're through to your
The
garage.
Chilean
You,
people vote in
need
a
me to bring you a
socialist
ride?
coalition.
The year saw a unique political development in Latin America. In September, Dr. Salvador Allende was elected president of Chile, the first
Aye, I'll
Marxist
get back
head
to
of
work.
state on the continent to achieve power by democratic means.
We were so happy because Allende represents a big change in the Chilean society. Well, my position initially was in charge in the south of Chile, the agriculture.
Allende is originally a physician. This is his fourth attempt at winning power. He doesn't waste time turning his country around.
Chile was governed by the oligarchy, and all those governments, they were funded from the United States, and they took the natural resource of Chile to the North American continent.
Chile's great open-cast mines produce the largest amount of copper in the world. The three biggest are American-owned.
Chile's Marxist president Salvador Allende nationalized American copper mines. The government also nationalized major banks and large land holdings.
But worst of all for the Americans, Allende is a communist. And Chile is 6,000 kilometers south of the USA. Top secret moves are made in the United States at the highest level.
Nixon said, Kissinger, you must stop with agenda in any way.
The government policies have failed. The Marxist theory does not work among a free people.
No one knows at the time, but President Nixon is planning to end the rule of the communist government. Washington cuts off credit to Chile.
The international bank, the monetary fund, they closed any help to Chile.
The Chilean economy slowed. Food was scarce. And when anti-government demonstrations occurred, Allende declared a state of emergency and instituted food rationing.
Tension in the country builds.
We didn't have a strong conception of the American Chile.
Discover the past with exclusive history documentaries from History Hit that uncover the secrets of some of the most famous people and events in history. History Hit brings you the stories that shaped the world through exclusive documentaries from the worlds of pop historians. Travel with us to the bloody Battleless Darling Planet, or uncover the lives of the people who called Ponte. We also aim to bring you the stories and legends that shaped our world through our award-winning podcast network. Sign up now for a free trial, and Timeline fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code TIMELINE at checkout.
They were talking with different members of the army to convince them the necessity of ownership.
Then the army tries to take over.
You may be able to hear it. The fighting has now erupted in earnest.
Chaos and terror hit the streets of Santiago.
UPI cameraman, television cameraman, Ricardo Correa was filming a part of a gun battle from the 11th floor office of United Press International. Troops on the street saw the reflection of his camera, mistook it for a weapon, and riddled the office with rifle fire.
The attempted coup fails, this time. 6 weeks later, Allende is re-elected as president. But the peace does not last long.
Meanwhile, striking truckers and their families camped out in fields near their idle vehicles.
The Army has seized most of the vehicles, but we're searching for tow trucks because owner-drivers had flattened tires and removed engine parts.
Okay.
Documents recently released reveal the USA funded the truck driver strike.
Even Allende, I think, he wasn't aware the American government can overthrow him.
Just 5 days after it was formed, President Salvador Allende's cabinet has suffered its first casualty. General Cesar Ruiz quit his transport minister. He also resigned as Air Force commander.
The Chilean economy collapses. The response is cataclysmic.
Well, watching the Mineta being bombed was unbelievable. There were 2 bomber pilots, and they'd fly around the building. They flew around our apartment building and bombed the Mineta, and then they'd go around. They went around about 10 times.
I thought we'd be some resistance, because we don't believe all the army or all the armed force were with the group. We were wrong.
The military attack on the presidential palace is merciless.
When the gunfire erupted in Chile 12 days ago and the government of Salvador Allende overthrown, an estimated 350 Americans took shelter in Santiago and other cities.
There was fighting going on between the snipers above us and the military men down below.
So you were caught in the crossfire?
Yeah. After 3 days, men from the Peace Corps came and got us out and escorted us out.
You know, Salvador Allende, he declared war on the middle class, and the middle class fought back. And they killed him.
Within hours of the military coup, Allende is found dead in the Moneda Palace. He dies from a bullet wound to the head. It was probably suicide, but a debate has raged ever since.
Many people say today Allende committed suicide, but the information we receive today, Allende was killed for General Palacios.
Well, I personally have no sympathy for Marxism, but the government had been elected by the people, and this is a military coup d'etat.
The military leader is General Augusto Pinochet. Allende had appointed him commander-in-chief of the army only a month earlier.
They broke my house, destroyed my books and everything, and many people from this group were killed, like my dear friend Dr. Elman Enriquez, who were disappeared, and they didn't refuse to give his corpse to his wife.
Pinochet begins 17 years of a brutal military dictatorship. His government will kill over 3,000 people and torture more than 29,000.
It was a terrible step. They used the power of the tanks, and the power of the army to create a silence.
Communism has been crushed in Chile, but the result is not freedom for the people. The 1970s. The Cold War is accelerating out of control. East and West are pushing even harder for bigger and better nuclear weapons.
The Soviet Union and the United States have accumulated thousands of nuclear weapons. Our two nations now have 5 times more missile warheads than we had just 8 years ago. But we are not 5 times more
sure.
Supposedly very, very sophisticated command and control systems in place in both the United States and the Soviet Union really weren't very sophisticated at all. And it's sheer dumb luck that we avoided during the Cold War years and indeed subsequently a nuclear weapons catastrophe.
By 1972, the USA has about 26,000 nuclear warheads. And the USSR has about 16,000.
The United States and the Soviet Union are the only two countries that have the capability of a general nuclear war, and therefore the only country that can end civilized life as we know it.
Ever since they first appeared, nuclear weapons have invariably been regarded as the most dangerous weapons of mass destruction. This is still true, all the more so since the capacity of those weapons is not a constant value. It is growing.
Then start building them in volume. You know, tens, hundreds, thousands of systems, any one of which is capable of destroying, widespread piece of humanity in the blink of an eye.
Both sides believe the only way to avoid annihilation is to be ahead of the other in destructive power.
Missiles like the Pershing can deliver a nuclear warhead up to 1,600 kilometers. With its accuracy, it can penetrate small, hardened targets or bury itself deep into the ground, creating an earthquake effect. This is the Boeing air-launched cruise missile being loaded into the bomb bay of a B-52. Formerly, this aircraft was the main strategic arm of the American nuclear deterrent. The most advanced element of the missile's construction, a map-reading computer, guides the weapon at ground-hugging height. At this level, the cruise would be difficult to detect in advance, as it would appear on a radar screen to be no larger than many birds.
The Soviets will have an array of warheads with yields on the order of 1 megaton.
Once you have that kind of an advantage, your competitor wants it. So there was really no way to avoid massive effort by both the Western interests and the non-Western interests to possess the capability, and once it's possessed, to improve it.
This is why the Americans say their new weapons are needed. It's the Soviet-backed fire swing-wing bomber. 70 of these supersonic aircraft and 130 of the Russians' own mobile nuclear missiles, the SS-20, are said to have been deployed in Western Russia this year.
Our political systems couldn't keep up with the technological developments. These were capabilities that were just almost unimaginable. And therefore, the political and diplomatic processes, were constantly trying to catch up.
The latest development is one missile with many nuclear warheads, each capable of striking a different target. The Multiple Independently Targeted Re-Entry Vehicle, or MIRV.
The Soviets have successfully demonstrated in flight tests the MIRV capability. There have been 4 ICBMs in development. 2 of them have already been demonstrated with the MIRV capability. We expect that the MIRV capability is likely to be associated with the other 2.
Some of the Russian MIRVs have 38 warheads each.
Just got out of control. It's that simple.
But I would also not underrate the importance to humanity and to our own people of taking constant steps to get the nuclear problem under some discipline.
Both sides have already signed one treaty, SALT I, to freeze ballistic missiles at 1972 levels. But it is not enough. The next treaty aims to put the nuclear war machine in reverse. The Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty II, or SALT II.
There were moments and periods of real hope during the Cold War that sanity would prevail. The Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, SALT, in the 70s.
We selling? Huh? Okay. The buyer wants an airdrop. The product's loaded and waiting at the helipad.
We can and will work with others to do so.
There's always been a deep understanding of the horrors associated with nuclear weapons, a deep understanding of their total unacceptability. But the trouble is that hasn't stopped gigantic stockpiles of nuclear weapons accumulating up to 86,000, I think was the highest total during the Cold War years.
SALT II talks are given a boost by the new U.S. president.
Well, I've heard great things about you and your service here in Washington. I hope to form a very close relationship with you personally and also
Anatoly Dobrinin, the Soviet ambassador here since the Kennedy days, brought with him a gift of hand-carved Russian dolls. They began an official relationship with his fifth American president.
President Carter's approach to dealing with the Russians was, I'm going to get inside the heads of the Soviet leaders, and I'm persuasive enough, convincing enough that they will see our model is better than theirs.
He was very, very sensible in his understanding of the risks associated with war and nuclear war in particular, and made a pretty significant contribution to moving the game forward.
And we will move this year a step toward our ultimate goal, the elimination of all nuclear weapons from this earth.
More sensible, more humane heads that just did understand the catastrophic risks involved and was very reluctant to engage in the kind of adventurism which was so troubling with some other presidencies.
Leaders on both sides no longer believe that war will be prevented by the fear of mutually assured destruction. The fear grows that despite MAD, someone can still push the button that would start World War III.
There's therefore always a possibility that misunderstandings may lead to confrontation. That's simple.
SALT II replaces mutually assured destruction with a new idea, détente.
Thus, we must be clear at the outset of what the term détente entails. It is the search for a more constructive relationship with the Soviet Union.
In Vietnam, after 12 years of superpower proxy war, there is a note of optimism.
For the first time in 12 years, no American military forces in Vietnam. All of our American POWs are on their way home. The 17 million people of South Vietnam have the right to choose their own government without outside interference. And because of our program of Vietnamization, they have the strength to defend that government. We have prevented the imposition of a communist government by force on South Vietnam.
But President Nixon speaks too soon.
When the supply of military aids from the United States were cut off in late 1874, the result was inevitable. We couldn't fight with our bare fists.
April 1975. The Viet Cong have crossed the border dividing North and South. The surge towards the capital of South Vietnam begins.
Battles for control of the roads leading to Saigon are now well underway. The long-awaited Phase 2 of the Communist Spring Offensive has begun. Bodies of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong enemy were left to rot in the streets. Nowadays, the bodies are just left there until they're mutilated by animals and the traffic.
I lived my last days of the war in the front line because I was a medical doctor of a ranger regiment. They keep on raining on us. powerful. And we all have to dig down on the ground and live like rats in the trenches there. If you press your ears to the ground, you can hear the faint rumbling of enemy tanks in the vicinity, and that scared the hell out of everyone. We were in the hottest spot, and I was captured alive by the enemy. If you are in a starving condition and doing hard labor from dawn to dusk, all you can think of is food. All you can think of is a few minutes rest. They kind of reduce you to animal level, and that's brainwashing.
In only a few days, the communists reached the outskirts of Saigon.
The jets attacked during the rush hour in Saigon, and the streets are packed with traffic. Shops, banks and offices were closed, and people began jamming the streets all over again in their hurry to get home.
The international community responds immediately to the invasion.
As foreigners, mostly French and Americans and Germans, rushed to buy tickets for any flight out.
Embassies evacuate their staff.
Obviously, when you pull out of a place like this, there's criticism that you're going out too soon and maybe promoting evacuation panic.
No, I don't think 1% we're doing that. You've seen for yourself the flood of Americans going out.
Saigon, April the 30th, 8 o'clock. The last American helicopter on the roof of the American embassy prepares to lift off the last of the evacuees fleeing before the advancing communist armies.
Most foreigners manage to escape, but the South Vietnamese are left to their fate.
And for hours after the last departure, scores of people still crowded onto the embassy roof in the vain hope of rescue.
I don't think these people up here are committing suicide staying up here, but what can you do?
Hundreds scrambled in panic onto any boats they could reach, not caring how they got aboard or what they left behind.
After several failed attempts, finally me and my fiancée, who's my wife, we escaped together. We knew the danger, and we decided we better either live in freedom together or die together. And it was a very, very treacherous sea journey in a very small boat. And I knew 33 people. Just touch the water because it's so overloaded.
The capital of South Vietnam awaits the arrival of the victors.
And then, shortly after midday, came the climax of 30 years of fighting. They were a disciplined force. Among the thousands who arrived, there wasn't a single reported case of theft, drunkenness, rape, or shooting. People who hours earlier had feared for their lives now turned out on the streets to cheer and welcome. The sense of relief in Saigon was almost tangible. Not everyone saw defeat so optimistically. This officer shot himself in front of the Soldiers' Monument a couple of hours before the communists entered the city.
Saigon and the then President Barr-Nunn capitulated. And tears streamed down my face. I cried silent for my country. was a very, very powerful feeling. Anger, frustration, and hatred for the betrayal of allies.
People don't always agree with the word losing, but that's what it was. We lost.
It's terrible.
When South Vietnam fell, 7 other countries fell in very rapid succession to communism.
As the first day of peace for 30 years dawned in Vietnam, the banks and some shops remained closed. But in Saigon's markets, it was business as usual. There were, of course, some changes. In the main market, traders were quick to peddle a new line in flags. Hanoi was calling the tune now. Everyone had to march to it.
I think South Vietnam is just a victim in the global chess game.
As the parade of hardware went on, the overriding impression was one of finality. Communists had established the tight and unopposed control over the land and people that had suddenly become theirs.
As one proxy war ends, another is firing up. This one will last 27 years. It will cause just as much death and destruction as Vietnam. 1975, Angola is on the rebound from colonial occupation. The Portuguese have just
They just left the freedom movement, had to fend for themselves because they survived along this of the strongest. The MPLA then was the one that was strong in Luanda, the capital, and therefore was on hand on the 11th of November 75 to declare independence.
Power is taken by the popular movement for the liberation of Angola, the MPLA.
The popular movement was born during the 14-year guerrilla campaign against the Portuguese.
The MPLA is communist. It has most popular support and Soviet weaponry.
The Russian BM-21
Okay, we're selling. Duty free. The buyer wants this stuff dropped on a barge out at sea. You'll drive the goods to the rendezvous point and airlift it over there. You can fly, right? I really hope so.
To learn what it is like to be under fire, 3 quivering recruits faced a Kalashnikov rifle and a machine gun firing live ammunition.
The Soviet Union itself, I mean, could not send its own soldiers there. I think there's a protocol that exists between Moscow and Washington that they themselves physically should not be involved. They send their allies.
The National Liberation Front of Angola, the FNLA, and the National Union for Total Independence of Angola, UNITA, also fight for control.
8 weeks ago, these young men were in the Angolan bush or living in the shanty towns of Angola's cities. Now, after an intensive course of Cuban and Russian instruction, they are set to join the popular movement's 30,000-man army.
The Soviet Union has sent close to $200 million worth of military equipment to Angola in the last 9 months. Between 5,000 and 7,000 Cuban military forces are in Cuba, are in Angola, and in fact, they seem to be everywhere except in Cuba.
It was this external issue of what is called the Cold War. This one is support Marxist, Leninist, the other one is capitalist, Washington. We have to choose sides. We could not be all alone. without being for and against. So that was quite traumatic.
There were proxy wars going all around the place. Angola, there's another absolutely catastrophic one in Africa, massive death tolls. We just forget the scale of this sort of stuff that was going on year after year, often accompanied by atrocity crimes and just the worst kind of behavior imaginable.
Those people, they don't know what you're fighting about. They just want to go on with their ordinary life, to go and till the fields, rear their goats and sheep and cattle. They don't know all these big principles, democracy, Marxism.
The USA supports the opposing factions, the FNLA and UNITA.
MPLA is getting more arms, is getting more tanks, is getting more Cuban mercenaries. So we are prepared to meet an offensive against us from the MPLA.
Angola was a very big country, being somewhat in Central Africa. The Soviets were able to really create a vassal state in Angola using their troops and Cuban troops, that could be a base from which communism could spread throughout the African continent.
We know that the Soviets have picked one side and automatically we picked the other. Well, we are on the verge of spending our first $100 million and might be more than that.
Angola had a lot of fertile grounds, and they had a number of minerals. They did have oil.
Well, Angola was a source of mineral resources and deeply attractive as a war zone between the major powers as a result. Neither wanted the other side to get their hands on these kinds of resources.
American support include arms and weapons. The USA also attempts to cover its tracks. They do not send soldiers. They send the means for the anti-government forces to acquire them. The CIA is providing money for the FNLA and UNITA to pay mercenaries.
And this covert is not something that you can report to the U.S. Congress. It's a covert thing, kill and everyone will say, you terrible atrocities. People burnt alive in their sleep. Oh, terrible. And so forth. Not knowing that they are funded by the CIA.
To press the point home, some posters showed a mercenary helmet with American dollars pouring from it.
Mercenaries. People who take part in armed conflict in foreign nations for private gain. These guns for hire bulk up the FNLA and UNITA forces.
The term mercenary always has a bit of a bad name as it relates to Angola.
So these people really, their starting point and their end point is money.
With a huge supply of men and machinery on both sides, the Angolan people are swamped by a massive war.
They were really dangerous times. There were always breaks.
Hey, I've got an update for you. When you get there, you should see a cargo bomb helicopter ready and waiting. Use the cargo hook on it to airlift your goods to the barge out at sea. Easy, right? Of course!
The benighted masses in Africa and elsewhere who were, pawns in this larger game.
The effects of the Angolan War on the people were very, very bad. It kept the nation in a very impoverished state for a long time. A lot of landmines were put out, a lot of limbs were lost, a lot of people killed, villages destroyed.
This 10-year-old boy was seriously hurt in the attack on Kahama. His leg has been severed. The civilians have fled. Kahama has been abandoned to the cows and the soldiers.
All right, I've been watching some video tutorials. You got to position the helicopter above your vehicle.
Completely what should be going to education, to health, to housing, to road infrastructure, and so forth. And prolonged dead destruction, so that helps.
As far as fighting is concerned, for us, the Cubans or the Russians have no right to kill Angolans. I don't prefer anyone. I prefer the Angolans to be left alone so they solve their problems.
The mercenaries have a reputation for brutality. They are also illegal under the Geneva Convention.
There was a number of mercenaries from different countries that went up to fight on both sides, both with the communist forces and the Western-backed forces, and so there were a lot of executions and extrajudicial killings that went on here.
If captured, mercenaries are not classified as prisoners of war. They are tried as common criminals.
Luanda, capital of newly independent Angola. The men in the dock are mercenaries. Their leader was Costas Georgiou, who went under the name of Colonel Callan.
All my men, which have captured the so-called mercenaries, and all the rest of my soldiers, which you have captured, were all under my direct command. So any responsibility and any charge against them, okay, they were following my orders. They were just soldiers.
13 men are under trial for their lives. 3 are Americans, and the other 10 are British.
They were paid to fight against the MPLA, the movement which won the Civil War and which now runs Angola. Having been captured in action, they have now been charged with crimes against peace and against Angola.
Marco, do you still maintain that you do not want a British lawyer?
Trust in the Angolan people. I hope it's not a fair trial for the Angolan people. I want an Angolan lawyer.
Many of the mercenaries have had no military training prior to joining Callan's army.
Was it really worth all the trouble and all the killing?
Yeah, I'd go back again.
Why?
To fight communism.
I went out there basically to get enough money to buy a house.
There'd been a total of about 200 British mercenaries involved in the war.
Some of the men on trial were caught by Callan himself and treated as deserters.
Who are you under?
Callan. Commander Callan. He's commander of the North.
Great, okay. Looks like you're done here. I will fiddle the accounts.
14 British mercenaries, it's alleged, met their death at Makeda. One of them was killed by Callan himself. The others were shot on his orders by a group led by Callan's second-in-command.
He had shot the young soldier, Copeland, then took the rejects away, stripped of their uniforms, and put them into the back of the truck. And they were driven away.
And the next really that anybody heard was a sort of long burst of firing.
Most observers felt that though the death penalty had been asked for, it was unlikely to be carried out on anyone, apart perhaps from Callan.
That's all I want to say, and I don't want to answer no more questions. Okay? No disrespect.
The verdict is guilty. The crimes include murder. The sentences are severe. 9 of the men are given 16 to 30 years in jail. The other 4 get worse. Their leader, Costas Georgiou, a.k.a. Tony Callan, is joined by Andrew Mackenzie, age 25, Derek Barker, age 35, and Daniel Gearhart, age 34. They are sentenced to be shot.
We have appealed to over 10 countries. There's been a direct appeal to President Neto.
There has been an appeal through international organizations like the International Red Cross.
The American and British governments talked directly to Angolan President Agostinho Neto.
President Neto himself stated that he would wait before signing the order for execution until he had looked at the world reaction to the death sentence which has been handed down by the tribunal.
Mrs. Gerhardt, if you could talk to the Angolan president directly, what would you say to him?
I'd plead clemency for the commuting of his sentence.
10 days later, all 4 convicted mercenaries are lined up to face an MPLA firing squad. Andrew Mackenzie is in a wheelchair as the result of combat injuries. He chooses to stand for his execution. The Angolan War will escalate before it ends. A huge new wave of American and Russian support will fan the flames. The fighting and atrocities will continue until 2002. Amazingly, negotiating teams from the East and West managed to keep the SALT II talks going. Building a relationship between governments that have been opponents for 30 years is not easy.
NATO estimates that the Warsaw Pact has almost 3 times as many battle tanks as the West. The Russian foreign minister argued there was no imbalance, and that NATO and the Warsaw Pact had parity in military strength.
Arguments continue on both sides about the finer points of the treaty.
It does not permit the Soviet Union to build one additional modern ballistic missile on submarines above the level of 950 that we agreed upon.
Both sides have developed different nuclear strategies. The USA has focused on missile accuracy, while the USSR has been developing even larger warheads. By now, the world has enough weapons to destroy itself several times over. And there's still no agreement on how to stop the buildup.
We have continued our discussions with the Soviet Union on SALT and other matters.
In March, when I was there, the Soviet Union made a proposal which in concept was worth looking at, though its numbers have not proved acceptable to us.
Just as SALT II is making progress, a chilling headline stops everything. June 1977, a new nuclear weapon is being developed. Lack of communication in government meant that the US president is not told about it. Jimmy Carter finds out when a Washington Post headline flashes across the globe.
The neutron bomb was a development of the thermonuclear weapons, a devilish weapon, basically, totally inhuman.
The neutron bomb. Tests have been covertly carried out in Nevada back in 1963. Research continued quietly under Nixon and Ford.
The neutron bomb, when we heard the news of that, I mean, it's the ultimate sort of doomsday weapon in a sense, I suppose, killing people without knocking over buildings.
President Carter defines himself as a peacemaker. But the tank force of the Soviet-controlled Eastern Bloc countries is about 3 times that in Western Europe. Despite the horrific implications, Carter sees the neutron weapon as the only way to stop a Soviet land invasion.
The neutron weapon is designed to be used against massive and perhaps overwhelming tank forces.
You could actually stop an invasion with neutron bombs by killing all the tank crews, all the infantry and everything else, and keeping their tanks and stopping the advance.
The neutron bomb has a small blast range but releases 10 times the amount of lethal radiation. This new weapon has not yet been deployed, but it is already causing unrest.
The Russian foreign minister stated bluntly that NATO's expected decision to station the new nuclear weapons in Western Europe would destroy the basis for negotiations on further disarmament.
Despite international objections, President Carter tries to sell this new weapon to countries in Europe.
Now, we're not building these weapons for ourselves. We're building these weapons for our NATO allies to protect their territory.
Anti-bomb demonstrations flare up all over
You need
Europe.
something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know.
The answer is no decision has been made with respect to the neutron
It's coming
bomb.
at you.
Then the game changes. The USSR detonates its own enhanced radiation weapon.
President Carter has made publicly known his postponement of taking a decision on production of those weapons in order to, in the meantime, ask the Soviet Union to respond in kind.
Hastily convened negotiations secure a pledge from the Russians. The public pressure in Europe does not abate. Carter decides to shelve the neutron bomb.
The decision has been taken right now. We think it's a wise one, politically, diplomatically, and the framework of our common desire for arms limitation.
Work on another terrible weapon of the Cold War has stopped, and not a single neutron bomb is sent to Europe. Strategic arms limitation talks have been going on for 7 years. Lack of progress in nuclear disarmament fuels public anger across the West. Finally, in June 1979, there is a breakthrough.
That is a wholesome day's fun taken care of.
Today, we are on the threshold of signing a strategic arms agreement that achieves our purpose.
Mr. Brezhnev came to Vienna in June to sign SALT II, perhaps the most significant arms limitation agreement since the Second World War.
SALT II sets regulations on many types of missiles, and it commits the USA and the USSR to limit their nuclear weapon systems to 2,400 each. This is a milestone in the Cold War. Mad world. Mutually assured destruction. In Part 6, a surprise move reignites the Cold War.
A Soviet helicopter gunship. The only precaution is to keep as still as possible.
International animosity reaches into the sporting arena.
I would implore all those with different opinions and feelings not to make use of the Olympic Games to divide the world, but to unite it.
As the threat of war increases, the FBI is on the trail of a deep cover agent.
And he came out of this little room we had him in. He said if this guy was a spy, lost, it's unbelievable.
A wrong turn results in a mid-air catastrophe.
It is clear beyond any doubt that the Soviet Union did in fact shoot down this unarmed commercial airliner.
And Western Europe is put on high alert.
If anybody crosses that line, you shoot them dead on British territory.
We could be faced with concealment, countermeasures, and so-called cheating of all sorts. Because without SALT, all of these actions would be permitted.
July 1979. The world relaxes as Cold War tensions abate. SALT II has been signed. Nuclear disarmament is in progress, and détente seems to be working. Then, people start to evacuate a landlocked country in Central Asia.
a very orderly evacuation, just for precautionary measures.
I think there are probably about 100 official Americans that are leaving. We do know that there is insurgency activity in the country, and our charge bearers has asked us as official Americans to leave the country until the situation stabilizes.
Refugees start to cross the border in huge numbers.
In Afghanistan, 200,000 people are now living in exile in Pakistan. 200,000 people who have lost their home, their shelter, their clothing. They have got nothing. They depend on your support.
Friction in Afghanistan has been building for over a year since a Marxist government took control. In December, the Afghan government takes action.
The limited contingent of the Soviet armed forces came to Afghanistan on the request of the Revolutionary Council and the government of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan in accordance with the United Nations Charter.
January 1980. Barbara Kemal is escorted by the Soviet army to Afghanistan and is installed as president. The West sees this as an invasion by the USSR.
Americans realized that Afghans had been pressured into it, or people had been paid off. It really was tantamount to a Soviet invasion of Afghanistan.
Such gross interference in the internal affairs of Afghanistan is in blatant violation of accepted international rules of behavior.
What do you need? Let me know what you want.
That the
and I'll
Soviet
tell the Pegasus
occupation
people
of
to get it ready.
Afghanistan
Just let
has
me know what you need.
dangerously transformed the character of existing political and strategic arrangements in this region, and that therefore there ought to be a sustained effort to ensure the security of the threatened region.
Despite the outcry from the USA, they have also been interfering in Afghan affairs. America has been covertly supplying money and weapons to the anti-government rebels for over a year. President Kemal needs Soviet assistance to stay in power.
I must also add that we are grateful to the Soviet Union, our great neighbor in the north, for all the help and assistance they had given us.
The Soviet Union felt like they were very much more powerful in the 70s because of our failure in Vietnam and the conversion of many countries to communism, and they felt like they were on the march, they were on the move.
This is the third occasion since World War II that the Soviet Union has moved militarily to assert control over one of its neighbors.
For the first time, Jimmy Carter admitted that he finally realized what the Soviet Union was all about. Well, the Americans were not quite sure what to do with regard to Afghanistan. There was concern that the country is so impossible to manage and govern, even by the Afghanis, and nobody else has ever really won the war there.
The anti-government rebels call themselves the Mujahideen.
My dad was supporting Mujahideen, and he was never happy for the Russians to come to Afghanistan and occupy my country. My uncles from both sides, from my mother's side and from my dad's side, were fighting against Russians. They were in the Mujahideen forces.
Do you think that the Mujahideen alone can get the Soviet army out of Afghanistan and topple the government?
Really, it is a difficult job. Really, it's not easy. Afghanistan people, they are very poor and they have not enough arms against these modern weapons of Russia. But the people in other countries, they could support the Mujahideen, providing arms, weapons, money, food, clothes, medicine, anything.
The Mujahideen are alarmed by Soviet occupation of other Muslim nations.
We've seen what happened in, Central Asian republics. Now, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, all the other republics.
They are going to need millions of dollars worth of arms to fight the Soviet army. The U.S. goes public with its fight against the communist Afghan government.
They figured, we're not going to go in there and let it become a graveyard for our peoples. The Soviets are in there, they've already made the commitment, so let's just funnel aid to the Northern Alliance and then to the broader group called the Mujahideen, and just make the Soviets pay the price for kind of going into the wrong place at the wrong time.
Once the assistance comes, we will be in better shape to continue our struggle against godless Stalinist Soviets with the necessary need of a supply. We do have some tanks, machine guns, and rifles, but it is not enough.
Many of the Mujahideen are Muslim fundamentalists. They seek support from wealthy Arab nations.
I asked the Saudi Arabians for an allocation of $2 billion fund to finance the war, the holy war in Afghanistan.
Money and arms pour into both sides. The war flares up.
I don't think they were there just for Afghanistan. They were there to reach to the warm waters, and they wanted to expand, their wings and become even bigger. So they were not there just to come and occupy Afghanistan and stop there.
Afghan resistance to the Soviet invasion has been so fierce that the country is now closed to Western newsmen. The only way open is to enter disguised as an Afghan freedom fighter. Soviet MiG fighters streak past on a bombing run against a town in a distant valley. For this operation, MiG-21s and Mi-24 helicopter gunships, allegedly using napalm and rockets, blasted the small town and the surrounding hills. The rebels in the hills had no chance. In Asmar itself, 1,500 inhabitants are believed to have died. It's the piece of weaponry most feared by the rebels, a Soviet helicopter gunship. Again, the only precaution is to keep as still as possible.
I remember distinctively around 4 a.m. in the morning, there would be roaring of Russian tanks because our house was not far from the main road in west of Kabul. So that was the supply route for, Russian soldiers.
More and more Afghan villagers evacuate their homeland.
As in all wars today, the scale of suffering is most visible in the refugee camps. Here in the northwest frontier province of Pakistan, 600,000 Afghan refugees were poured across